tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole. If I stay locked in the half-life, but choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls. I feel the fire burning deep inside of me. With every beat, my heart is screaming, set me free. And I see the shadows, they can't block me out. I hear the thunder, it don't shake me down. I feel the lightning that strikes in my veins, fly like a phoenix right out of the flames. Keep rising up, no way to heaven, no mountain tough. Oh,
of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a hall of fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me.
Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music like we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music like we don't play.
This is excellence personified. Tell coach put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake.
Shadows, wild souls chasing every losing battle. Yesterday is written with the ashes of this ruined wasteland that we travel. See you on the other side of the deepest to die. Kerosene, lit our dreams, we ignite. Take the leap, it's our time, no goodbyes. Fade away into the night. Fade away. I see you on the other side. Gonna meet you at the great divide. The legends call our names. They say they see you on the other side. I see you on the other side. You know there's never time to say goodbye. These endings never change. I see you on the other side. No surrender, stranded in the open. Lay your life down, that's the fate we've chosen. Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deepest to die. It's to die. See you on the other side. I see you on the other side. Fade away, I feel. Close your eyes, breathing deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Water start to rise. Is it truth or lies? Break the ties that bind. Find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? We're playing with fire. Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour can't be tamed. I got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every tamed.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
I bring the heat. I bring the heat. nowhere to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
우리온 파이팅!
우리원 화이팅! 농심 화이팅!
동심 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the week. 2 best of 3s here for you, and I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here today as we are ready to delve into LCK 2026. And these 2 series look a little bit decided on paper. But, Wolf, I have something to tell you.
Yeah, please tell me.
I'm here today.
Oh, okay.
And that means...
I was pretty sure about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad that you figured it out now. That means that we should have at least 5 games. Valdez is the bringer of 4-0s.
Yes.
He is hosting today, so that may counteract things a little bit.
Broken potentially.
It might happen, but it does mean that we're more likely to have more video games, which is exactly what we want. And a bit of an upset for the Bros could be a little bit of fun, as they are struggling a little bit after starting off the season in 5th place. They have dropped to 9th, and they would equalize things with DNS as far as match score is concerned with a loss here.
There's some movement potentially for Hanjin, though, because if they end up winning today over Nongshim, they'll actually jump up to 2 and 4. And if KRX, KRX end up losing to T1, which is the expected result, Bro could actually end up
We could
being
have a
higher
three-way
spot.
tie.
Yeah, potentially.
Pretty crazy. The end of the week, equalizing something like that. Actually, no, 3-way tie is impossible. KRX will be behind BNK KRX, but the Bros could certainly tie it. But they're on a 12-match losing streak against Nongshim, and the last time they did it was with Umpty.
Yeah, he's here today, actually,
He
as well.
is.
And it's actually kind of a difficult stat to believe with the ups and downs of Nongshim, to be honest. A lot of the stats we've had this year were like, oh yeah, of course, the Northern Front, you know, it can never be conquered by D+. Broken, by the way.
Yep.
Some of the streaks we've had this year, a lot of them have actually been broken, and we've had a lot of upsets. So I wouldn't be shocked if Bro are another one in that long list of streak breakers and kind of upsets that we've had here in 2026. I predicted Nongshim, but at the end of the day, I think we've seen a lot of craziness. Obviously, KRX was able to beat Nongshim in an upset win very recently, so anything can happen.
Yeah, it absolutely could. That being said, your predictions are pretty powerful this week. If I'm
8 out of 10 so far. If
oh my
Nongshim
goodness.
and T1 win, we're to the expected results. I'll have the perfect 10 out of 10 week.
Oh my, that does not happen very often when Chronicle isn't working here.
I know, I've got my Mao House portrait hanging on my wall in my room, and I do kneel to it to try to improve my prediction rate every morning, and I look at it and I do one of Mao's signature faces, and then I very loudly say, I wish also to flash over the wall! and then
you flash over to work.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you do. Oh, beautiful.
Flash right out the door perfectly, right on the exact frame that gets me to land on my scooter to go straight to work, yeah.
By the way, do you think that she's got the right Nexus? Because it's like Teddy is like a Space Marine Nexus.
I saw that,
but
yeah.
it looks a little bit more Protoss rather than Summer's Rift.
Yeah, I think maybe there's some, like a double meaning potentially going on there. I did see that sign earlier.
There are 2 Nexuses, and it did say Teddy Nexus, but the question is which Nexus? Because of course, the starting building of the Protoss is also a Nexus.
Yes, there's also like other Nexi in other universes.
Oh, that's true. Which
Are we doing the
universe is
ceremony
Teddy
early?
from? Oh my goodness.
No.
All right, casting. Let's calm down. Let's win the series first, and then start celebrating, as he has to get through this guy right here, Kingen. Having a pretty decent time on Summoner's Rift more recently, although I do think that Scout and Sponge are kind of stealing the show over at Nongshim. I think Lehen certainly at the beginning of the season really was the front runner for like MVP of Nongshim.
After having a rough LCK Cup.
Absolutely.
And Kespa Cup as well, so his turnaround was huge, but had a little bit of a fall off in that loss to Kiwum DRX, but I think Nongshim are still definitely the favorites here. It was a bit of a glow up for Kiwum in that series to me, more than it was a failing of Nongshim. Looked like they were firing on all cylinders with Lazy Peel. That was the Lazy Peel day where you're like, okay, there's proof of concept here. We're finally seeing this work. Did not work in their last matchup, but might work against T1 tonight. Again, the underdogs in that series, but enough about that. We'll focus on this one first.
Yep.
I think that if you're going to win through anywhere between these two, it's going to be the bottom side for Hanjin. Like, if you're going to beat anyone on Nongshim, it's going to be in the 2v2 matchup. Maybe Lehens has a rough day. Maybe you give him a matchup, that's kind of a trap where he ends up playing an aggressive pick that fails. You play more defensively there in the lane. Taven gets punished. Teddy gets ahead. He scales up. You play through Teddy late game. Because Brion's late game has actually been pretty good. We've had a few of the games where they're down like 5,000 gold and they still end up winning a team fight or getting an objective or getting a pick in the side lane. And you're like, okay, there's still something here. If maybe they weren't 5,000 gold ahead, there's actually a late game win con, and Teddy's obviously a great late game player. Against KT, they didn't really put up a fight, but besides that series, they've had a few. I mean, even their opening series against HLE, they were punching back a little bit. So I think if you just scale with Teddy, play through bottom lane, who cares about casting? Just put him on Scion or something.
Yeah. We'll see what they're actually going to do there. Nullifying Kingen, I think, would be a good idea. But this is a bit of a must-win for Nongshim as well. Their upcoming series are not exactly a whole lot of fun, as HLE, Genji, and T1, I believe, are all lined up towards the end of the round robin, so it does not get easier from here. And I think it's really unfortunate for Nongshim, especially, to be facing HLE now rather than earlier on in the season.
Yeah.
It does seem like they are getting themselves together, being able to take down some of the big dogs, as we did see in our Saturday Showdown yesterday. So a little bit of a rough run for Nongshim coming up. They're going to have to really make sure they look clean up against Hanjin here today for our first game of the series. But here we go into draft, and let's see whether this is going to be tidy as well, because I have to say, I had some words for the drafting yesterday, and I'm very much hoping that we don't have any more weird experiments where we leave up things like Karma and Rumble together and all sorts of strange stuff like that.
Poor Quantum, man. They did him dirty.
Yeah, it's a little bit of it's a rough scenario, and sometimes
Nongshim,
you do need to take risks, but they're not the risks that you should be taking.
Nongshim do end up banning the Karma themselves here with first pick.
And Rumble is banned as well. Man, it's that easy.
Yeah. Now we just need to see a Pantheon ban. Varus is also gone.
Yep.
And then all right, we're down for some clean League of Legends here. I'm ready for some Rise picks. Okay, I'm ready for a little bit of, a Jace blind, Gnar blind in my LCK, yeah.
Well, the Orianna are going to be taken away.
Little
mind it.
Xin Zhao Jarvan handshake.
I was thinking the Jarvan could be a ban, though, because Sponge has been so good at that champion.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
taking away early impact from Sponge, I think, is a really good way to attack Nongshim. But
Another
we'll see whether
thing
they decide to do it.
They could do is to ban the Azir, because Scout has been really good Azir, but they do, exactly as you say, take the Jarvan away. And Kingan's like, what are you playing? I'm playing Sponge. Which AD carry? There's a lot, or sorry, which jungler? There's a lot of junglers that are high prio right now in first game and best 3 of Fearless.
Yep. I wouldn't mind just as Zin's our first pick, and there it is.
Like, daring, aren't we?
Whoa. You're out there, dude. Can't believe you picked up the Xin Zhao.
Such a hipster.
All right, well, let's see whether an answered jungler... imagine if he was so bold as to pick Vi.
That would be insane.
You imagine a world where something like that would be picked?
Or
Nocturne?
Nocturne.
That's absurd.
Well,
it hadn't even entered my mind.
There is no Orianna, but Nocturne works well with a lot of other picks right now. Nocturne feels a little bit less likely with the Nico.
Shout out to Wadid, Nico Ezreal. It's locked in right now.
Yeah, probably just is Nico Ezreal locked in right now. There's no reason to get a jungle.
Oh, gorgeous. What an incredible bottom lane.
I mean, it's just so
Teddy
good lane.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Teddy's a great Ezreal player.
It does mean that you get Yunara Lulu'd.
Yeah, that's
and it's Lulu plus Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
So this is... we were being a little facetious when we said that the Ezreal Nico is fantastic. It's good.
It's good when you have like a Bard ban, and also like there's no Yunara angle, there's no like Ashe Seraphine angle. All of those were available, by the way. But it's a safe Ezreal pick. And
I do have to say,
it has a range support with it.
Yeah, on top of everything, Lehens is a phenomenal Lulu player. So this is just, it's a real rough time. I think Nocturne really does help out Nico especially. I think that Pop Blossom flanks can be much more consistent when you can just turn the lights off. So maybe some opportunities for Namgung to make things happen.
My biggest concern when I see a Nocturne pick is that they won't have strong side lane to utilize it, because obviously it can do it very well in team fights, especially if it has something to empower it, like in Orianna. It empowers the Orianna truly, but Lulu, that can empower it if it goes in. It can be a knock-up tool, but we need to see something strong in either either Loking or Casting's court here for them to be able to set up side lane power and play through it, because then he can out-rotate the Xin Zhao. The Rise is taken away, so that's one of those strong side lane picks. The Azir is also gone, banned by Hanjin and Brionne themselves, so I also just don't necessarily trust either of these solo laners to be strong in a side lane, even if they have a strong pick, but we'll see what they do end up getting here. I like what you're saying, though, about turning the lights off, making it harder to counterplay the Nico.
Yep. I also wouldn't mind Hanjin and Brionne just saying, I don't really want to team fight into this composition. Let's play a TF draft or something weird like that.
Yeah, I would love that, because that's also quite simple to play.
Yeah.
You know, to play well macro-wise, I think, is a little bit trickier, but I think Bro actually has it in them. I think they do macro quite well, especially this season.
Yep. And
Danny's a great ban.
When you're staring down the barrel of a Xin Zhao Lulu, which just really is already a pretty phenomenal team fighting core with Taeyeon on the Yunara that he has really liked over the last few weeks, I think that, yeah, just steering clear of the 5v5 sounds like a decent idea. K'Sante going to be taken away, though, and that might mean that we're looking at, what are we looking at the top lane if they're banning K'Sante?
Jace angle potentially here for Hanjin. Aurora was the next one on the list here in terms of mid lane.
Aurora Nocturne, pretty strong.
We could see something like a Galio here for Scout, or just fight fire with fire. You know, why not?
Yeah, it's a decent way to do it as well.
He got pretty owned by a LeBlanc. It was Closer's LeBlanc earlier this season, but it was a different matchup. There's the Jace I was alluding to.
And I feel like this kind of plays into Hanjin Brionne's hands, right? They've already got the Nocturne. Playing through a Yorick side lane actually sounds like a decent win condition, and now you've got a pretty good lane to put it in as well.
I don't really feel like this Nongshim draft rounded out well for me. I would have liked to have a little bit of a stronger front line and maybe more of a neutralizing pick.
Obviously Yasuo was the choice. I'm so
Those shock
silly.
blasts for you.
It's the same theory. I mean, we all know that Yasuo is going to sit in the side lane, but he doesn't have a maiden. And if you don't want to be maidenless, you have to pick Yorick. That is just how it goes.
I didn't like the Nocturne at first.
Oh, no!
Still fine, though.
I mean, it's good in the matchup.
It's
but
what
it means they're opting into team fights, and I don't know whether you want to do that.
It's kind of what I wanted for this draft for Hanjin before I saw the Nocturne pick. A little bit less interested in it now, but had they gone for the Yorick, I would have loved Hanjin's draft way more because they have side lane power. With both of their solo lane champions, they have the Nocturne to back it up. They have scaling with Teddy here on this Ezreal. It's one of his best picks. And there's no front line for Nongshim Red Force. So would have felt like the Scion just kind of allows you to play team fights the way you want. The Nocturne allows you to play team fights the way you want. Now you can play through the Scion a little bit, play a little bit slower, but it opens up a lot of flank angles for Scout. And I also think LeBlanc is very specifically good into Nico, because if a Nico is trying to flank and Scout finds her, she dies.
Yeah.
Nice flank. Oh, you're going to solo ult me and then die because you can't do anything else. I outpace you, I out-rotate you, and it's really difficult for the Nico to set up fights, especially from behind.
Well, let's see what they are going to be able to do here. I think the Scion is a good matchup into the Jace. We're not going to debate that one. Just feel like the Yorick might have been, like you say, a little bit of a better pick into the draft. That being said, I mean, I was talking about it like the team fighting core of Xin, Yunara, Lulu, and then with some more team fighting alongside it, Jason LeBlanc isn't that necessarily. So maybe the team fights could go Hanjin's way if they play it out right, but we'll have to wait and see as we get onto the Rift for game one. All right, Noodle fans out in force here today, but obviously the bros have their own select amount of Giga Chads here in LoL Park.
Isn't it pretty interesting when you look at these comps? Like, on one hand, Nongshim have 3 damage threats. They have the LeBlanc, they have the Yunara, which does a lot of consistent damage, and then, you know, more bursts in the Jace.
Yeah.
And then Bro have Ezreal, which is not going to be hitting any tanks here, can actually really do quite a bit of burst himself into the squishy composition here of Nongshim. And then the burst damage of the Aurora, they have a strong front line to back it up. It feels like if Nongshim find themselves falling behind, only Taeyun can actually kill casting, realistically, in most situations. And if he gets killed for any reason, then LeBlanc and Jace are going to take a while to kill casting, and that really means that, you know, Bro will win most of those fights if that happens, if Taeyun dies. So Taeyun has a huge responsibility here in this game. But on the other side of things, there isn't a whole lot of ways to kill Taeyun. Like, the CC here is like a fear from the Nocturne, a charged Q, maybe a Scion ult hits. It's all kind of situational. There's no point and click. There's no Pantheon here. You know, Taeyun has a lot of ability to, if he positions well, you know, is utilizing his ultimate and his dash as well, be difficult to lock down. Plus he has a Lulu who will, you imagine, build Mikhail's in this game eventually, so...
Oh yeah.
Probably necessarily need to build
very
it
early.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to build it early, I think, with the CC here, but, you know, probably will, because that's how LCK teams roll most of the time, because it's the safest way.
I mean, a straight Nico snare and, you know, the fear from a Nocturne, if he does get on top of the Yunara, could be worth cleansing.
He also, you know, took the barrier for the lane, so it doesn't have cleanse, so another reason to.
Yep. Well, good sidestep there on the Mystic shot. We do know that Teddy recently got into the Mad movie on his Ezreal as well.
Yeah.
So certainly has been working out pretty well as Keen. 3 wins in a row on this Scion, casting Doran and King and all having a pretty good game on it as well. 2 of those players being here right now. So this could be a sign of good things for the bros.
Half of Genji's wins right now.
Yeah.
Crazy to think. As Teddy and Taeyun are dueling here with the Lulu having a little bit of extra damage. Gideon's coming down early, but he will be matched by Sponge. Do not think this favors Gideon.
Yeah. Double buffs on both of these junglers as Lehens manages to move up first. That is going to push Gideon out of the river and will need to head northward in order to grab a Rift Scuttler of his own. Will mean that he's away from this bottom lane. Will give some priority over to Nongshim. So good early start for Nongshim so far. But I don't know whether this is really the battleground we're looking to see the game decided on, right? I feel like mid-game is going to be a really important point. 2-item spike for the Ezreal, going to be what the bros are going to be playing around. And then getting themselves to a point where they can actually compete for damage is going to be really important against, you know, more damage coming out of Nongshim towards the top side of the map, as well as this LeBlanc. If Scout's able to get things done early, could be really problematic here for the bros.
Casting, trying to trade back as well as he can. The early Scion levels can be a little bit tricky, but he's doing a decent job here. Finds himself at a small deficit. Scout's being very annoying here in the mid lane. It's an electrocute matchup where your trade patterns are what define how much damage you can get done.
Yep.
And you also have to manage using your abilities to clear waves. So it's actually a really fun matchup to watch. But we're going to stop watching.
Yeah, no, we're watching the top lane, Wolf. What are you talking about? This is where the real action happens. Okay? This is good, honest laning.
Yeah,
good,
watching
honest damage taking.
Scion versus Jace sometimes is like watching if the Jace gets too greedy. The Scion is always waiting for his moment. He might step one step too far. I might get him Roar the Slayer, and then, oh, baby. My level 6 is ready. He's in trouble.
Yeah, sometimes it never actually
sometimes
happens.
It's like, you know, it's a classic, you know, it's Khan's Jace, and you never touch him one time. You're like, I guess I can't get grasp stacks this game. I'm not even going to get a single one.
Well, right now, that is kind of what casting's life is about. Let's hope that he can actually get a grasp stack or two as this game goes on. As Taeyeon rushing over towards Namgung here. Not too much actually happening, though, as far as the bottom side. Feeling a very Bro and Brew-esque right now.
Looks like Scout got a very aggressive trade with level 6 and denied a bunch of farm from Loki, who didn't have teleport, just looking at the minimap there. So now he gets the free back here and is up 7 CS, picks up a nice gold lead there. Kind of happened off camera, but you can see Scout's ult is on cooldown, so looks like he made an aggressive play there with a slight experience lead. Small moves like that can be how you end up generating a pretty nice early game lead here in the mid lane.
Indeed. Now charging up that Mimic once again. Of course, you can just kind of spam it. But Loki, now with level 6 of his own, we'll see whether he does go between the worlds. And I think the important thing is Gideon, level 5 right now, looking for an angle towards Scout as Loki wants to get enough damage down, but Dustbringer not even going to connect. They see Sponge on this ward. He's not going to start off the... Oh, he actually is going to start off the Dragon right now.
Yeah, with the back off of Gideon, and I think they saw... It's hard to say, but I think they saw he was going topside. They had that ward in his bottom side jungle and knew the angle he took, so I think they know he's pathing top. So feel good about doing this. Kingen should be aware of this, though, as Loki gets...
Yeah, great chain. So Loki taking a fair bit of damage
How is Kingen not aware if they start Dragon that Gideon is up here?
Oh, there's the unstoppable onslaught. Kingen does have to go southward, flashes over the wall. And Gideon not going to follow. They'll just accept the flash and move on with their lives. That is going to be the Dragon secured by Nongshim, though, as a result. Next one going to be a Cloud. And Orcs not working today, so let's hope that he's at home paying attention so we don't get any more of these pesky Chemtech souls that we've been getting quite a lot of this week.
He has had a few good months, you know, here and there, but
I think week 1 and 2 were really positive.
Yeah, I wouldn't say this week was his best work yet, but... It's a pretty big win to get the flash out of the Jace, because Jace is very gankable, especially now that Gideon has level 6. So we'll see if he can play around that top side now, as Kingen wants to generate as much pressure as possible. Now has Sponge on the top side, so can continue to be aggressive as casting us back.
These Blooming Bursts are actually really hurting towards Taeyeon. Now I'm running out of mana, though. He's actually looking for a little bit of a back angle as Teddy pulls the wave. Doesn't really find too much of a great trade there as he loses half of his health bar, but he's still ahead in farm by about 3. And they will look for the reset now. Scout moving on over as Loki had wandered his way back to lane. And so everything's sort of quiet on Summoner's Rift right now. We do have Nongshim with a slight gold lead as well as that Dragon, so you could say that technically they're in the lead.
Yeah.
Doesn't really feel like anyone's made real headway in this game.
Real close game, like you're saying. And for Bro, that's a great sign. Like we've talked about before, their late game seems to be their best point. And to be able to be stable to this LeBlanc composition early into the Jace pressure on the top side, sure, that's where the biggest gold holes are. But, you know, it's Teddy's, he's scaling.
Yep.
600 gold. It's not crazy. It's playable.
He's got his glowing moat.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. No worries. Also, they are off a reset, so I imagine that as they do bounce things back, they will be able to even out the money. Scout will be bouncing back towards his distortion as Loki just secures the wave. We'll be able to back away. Sponge is just kind of taking everything that he wants, though. We're going to see Casting moving down, looking to try and block Sponge's approach. As Namgung was moving on in, dressed as the jungler, but you can see Gideon now level 7, wants to be able to use that paranoia effectively. I wonder what his window is going to be.
Yeah, he really hasn't been able to find one just yet, and obviously doesn't have a kill.
Oh, it's Jace.
Well, I mean, it's the best one. He doesn't have flash, but he is just going to do these grubs. And he wants to get, obviously, Ultimate Hunter online if he can.
Yeah.
But it's Gideon, so grubs take priority for now.
Gotta get the Gideon grub.
But eventually, maybe there is an angle up there. Kingan's actually going to back with TP. If he TPs back in at the worst possible time, maybe there's an angle there, but I don't think we are going to see that commitment to the dive with the Scion and ult in hand. I say it. He's being indecisive, however.
Yeah, they're going to look for the angle here as he does zone away the Jace with his ultimate, and that is first blood going over to the bros. Gideon collects it, and that is Ultimate Hunter stack, and also a great start here for Hanjin.
Yeah, I guess the delayed gank is the scariest.
Oh,
although I
yeah.
don't know if Kingan really could have done much there. Didn't have his flash available. Scout is really being aggressive in this lane, but it hasn't actually led to a kill or anything like that. Just passive gold lead as an ult now here.
Doing the best he can to try and stop this dive, and it's a 1-for-1 underneath this turret. You definitely say that that's positive here for Hanjin Brion as the investment was there. Taeyun looking to go aggressive towards Teddy, who dashes forward with the ulti, but doesn't really find too much value. Barrier's still there, and flash for Teddy as well as the dust settles. And so he should be able to just be fine. Continue farming.
Kanavi 100% flash when comes lightning there. As Polymorph goes in first, it's actually a massive ultimate here from Namgung. Unreal, actually. Despite getting hit there initially, that was pretty incredible from him, saving the day and trading the kill back. Teddy picks up the kill on the side of Bro, but on the side of Nongshim, you know, it ends up going over the Xin Zhao. So, again, an even bigger win for Bro.
I'd say good value. 200 gold is now their advantage, but the big one is the fact that Teddy gets a bit of extra money. Now Taeyun did manage to collect some plate money there towards the bottom side of the map. That is why you can see that slight gold advantage for the Yunara. And we know that Yunaras with gold leads are pretty scary prospects. Good chain connect here from Scout. As Loki taken down to about 50%. Auroras really have just kind of been punished in lane over the last little while.
It has been the case, and I think part of it is just the champion is a little bit more familiar than it was on release. It's been played in top lane a lot as well. People just really know the kit incredibly well, and you know, itemization hasn't changed too much, really. It's just, I think mastery has gone up of all the Aurora matchups.
Yep.
And LeBlanc is also just, when you have mastery of it, a champion that can win almost any lane. So Scout doing a great job of punishing here. Dragon is up, and Nongshim are in the vicinity with Sponge on the Gromp right now, with mid-prio to Scout as well. Obviously, top lane is just casting going into the enemy base, but he does have TP, so there could be a late contest because they don't have vision of him right now. They need to commit quickly, though, if they're going to start this one up. Otherwise, Kingan's going to show up. He's got his Ghost Blade.
Trisha Barrage not quite finding the angle here. As there's the Pop Blossom, connects onto two. Paranoia, and down goes Taeyun in the blink of an eye. Teddy now looking to follow up. Wind becomes lightning here as there's the Scion. Gets the damage down onto Sponge there at least, whose Crescent Guard is doing a fair bit of work. Flashes himself out of the way as Casting can tank the turret for about 1 billion years, and Loki just snipes the kill. And actually, no, it's Teddy that picks it up in the end. So the pros 4-1 now with a brilliant dive.
Yeah, that was that's the kind of play that makes me a believer. I'll be honest with you, Atlas. That was a big mistake from Taeyun, because Taeyun, he sees the true shot come out and he's like, oh, that's my angle. I'm all in. There's a Nico right there.
Yeah.
Got flash. There's a Nocturne. You're just gonna instantly die. If those two champions don't interact and you 1v1 Teddy, yeah, Teddy's in big trouble. But guess what? Your top laner does not have TP. Your mid laner does not have TP. You got to track those summoners. And even if like he dies and they both have TP, I think with the damage lost of the Yunara, they probably lose the exchange anyways. Maybe it's a little bit less of a winning one for Hanjin here, but Teddy's now almost 1,000 gold ahead. Picks up 3 kills.
Yeah, he's got his Trinity Force now as well. And to add insult to injury, the amount of investment Nongshim had done towards that bottom side of the map, like they had vision all over the place, and Hanjin just kind of walked all over it and still managed to win out on the fight, even if they had a information disadvantage. Nongshim continuing to lay down these wards. You can see Lehen's putting as much vision down there as possible, as Loki is the one down here looking to try and defend. This Dragon, though, is still pretty lonely as the bros move to close to 1,000 gold in the lead.
Namgung's like, I think he'll try it again. I'm gonna come over there. As yeah, the Dragon hasn't been finished just yet, only just now started by Sponge. This time, the teleport is available for Kingen.
Yep. Namgung. Oh, that's the real one as they get the knock-up onto the Xin Zhao. Wild Growth does come out and he gets the fadeaway dragon take, but there's the knock-up as casting will help lock him down. Drake secured for Nongshim, but a kill over to the Bros.
I mean, there is just a huge communication problem happening within Nongshim right now. Remember the first time when Kingen lost his flash, right? Obviously, Sponge is like, yep, okay, I saw Gideon go topside. He starts the dragon as we're going to have casting try some silly moves here. That'll be the end of it. But he loses his flash because no one tells him Gideon's going top. And then we have that Taeyun play where there's no communication that his solo laners don't have teleport. And then here it's like, look at Kingen. He's still not coming. If you want to show up as Jace in this team fight, you need to be leaving like yesterday, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And Namgung gets in here. It's just a solo ultimate, but they decide, okay, we'll focus the jungler down. Ends up getting the smite anyways, but now the Jace shows up so late here, and everything is thrown into Sponge. So, you know, there's no way to turn this fight around anymore. You're not going to see a Yunara ult. You're not going to see Taeyun popping off with the wild growth here. And Kingen yet still teleports, right? And doesn't end up changing that fight. If he's going to push hard on top side and they give up the dragon, then I'm like, sure, you know, you can hesitate there. But I just feel like Nongshim are not all on the same page of what they're trying to do on some of these early scraps.
Yeah, it's almost like they are underestimating the power of Hanj and Brion here today. And let's see whether the Bros can capitalize on it. Some crystalline overgrowth there being eaten by Scout. Obviously not out of it yet. Double Dragon is going to be important as Taeyun going aggressive towards Namgung, who, yeah, does have to dash cannon away and almost just straight up dies. Teddy moves over and will be able to defend this turret, but I think Namgung's just needing to go back and get some treatment in the fountain.
Sponge here going to once again start the objective. A lot of tools back online. In fact, all of them for Bro. They have every ult in their war chest here.
Ooh, Teddy able to Arcane Shift away, but Taeyun is getting scary. Kraken Slayer online as well as his Cull cashed in.
And with Wild Growth available here, you do not want to try to win those exchanges. But they bought some time here. The question is, what does that mean as Loki is going to try to sneak through here? There is control vision on that ward.
Yeah, all they need is a little bit of vision as there's the Paranoia. Pop Blossom comes in, connects onto Taeyun, and down goes the Yunara. Namgung actually able to survive as well for such a long time, but Teddy's down. It's just whether that matters as the Jace is taken out. Casting's at full health. This Scion is an absolute behemoth in this game, and it's a triple for Loki in the end.
It's what I went back to when we started this game post-draft, is like, if you kill Taeyun instantly, no one's killing the Scion, especially here at 16 minutes.
Not Scout. He decided he didn't even want to go. He was just, no. And just like, teleport ain't it.
I don't know what to say, except that some of these moves here for Bro have been predictable, but they're still well coordinated and still well executed, and Nongshim are just kind of falling over like a house of cards in this one. There's no front line here. Look at this setup. Both the Nico and the Nocturne are just completely linked while Loki is there to make sure he isn't even really needed, but his ultimate still does a ton of work. Kingen's now isolated as casting locks him in here, and Lens is like, well, I pressed R, that's all I can do. He also had the polymorph, but does not prevent the ult from coming through from Namgung, so he ended up polymorphing and basically wasting it as the cast had already been done.
And casting when he teleports in has approximately 16 billion health. So it's just really, really hard to get through this Scion, who's putting himself in phenomenal positions to just cause a ruckus in the front line. It's what we were kind of hoping to see, but I was a little bit worried that the Bros weren't going to be able to get their ducks in a row in order to capitalize effectively. They absolutely have been able to maximize their damage. They've got a 2,000 gold lead that puts extra money in the coffers and allows them to actually reach that damage threshold without having a damage dealer on the top side of the map.
Bro are legit good. I actually think they've been super underestimated this tournament. I think the level of the LCK right now is really high. And also we have a lot more league parity than we normally do, especially in the spring. It's not spring season, but we are in the early parts of the LCK here in April now with our new format. And it does feel like in early days, Bro has been quite good. And Teddy has almost completed his transformation here at 18 minutes. He is really soaring towards that 2-item spike. Yeah. Significantly ahead of his opposition here. And Scout generated a nice lead early, has a lot of extra farm because he hasn't been showing up to team fights, but that doesn't necessarily help you win games. You know, he is eventually going to actually have to start threatening Namgung, who isn't flanking, by the way. He's just going straight through the center and finding these crazy angles.
And it's kind of nuts that Scout is actually still ahead in gold. He does have a 30 CS lead. But he's also just been taking down turrets.
Yeah, I think a lot of plate gold as well.
Yeah, got first turret blood as well as grabbing all the plates. So that is a large reason why he still has that advantage. But the fact that Loki was the one delivered those kills means that he does still remain within touching distance as far as that money is concerned.
I think there's a certain
Oh, it's
way you
another
could,
one.
yeah, there's a way you could look at this as they are going to get this inner here first. For a scout where it's like, okay, hold on guys, I'm going to scale, I'm going to get a ton of damage, I'm going to explode in the mid game. I just don't think that's how you want to play this comp. I think you need to be killing the enemy champions to win fights, not to get gold. Getting gold but not winning the fights isn't necessarily going to snowball this LeBlanc into a win con here, especially with Bro picking up this third dragon, which is arguably of the three the most valuable individual.
Oh yeah,
in the Infernal. So Scout is he's chovying. He's old chovying.
Yeah. He's most certainly taking the structures down. It's just whether that's actually all that meaningful. That's the real question.
It might be later, but for now, I mean, it gives him a 700 gold lead, but if he never touches the enemy champions, I don't know what that really means.
This is the thing. It kind of feels like a Band-Aid approach.
Yeah, show the damage to champions. That's what I want to see now from Scout.
Yeah, Scout not exactly doing the most, although did do a lot of poking and prodding in the early game, and he's now 40 CS in the lead. So Loki is falling behind in that regard. And you can see 600 gold is going to be the lead as far as money. Still, Nongshim struggling a little bit to find these team fights that we're looking for. And I think they'll need Scout, especially when it's the jostling for position phase of the fights, right?
Yeah.
Scout does need to be there early. He shouldn't be, sitting there in side lanes. They should be rotating towards him so that he can slink off into the darkness and help them actually gain setup around a lot of these objectives.
If Scout pops off in the first fight he joins, then this can all be worth it. Like, he's got his Shadow Flame. And
yeah, he's scary.
Unfortunately, there's no Dragon for him to utilize this 2-item spike for, so it probably won't even matter. But if he can kill somebody right now, then it's great. Like, you got so much value out of that extra second item that you got so early. If he doesn't and he joins a fight and loses the fight, all the work he did means nothing. And all the lost fights and lost skirmishes to Bro that he wasn't there for mean that maybe it wasn't the right choice. But it's been a bit of an awkward game here where Taeyun's been behind the 8 ball for quite a bit of it since the third kill came through there from Teddy. And so this composition really struggles to cut through the Scion. Eventually, though, if Taeyun positions well, gets his third item, the Scion won't last that long, especially with the itemization here.
I'm looking for a little bit of an angle towards Scout, as Loki is going to find his old lane opponent once again here in this top lane. There's only a couple of plates remaining in that top lane outer turret, but I don't think Anjum and Brian are going to be able to get there, as Scout does have pretty good wave clear now that these first couple of items have been put together. 2 items in for the Scion as well, and I think the Bros probably want to start a fight, and that's why we're getting this teleport in from casting. Paranoia goes down as there's the Wild Growth. Dash out here from Taeyun to keep himself alive. And Sponge is now the one that they're going to turn their attention to. Pop Blossom is going to connect, and it clips Lehens as well, who has to flash away. The Pros get the jungler, and that is what they're looking for. But this time, Scout has decided that he wants to teleport in. Taeyun going to be avoiding the Q out of casting, who doesn't have his ulti anymore, but
all right,
they only just barely take his shield down.
Yeah.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, Taeyun's alive, and they can't hurt him.
Yeah.
Scout also.
Though, Scout going to get discovered by Gideon and Loki, or is it the other way around? As Namgung, he's certainly a target they can kill, but not by Kingin, who is just going to die. Casting walks up towards Taeyun, and Namgung's able to dash cannon away. It's a double for Teddy, as fighting on 2 fronts is not exactly what Nongshim wanted to do.
Can you say GG, Teddy?
Oh dear, GG Teddy, as he does manage to barrier in time, but the last Q is going to land, and Scout will at least deny the Baron.
That saves the Baron, and finally Scout gets one, but had he not done that, okay, look at the mini-map. Okay, look at where Scout is while all this is happening. Look at all the wards he could TP to, by the way. Just saying, a lot of wards he could TP to, could be TPing right now, could be coming in on a flank angle behind Teddy right now, could still be coming, could still be going, could still be flanking Teddy. And now he's like, you know what, I'm going to flank my team. I had to finish the wave, yep, and I'm here. They're still there, right? Don't worry, I'm like 900 gold ahead because I've been on the side. I'm going to use my money. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about here with Nongshim on the map. And then on this flank angle, he cannot actually even really get access to Loki. He ends up losing out here.
And they see Lehens, and immediately the Bros are like, well, it's 2v3, let's kill them.
Yeah. And Teddy just starts going in on the Kingin, and then Taeyun gets pushed back here. And Scout, he didn't really have an angle there. Unfortunately, it's just 1v2, and by the time Lehens gets there, the fight is lost. But You got to be, if you see that flank, yes, run away with your champions in the mid lane, but use your teleport, you know? Flank, you could have gotten behind Teddy there, and that would have been a game-changing angle. It's still, he got that kill onto Teddy in the end and denied the Baron.
Damn,
but
that is a lot of healing and shielding.
Yeah, he is.
For the Lulu.
He's really pressing the buttons. He wishes it was Chemtech Soul.
Indeed. I mean, I don't know. I do want to be critical in Nongshim, but I think first, I need to commend Bro for how they're navigating these fights as the Unstoppable Onslaught is going to connect onto Sponge. He takes a lot of damage. This time there is a LeBlanc on the flank angle as in goes Loki. Does get a lot of damage down, and there goes the bottom lane in the blink of an eye. Sponge continuing to try and fight this one, but he goes headfirst into a Mystic shot, and the Bros are just going to carry that forward towards taking this second dragon.
I think they are poised to take this first game.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, Dragon does get smote here by Gideon. Turret will go down in the interim, but Bro are in such a good spot in this game.
They are just team fighting so well.
And it's because they keep team fighting in 5v4s or 5v3s.
But they are the ones orchestrating it as well. We do have to give them credit for that.
I know, I think they're just like, it doesn't seem like they are showing up, so I guess we'll kill them.
Yeah.
Like, again, here, Jace is not here. And so they're like, all right, let's go in, try to break through the center. Jungle gets caught first. The follow-up here from the Nocturnal. By the way, Nocturnal's so patient. This is the Nocturne Aurora combo we've talked about so much. You pointed out in the draft. So incredibly oppressive. Jace still didn't come, by the way. Like, yeah, I figured he wouldn't come. He's
I mean, it's so hard. When Paranoia is used, you don't know where you want to be, right? Unless you're like hyper-coordinated.
It's just that Nongshim maybe can't predict that Bro are going to pull the trigger, because in the past, that's kind of been a thing Bro's had an aversion to, but you know, Nongshim have often been really late to respond. Like you said, once the fight's really going and the Nocturne is ulting, then Kingan's like, well, I don't know if I can really, it's too late for me. But that's kind of been the story for so many of these either not teleporting side laners or the ones who teleport in too late. It's just...
And I feel like this
not
is,
arriving.
Yeah, I feel like this is what Nongshim's sort of game plan was from the start. Was to, like, let's play for sides, let's just try to disengage when we can. The problem is they're sort of half doing it, and half just kind of dying
it's cool
where they stand. Because, like, you do need to give ground if that's what your play is going to be.
It's cool if Taeyun doesn't have any deaths, you know, and you're playing that way, and you're like, oh, he'll do a little bit of consistent damage later on. Our side laners are super far ahead. It'll be fine. Taeyun's 1-4 because they keep engaging on him and finding him. Because there isn't any peel, there isn't any front line, and the side laners are not protecting him. Lange is doing a great job. I think that's maybe what the observers were trying to show earlier. They're like, he's shielding. He's healing,
and
he's wild growthing. He's doing a lot, but it's not enough.
Well, Namgung going to be able to clear out this control vision towards the back of the Baron. Scout at least has a very cool hat now, which is going to mean that he'll be very scary.
Scout almost feels like he's got his items in like a collector's cabinet, you know? He doesn't really use them, but he's like, you know, I have a first edition Death Cap. Yeah, I'll never take it out of his sleeve.
Yeah, he's talking about like how good it is whilst just using like a beginner deck in the game. You know, it's like, no, but these cards aren't worth anything, so I'm happy to use these.
I'm more of a collector. I'm actually kind of a side lane. I like to kill I'm a minion killer, not a champion killer. That's what I do.
I'm more of a PvE player, as it turns out. I mean, I relate to that, Wolf. That's precisely me.
Yeah, when the coach said stay in the side lane in the draft, I took that to heart.
Well, I wonder whether that was what Dandy's advice was, because it does seem to be what at least Kingan and Scout have been trying to accomplish.
1-3-1 means you're never 5, right? Never 5.
Yeah. The thing is, like, LeBlanc can do some things.
I know. I like the LeBlanc pick into the Nico. I think it actually works here. You get past the Scion, right? You get on top of the Ezreal. It can do the things.
And it sort of, you can play this composition out a little bit like a poke comp, right? With, well, by a little bit, I mean a lot of it. Because LeBlanc is basically a poke champ. Like, you distort forwards, then you're in range to press your buttons, you distort back, that disengages, and you're absolutely fine.
Keep rocking Ludens as many times as you can.
Yeah. All right, there's an Unstoppable Onslaught making its way towards the mid lane. True Shot Barrage is going to connect onto Taeyun as Casting gets into position. The follow-up isn't necessarily there, though, as Scout moves on in. And Casting's health bar is now starting to go down. There's the flash forward from Namgung. They only find the Jace, who gets Wild Growth and then flashes away. But Loki finds the double! The bottom lane is just evaporated here. And the Bros will move over towards the Baron. Man, that was a gorgeous snipe from this Aurora.
Yeah, the Aurora down 1,600 gold. Not anymore! He's
cut that in half.
He's killing the champions. He's not really a kill the minions guy, actually. He likes to win the game. As Bro are going to take down this Baron, and here's a TP here from Scout, very late.
Yeah, King in over here as well, so Sponge does have the ability to get into this pit. Let's see whether he's actually going to go for it as these Bro health bars are going down lower. They're looking for the turn as they get onto Sponge, and he gets knocked up and just wiped out by Loki once again. Is that his 5th kill? My goodness, this Aurora's starting to get very fed. But Scout, oh dear. Teddy has to flash to get out of the way of the chains. And Bros, I think this Baron might be a bridge too far. The paranoia does come in as they look to take down the Nocturne. He goes into the GA as Teddy over the back of this pit is going to be able to secure them the Baron. Kingin now going to the skies as it was a decent spell shield there as Loki comes back with full health, and Scout seeing whether he can take down this Ezreal. He is going to be successful. Down goes Namgung as well, and I don't know whether that Baron was worth it there, Bros, as they move to a negative 2,000 Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, that looked like a bit of a bro with a W.
Yeah. Or a UH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so at first it looks like Taven's like, okay, I got true shotted by dodge casting. Watch this. Wait for it. Wait for it. He's like, I'm safe, I'm doing the damage. Now I'm good. Okay, I got out. We're fine now. And then Loki's like, hello?
Yeah.
You thought you were safe?
Oh,
see ya!
My God.
That was actually so insane, because you could tell the moment where Taven was like, okay, I did a lot of damage to casting, I got out. We win the fight now. And then Loki just said no. And then here, Bro pull off so early, the Baron resets up to like 12,000, almost 13,000 damage. And Scout is here with Wild Growth on the way, and these health bars are just too low. And Scout decides he hates 5v5s. He only likes 1v5s. That's the team fight he's been looking for. As all these health bars are low, he gets Gideon, which is massive, because now there's no smite here. And so they cannot burst the Baron down, and it gets really awkward. Ultimately, it eventually does go as he respawns. But Scout just cleans up house here, has the Wild Growth set up from Lehans as we're seeing an ult in the side lane.
Yep, it looks like Scout is now dead. Yep, sometimes that's what happens when you're in a side lane as well, as the Bros have decided to utilize their 2 Barons that they still have up and available. Haven't quite repaired this Baron power play just yet, though, as the Crystalline Overgrowth will be wiped out here by Kingin. So it's going to be a trade of inner turrets.
Kingin is like, just don't fight. I'm not TPing.
Yeah, play safe top lane, I think is what he's going to be saying here as he looks to try and trade inhibitor turrets as well.
If he could trade 1-for-1 inhibitor, that would be amazing, but we are going to see a true shot barrage. Okay, it didn't hit.
I think it was trying to hit there.
What about Nexus?
Wait, yeah. Unstoppable Onslaught goes in as Casting's health bar is massive, and they take down one Nexus turret. In goes Sponge now, does have that Crescent Guard, and that's going to help him stay alive for a little bit longer as Loki goes between the worlds. Kingin has teleported back as Tane's in so much trouble. Loki goes golden, and the paranoia comes in, and he blows him up! Oh my God! That was insane. It looks like the Bros are going to be pushed away, though, as Teddy, no Arcane. Oh, never mind, the Arcane just forward. That was insanity. The Q is going to connect there for the damage, as now Sponge is able to keep himself alive with the help of Lehans.
As
Casting takes so long to kill.
Scout's close to having TP, but otherwise there's no TP for King, and he just used it defensively, so they can't go down and take out that inhibitor right away or anything like this, but we're going way back on this one.
Yeah, we got a lot of replays to get
I
through,
think we
Wolf,
probably should skip this one, but ultimately, yes, they get the kill on the Scout. They have those Barons. They're going to push hard. Kingin comes in so late, and this is, I think, a great call from Bro, because they have the Scion ultimate, which is going to put a number on these turrets, also zone, and they have 2 cannon minions here, and they know that the MO for Nongshim has just been not showing up to team fights with the side laners. One of them is dead. The other one is, like, very late here, but he does show up in enough time.
How does he get this button off? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's actually kind of, it almost feels like something went wrong there. Like, that was hard to believe, but he does get off the weirding there, blows him up. Teddy goes for the all-in onto Kingin, but does not quite have the damage, which is a really sad thing here for the side of the Bros. But I don't think Bro are going to have, you know, when the dust settles, you're not going to have lost the game or anything like that. But they definitely lost a lot of their momentum, and Scout is continuing to get stronger.
Yep, they also didn't manage to pick up Soul Point as well. Nongshim does have that one. 2 minutes on the next Dragon here at the same time. So a bit of extra pressure here for Nongshim, especially with their propensity to play side lanes.
Hey, look at that! He did it.
He's done it.
He's done the damage to champions.
And like, this is why we were saying you should probably make your way in towards some of these fights, because when Scout is there, he is very, very frightening. So still, I think the Bros with a fair bit of control, but it's only 1,000 gold at 33.5 minutes into this game. 3. Did you see that? It was all
Yeah,
threes. That
yeah.
was,
That
glad we were looking at
wild.
the clock. That was fantastic. Sometimes it's just really rewarding.
You think it'll go to all fours?
Yeah, maybe it will.
Halfway there.
Yeah, from the point we were talking about, it would be about 11 minutes and 11 seconds as Kingen needs a wild growth in order to stay alive. Inner turret, though, is going to be going down here.
Bro, don't even have Baron. They just have a Nocturne pushing mid who could join at a moment's notice, and topside has super minions, so they group as 4. The 4-1 is incredibly strong. It's really difficult for Nongshim to defend this, and they ultimately do defend or stop the push, but like they are unable to defend their inner, so the gold goes back. A little bit of a swing into Bro. Gold matters very little, though, as we crest 34 minutes here for both of these teams. It's really going to be about these next objective fights where Nongshim can afford, if they think they can defend, to give Baron for Infernal Soul because it's the permanent buff. But the temporary buff of that Baron with the setup with the top wave pushing so far, I think is probably pretty appealing to Bro right now because they can likely end the game with it.
Yeah. Casting has like 5.5k health, 5.303. That is a large amount of health.
Yes.
Looking for item number 4 coming up pretty soon as well, and is halfway towards level 20.
He's also identified that Scout is the problem with his build.
Yes, indeed. Certainly prioritizing a bit of magic resist, but does still have a massive amount of armor.
Like, yeah, he's got a great build.
Yeah,
here.
he
It's
took
kinda
care
hybrid.
of Taeyoon first, and then he's like, hang on a second, we might need some MR. And does manage to put that together as well. Some Shock Blasts actually being thrown down now as Nongshim, we said this is where a lot of the power in their composition lies. And the Bros need to be the ones finding the engages very early on, before the poke comes in. You can see Teddy, yeah, it just costs him a third of his health bar just to look at Kingen right now. As True Shot Barrage is going to come on through. Kingen takes a fair bit of damage, but so does Taeyoon actually. As Scout gets into that back line, and there's the ulti forward from Casting. Taeyoon has popped his R button as well, though. And so the Bros can just back away, and they're winning.
Yeah, Taeyoon needs to be careful about Loki again, by the way. I've seen this movie before.
And now they need to try and fight for this dragon without the Yunara ultimate, which could be a whole lot more dangerous.
Ooh, big poke. That was a great shot from Kingen.
Yeah, able to find that one as Namgung looking for the angle. There's the Flag Pop Blossom, connects onto the bottom lane, and they're down before Lehens could even press Wild Growth. That's the secure on the dragon as well. Kingen the next to fall as he's down to the GA is Sponge in the dragon pit, just trying to sneak away because they want to kill Kingen first. And I think that may have been the death nail here for Nongshim as the Bros teleport into the base, Casting with half of his health bar as shield. What does he have, 10,000 health right now?
Yeah, it's it's pretty bonkers.
Yeah, that is really silly. Sponge is very dead. Teddy able to put him down to his GA.
Scout has his ult in 5 seconds. Let's see if he can make a miracle happen. I don't think so.
I don't know. I think it's going to take him
stay in the fountain.
It's going to take him about 40 seconds to even kill Casting. It'd be absurd. Okay, the Pros able to take game number 1 over Nongshim here with some fantastic team fighting and coordination in the mid game. Hanjin Breon really making Nongshim stand up and recognize, okay, you cannot take it easy in the LCK.
I do think that this team has been underestimated by a lot of people. They have, when they have drafts like this, you know, you're like, okay, Teddy scales, as long as we don't mess up the early game, we're going to be in a position to be able to fight. However, instead, with this Nocturne pick, they were incredibly proactive. They got ahead early, and that mistake in the bottom side of the map, you know, that where Teddy got those additional kills. I think he had 1 initially, then got 2 more there and ended up with 3 kills and got his Triforce. That was, you could see it in the gold graph, like that was the moment where it's like, uh-oh, I don't know, Teddy's kind of a problem. And then Kingen and Scout were just insistent upon not joining team fights, which in some regards makes sense because you're not going to cut through that Scion health bar that much, but maybe you could flank Teddy, maybe you get something done there. By the time Scout was big enough to affect team fights, their inhibitors were missing, you know, it was kind of a problem.
It was really beautifully played by the Bros. I think that Nongshim had a game plan and it didn't quite work out necessarily. We saw a bit of a hint of it, you know, when those shock blasts were really starting to hurt in the late stages of the game. But the game was over then. We're not going to see any of these picks anymore. It's time for us to take a break. When we come back, the space will break it down. Then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
살짝 위.
오케이. 유나라 노공. 용 들어가자.
빨리지 마.
야, 유나라 공 빼고 하자. 유나라 공 빼고.
여블라 일단.
이번 미드 지르는 건데?
나 꼴수 있어. 유나라 보자.
누구인데? 야, 이 글 쓰는 거 뭐야 이거?
볼게. 나 궁대. 빠르네.
나 이빠졌어. 야, 우리가 유리해. 얘네가 급한 거야. 천천히 해.
야, 탑을 보면서 얘들아.
유나라 노공이야. 야, 이번에 끌게. 니코 가봐.
나 문신.
이번에 풀금 되나?
갈게.
가자.
누나 볼게.
야, 잡아.
이제 지켜. 용.
제이스. 제이스 와줘.
마무리하자 이거.
해볼게.
제이스 와. 제이스 와.
페이스 노플. 좀 불쌍하 나못 따라가.
끝내자.
So young, so free. Ain't nothing got a hold on me. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away.
chance to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1. I am Valdez with Wadid and Umti today, and that one was actually a Bro win. Hanjin Bro picking up the first game win here up against Nongshim. Not exactly what we expected. We got a lot to talk about, so I'm going to hand it over to our analysts who are going to describe pretty much everything that happened in this game, starting with the draft.
Such a blessing day to have a green jacket, and I think it kind of started from the draft. I'm not going to talk about Ezra and Nico this time around. I think that was Jace that the issue begins with the Nongshim, because I feel like whenever you saw Ezra, Nico, and Nocturne specifically, I think you didn't really have to pick Jace on it, and I think them having a Sion had such a clean plan to have a draft only in this, and I feel like it kind of started from the Nocturne plays, and I didn't feel really great about it because in game Nocturne tried to gank at level 5 on the mid lane, and that didn't help a lot for his jungle pathing.
Yeah, I think Nocturne just wanted to go to the crab side, but he saw the mid lane was gonna be quite uncomfortable, so he was trying to help it. But you know, Nocturne couldn't help it, but Loki actually like just tried to be like get a brace and just go forward. And the next time he just went top again and then tried to make the Jace's flash down. Probably it connects to the next ulti kill there.
He couldn't really get the kills here, but this is not the main point of the Nocturne, right?
Yep.
After level 6, them having a Nico Nocturne on the bot lane managed to have some insane moment here. Great combo from Gideon and Namgung. I think that was the reason why they tried to have the Nocturne Nico together, and also Sion on top of it. You're playing against Jace, but it doesn't matter as long as you join the fight, and it was such a great early lead from Hanjin Brion here.
Yeah, I think Hanjin Brion moved the map really heavily, but that actually made Nongshim really hard in this game today.
Yeah, it really did. And, you know, shout out to Bro for doing a lot there in the early game. And also, when we do get into highlight number 2, which was on the Herald, we did see that once again, Nongshim not really totally set up for this fight, and Taeyeon, without his flash, kind of gets caught out once again here.
I'm actually curious about what Nongshim is thinking right now here, because their comp is not the comp wanna just 5-5 here. So right now, Bruin is so happy to engage like this because they are hitting it there and then they are like grouping as a ball. And the comp looks can't fight. It's like not contestable at all.
I mean, I'm kind of confused what Nongshim was thinking right there. Like, I agree with you, Omti, because they're just running out, and them not having a correct plan is like something that we didn't really see it from Nongshim, because they're known as one of the good macro team in LCK, and now they're completely lost on that situation specifically. And I think like they had such a great comp coming into the mid game around, but I think it was not the correct play that they have to make.
Yeah, especially when you're playing into Nico and Nocturne together, it's so difficult to really understand exactly where they're all coming from. So you really need to kind of check all the boxes, cross all your T's, dot all your I's, and make sure you have a good sense of where everybody is. Whereas Nongshim just kind of sent it, and they're like, yeah, we win these. Like, we're going to win. Our AD carry doesn't have flash. It's fine. But yeah, they got pretty far behind, and then eventually it led to a later fight on the Dragon.
I mean, I think, yeah, they had some lowlights between these plays, but I think after them having a correct position, Namgung especially, he made the insane plays over and over again. And at the end, even though Nongshim had such a great team fight before this, they already used so many things before, and them having a correct setup. And I could hear from them as well, like them having a correct target to go on, and it was such a great to see, like finally Hanjin Brion working out as a team.
It was very impressive to see that Hanjin Brion, like especially Namgung, was actually like pinging his flash, even though the game was like could be losing at when they were attacking the Nexus, but he was pinging his flash for 50 seconds, and it seems like his confidence is there. You know, this next flash ulti, I'm gonna dominate the team fight, and then he actually does. So I was quite impressive to him.
Yeah, I mean, Namgung was really kind of the highlight player. It felt like the Nico was just a huge bane for all of Nongshim, who, by the way, are going to choose blue side for game number 2, so not selecting a pick, but they do end up with second pick here.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they're not having a second pick because its speed became a huge matter right now, especially in the game 2. And I'm just curious about their top lane right now, is because they like to blind pick. Like, are they really like having fun with like just having random picks on the top lane? Because it looks like Jay's blind pick especially is not working out. I mean, now it's gone because of the fearless strat, but again, I think many teams are now like prefer to have the second pick, but surprisingly they picked the blue side, and yeah.
But luckily, they got the second pick with it and the blue side, so they could play the both sides strong and the top side counter pick too. So we will see the Hanjin Brion, right?
So Hanjin picked the first pick.
Yes.
Yes.
So let's see.
Anything is possible, but at least the play was good in that first one for Hanjin Brion. We'll see if Nongshim can bounce back as we throw it back to our casters, Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And here we are, ready to get into Champion Select for the second game. And we've been saying Bro this whole time. Apparently it has been changed to Ro because of a typo that has been made in the Gamba for game 1. So
oh my God.
If we want to say Ro, then there it is. 9,000 kilometers just for the LCK and Faker. Hopefully you got tickets for the next series as well, because you may not see Faker here today.
You might, like, if you kind of, when the proctors are like, all right, it's time to get out, like if you're kind of lurking while Faker's setting up during the interview, maybe.
Hey, that's true.
You could maybe get a glimpse.
Try and just like stretch your ticket towards the next series.
Modern
as well.
smartphones, the zoom, like when I first got my first smartphone, like BlackBerry, like there was no camera zoom. Okay, now you can go like times 64. Like Faker's very far away, but you could kind of take a selfie and angle it just right. Like,
yeah, I remember my first phone camera had it had 7 pixels or something like that. It was the best.
Like the old flip phones.
Yep. You could take a photo of a stick figure and still not know what it is.
I could take a picture, like back, everyone takes pictures of their food now. You could take a picture on those old phones and send it, and it would arrive like the next day.
Yeah.
And then the person would be like, what is this?
Yeah, it actually looks like the food is being blurred out on purpose.
The other person also would just reject the photo because it costs money to accept it.
Yeah, true.
I don't want to spend $5 to see a picture of like Wolf's cold pizza.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, let's go into...
Yeah, let's get some Olgin chat and get into Champion Select here for game number 2.
Looks like there may be a delay of the Champion Select. I think the lobby is being remade. There it is.
All right, well, we are banning some stuff, so I think that we're going to be spinning into this draft pretty quickly, and there it is.
Okay, so I think a lot of the reads that the Space was talking about are very accurate, and we spent a lot of time talking about how the side lanes didn't collapse and there were some issues there, but I do think Nongshim can bounce back in this second game with a strong draft. They're playing their blue side, which means that I think they want to have a strong 2v2 in the bottom lane so their jungle can invade and be aggressive early, so that's what I would expect the priority to be like. These must bans are still going to be must bans.
Yep. The Karma is still required as well. We'll see whether the Bros are going to pick up where Nongshim left off. They, of course, banned Varus and Karma first, but it will be the Pantheon. That was their third ban, so they could still mirror it as J4 is going to continue to be taken away. This time, actually, by Nongshim, really respecting Gideon picking that one up, even though we know Sponge is a brilliant Jarvan player, just not willing to let that one go over.
Yeah.
And so where's the Karma? They are first pick, so they could actually just first pick Karma if they would like to.
They're going to look for the first pick Karma if it's not banned. First pick Karma on red side feels so good too, because you can make sure that you basically have prio in the lane to mess up the early jungle pathing to be aggressive with a bottom 2v2 that has prio, because they just can't get it. I think they will first pick it with that Orianna ban to come through.
Yeah, should be the case. Obviously, Lehens does have a bevy of champions that he can go towards, but Karma feels very, very difficult to fight against. The Caitlyn is sort of what we have left over as far as the really strong lanes alongside it, as well as the Sivir. With the Jarvan banned away, the Sivir feels like a little bit of a better option, perhaps. We know Teddy is great at it as well.
I don't think you want to put Lehens in Quantum Jail and put him on Seraphine here.
Oh, no.
The alternative is trying to get a strong Ryze setup here, or maybe even going like Vi and the Ahri and trying to pick that away, but they're going to go Caitlyn Bard, like you were saying, and try to fight fire with fire here. And Lehens' Bard has had some ups and downs, but I think it's pretty strong right now. And this will kind of force Teddy to go Jhin because it's going to be able to go toe-to-toe here in terms of the damage and the wave push in response. Not a whole lot of other picks he could go here.
Yeah.
The Ezreal is obviously fearlessly banned. He played it in game 1.
I do hate it that Jhin has found a fair bit of success more recently. Obviously, if you were watching yesterday, Guma having a day out on the champion, but this exact lane did win the last time. It did get picked up as well.
I kind of like Jhin right now when you're not the main character, not even a little bit. You're not even a side character. You're like a cameo.
Yeah.
Only like you don't even appear in the frame of the team fight. It's only your skill shots that fly by. As Loki will grab this Ryze. I thought potentially Nongshim were going to go for the Ryze early themselves, but see if they want to play something like an Anivia into this, or if they'd rather go the Cassiopeia route for Scout. Just gonna look for the classic Azir. I have really doubted the Azir pick, but Scout has been.
I find this really curious though, because Scout was so good at the Anivia into Ryze and just decided not to do it this time around.
I think it's in part due to the fact that he's going to be dealing with this Jhin, which is kind of annoying for Anivia. She can't really easily get access to him. But Scout on this Azir might be able to shuffle his way through, and the Karma doesn't peel very well for that type of engage either. As well as just a ton of comfort here for Scout, even though you mentioned he's great on the Anivia. He's obviously a very strong Azir player.
Yep.
As the Naafiri will be taken away.
I think we might be angling for a bit of a Vi pickup.
I think so. Makes a lot of sense, works well with Azir. They obviously sussed that out as well and go, no, I don't think so.
A little bit figured out there. But one last ban. See whether it is just going to be full focus on the jungle, because obviously we do often see jungle pickups in the first round of picks. Most of the time, it's not often that you get all the way to the second round of picks before the junglers come out, and so maybe the jungle pool is just going to get absolutely torn to shreds in this game. That'd be fun.
Kind of a problem for Hanjin's comp, I think, more than
technically a jungler.
Technically, because Hanjin needs some strong form of engage right now. They need a front line. They need something that goes in that Jhin can follow up on. And right now, Ryze isn't it alone. Even though he can rune prison somebody, like if you're rune prisoning into the Deadly Flourish, that's not really a reliable setup. You're going to need a little bit more. So I really love this Ambessa ban, whether it's for jungle or for top. Both roles, it's going to give you that engage you're looking for. Gnar going to be taken away here, which is one of Kingan's best. Very stable on it, and it's very blindable.
Also, Gnar Azir we've seen so many times. Just kind of works as a bit of team fight setup, and I think Nongshim need a little bit of help as far as, you know, ease of team fight access because of their aversion to it in game number 1.
Hey, it's a Renekton here. Kind of feels like a potential Lee Sin angle for Sponge, actually.
Ooh, that'd be a bit of fun.
But it may be denied.
The Lee Sin angle for
a while, I was
instead.
like, I guess Lee Sin works with these specific comps and owner picks it randomly sometimes, and now it's just like, oh, all the other ones are banned. Just go Lee Sin. That's kind of where we're at in the LCK. What would you pick here? Lee Sin's up. Lock it in.
Well, what is the top laner for casting?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, Kasante's up, but
the Shuriman handshake.
He could have tried to go for something like a cannon, but again, this comp needs a front line. So,
yep,
I like the Kasante more. It also is empowered really well by the Karma, especially when he goes all out in team fights. Poppy would be the choice here. Poppy's great into Lee Sin.
And it's something that Gideon's really good at, but Sponge has also found a fair bit of success on in his career. Right now, it looks like he's playing Jungle Bard. I don't think that's going to happen, as that is your composition here for Nongshim. Far more teamfight focus here this time around. Not going to be sitting in side lanes as much, I would sincerely hope.
There's a lot of threat for Loki, and he's your primary source of damage. And the engage for Hanjin is really, it's quite situational, right? Between Lee Sin kicks and all out, and you know, maybe a Rune Prison setup or, you know, somebody gets rooted by Karma. Whereas for Nongshim, they've got a lot of engage. They've got a lot of team fight warping abilities between the Tempered Fate and, you know, the Renekton getting in and getting the W stun off. So much power in the Emperor's Divide as well. I really like Nongshim's draft in Game 2 here a lot more than I did in Game 1.
I would agree. And I really hope that they play it out accordingly as well, Wolf, because we did see that they were sort of foregoing a fair bit of the being able to win, as I wonder if they intentionally wrote things on that fan sign upside down. Because that would have been meta. Interesting. But yeah, pretty stock standard composition here. Can team fight very, very well until very late into the game. The Bros, a little bit less range, but certainly a lot of laning power, especially on that bottom side of the map. See whether Teddy and Namgung can continue the fantastic form. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Nongshim versus Ro, as it was today.
Imagine a Hanjin Rion victory.
Oh,
2-0.
Absolutely insane if they were able to do it. Means that Nongshim will have lost to both KRX and Hanjin Rion.
Which would be crazy, but also there's kind of a precedent for it.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just weird that they can also go toe-to-toe with some of our best teams here in the LCK and then drop the ball when it comes to some of the easier on-paper opposition. Maybe
crazy.
It's about what you were talking about, right? Like the fact that the league feels like it's consolidating a little bit more this season.
Well, it was very tier listy last year, and then, well, I mean, outside of the Rise group, and then the Rise group was like, well, who knows? We kind of know, but also we have no idea. We just know it's going to be very funny in the end.
Oh, look at the Skinergy.
Yeah, very purple.
That is very cool. Some Dark Star.
But also...
That was in the new TFT set. They brought it back as well.
Yeah, on both sides, kind of having some good Skinergy here, actually.
Yeah. I've been losing a lot in the new sets. Not been very fun, I'm not gonna lie. Felt like I knew the old one really well, and now just completely clueless.
Winning is generally more fun than losing.
Yeah, it is how it goes. Although, if you really liked losing, imagine how much fun you'd have playing games.
My God, it would be the best.
It would be so fun. I don't think very many of us are at that point, though. As Loki getting this wave shoved in towards Scout, as Kingin just completely circumnavigating the wave in order to get towards casting here.
The Karma lane is winning. As a surprise to no one.
Yep.
Obviously, you mentioned it, the Caitlyn has been one of the better picks into this, and the Caitlyn Bard can... There's like some wiggle room here, but they haven't been able to get out of the oppression yet, as Namgung hits another Q. Namgung's having a bit of a day, you know? I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit. I know that Digon is the big Brionne enjoyer and has been singing the praises of a lot of Brionne's successes this season when no one else has. And he's actually a bit of a Hanjin predictor today. But Namgung was the player we were all like, I don't know. He was 22. He's 22 years old. One of the latest debuts of a rookie in LCK history. He's 22 years old. So it feels like, can this guy learn new tricks? You know, has he peaked already? And he's made some of the biggest improvements we've seen out of any player this entire year, which is crazy to me because I had already kind of myself written him off as, okay, well, we don't have a lot of support talent here in Korea right now, and maybe he's one of the best that Bro could pick up. We'll see how he does, but it doesn't look great to start off, but it's looking better now. Speaking of...
Yeah, paying a visit to Scout here in this mid lane. As right now, Bro definitely doing a good job playing around their power points on the map, right? Not the presentation that you do to your boss. As Namgung is going to turn up once again. And the Rune Prison does come on through. There's Snare down as well as Loki looking for that first blood, but is unable to find it thanks to the heal from Lehens.
You could say the heal was the keynote there.
Oh, beautifully done. As casting now taking a bit of damage from Kingin, who's very lucky not to be in turret range there, as we could see.
And Gideon is coming up.
Yeah. Casting, let's see whether he can land this third Q, as the flash unrequired, as he was picking out the potential movement, as Loki is, just going to try and leave a different way. As Scout, close to going down, but will be able to pick up first blood. That was a very awkward situation there for Mr. Rise.
Yeah, it could have said that he was low-key dead. He's like low-key with a W.
Yeah, I get it. Just don't know whether I like it.
No, I mean, What else are we gonna do? I mean, you started it with the PowerPoint thing.
Yeah, I
I'm
have
just
to
running
say,
without you. You switched to my mode. It's hard to switch it back as
He's
Loki
not a
has
washing machine. Will.
turn the dial back.
Yeah. We're on wool mode by accident.
Yeah, Loki, he didn't really have much he could do there. At least he did not flash, so that's good. He almost got enough damage to secure a kill for himself, but it was not likely going to be the case.
We're getting reported in chat, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
This
It
is
always
going
happens.
straight to the authorities.
God, it's those guys who said BD was a robot, those casters.
Yeah, those idiots again. It's always the bro games that gets us in trouble.
Yeah, it is.
There's far more gameplay though in this particular bro game than the one that we were talking about before. And in fact, you had back-to-back, didn't you? So you had our very fun time bro KT, and then on Wednesday, immediately afterwards, you had the next bro slaughter on the docket. I can't remember who that was.
I am also blanking on it as well, but it might have been B&K.
Yeah, I think you just probably wanted it out of your mind.
It was painful, but it was good for the winning team, which was not bro.
Yeah.
Lehens is rooted.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of damage here as he does Magically Journey away. Magical Journey going to be taken here by Sponge in order to get himself out of dodge. And Nongshim will keep themselves alive, but without very much priority here. As Teddy throwing some grenades over to Taeyun, and Gideon has started off this dragon here at 6 minutes into the game. Pretty early first streak.
Able to, with that pressure they put on to Lehens and the forced Magical Journey, know that this is a pretty much guaranteed and safe setup here. Namgung can even grab some of this honey fruit to make sure you get a rotation of spells in a potential contest. And Scout is not going to come down for this.
Yeah, he was lurking, but there is no Poppy in the vicinity. And Sponge, without Flash, does have his Hex Flash now activated.
I think it backstopped. No, Scout can't. He tried on the minimap there, but it looked like Scout was trying to essentially bait Loki into going to that brush where he could then sweep him back. Lehens was coming over. He was like, oh, you don't have full vision about whether we're going for the contest or not, but Loki was wise to it and did not step forward and also got his back channeled. Didn't complete it, though.
Yeah. Sponge going to be able to come on over and contest these Raptors, but was unable to get the big one. As Casting and Kingen just fighting each other. It is... Yeah, the Bramble Vest has been completed. Phage is done here for Kingen. We have seen...
Dudu's Bramble Vest was not working yesterday.
Yeah,
it was not buttoned up, maybe.
Castings is working out relatively well, though, even though he is a couple of waves behind for now. Kasante looks to be trading relatively effectively.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether that is going to continue, as my goodness. Curtain Call going to come on through here as Lehens takes a very small Magical Journey, as has to flash the Comet, and Teddy has another one in the chamber, ladies and gentlemen. He uses it on the minion wave as he ran out of vision. And the back not going to get stopped here for Taeyun, who just decides to go home, just doesn't want anything to do with this lane right now.
Imagine having to flash the Karma Q.
Comet.
The Comet, excuse me. Yes, even worse, and then just getting shot by like a targeted ability. He's like, oh, this Comet's gonna hit me if I don't flash 100%, and then the one that's aimed is the one that does him in. He's like, oh, I think I'm. Maybe
and he had an extra one to hit as well after that.
Yeah,
oh dear.
And also, like, if he didn't flash and the kill went to Namgung, it would have been better for them as well.
But also, Taeyun had barrier and could have blocked it.
Yeah.
So let's just have a look at this. Lands the first two, Flash goes out and kills him.
Yeah, he could have. There's literally no reason why he.
And kills him again.
Oh my God. Do you believe in magic?
Yes, I do. Our bro tax is going a long way.
Yeah,
today.
it really is. It's not even getting stretched. It almost feels like we've got a bit of a surplus, and it's early on in the year.
Yeah, this is crazy. As Taeyun going to get zoned, does avoid the Deadly Flourish, but Gideon is just taking an entire wave, and Taeyun now just needs to stop this one from crashing, but rock hard place in between all of that stuff just gets booted to the head.
Taeyun's like, I'm back.
Teddy grabs it.
I'm back. Hold on, I can help.
Yeah, Lehens just shows up. He's like, Yeah, a little bit of a Donald Glover meme type situation there.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. And by a bit, I mean a lot. By a lot, I mean, is this game playable?
Well, it's not looking like it right now. 800 gold is not exactly a massive advantage.
But it's all on the Jin, with a little bit onto Gideon as well here.
Oh man, Teddy's cutting through Lehens right now.
He's hitting quite hard.
It is, oh wow, okay. Scout committed to pressing the button, as he did get the flash out of Loki. A worthy trade.
Yeah, definitely worth it if they can have a follow-up. play, which they likely will have an opportunity for. 2 minutes until this dragon spawns, and a potential scout, or rather Sponge 2 scout gank here on the Poppy.
Oh, casting going in, as there is the Dominus just to try and stop casting from pressing that all out button, and he didn't press it. So now that one's going to wear off, and then casting will have ult advantage for the next little while. You can see Kingen recognizes that, will be leaving the lane. And casting really taking some control here on this first item by situation in the lane.
The Bramble obviously incredibly strong into Renekton and makes it very difficult for him to trade with you, but did not even have to use his ultimate. Gets Kingens out. And it's very scary when you're laning into a Cassante when the Cassante has that power over you. Should be able to proc this Crystalline for free. Avoids the Q.
Yep.
Well, okay, looks like he's not going to go for it.
Not to press that button. So the Crystalline Overgrowth will continue to build here towards the top side, and casting has basically equalized the CS as well. Remember, he is the true tank, so very happy to just be going toe-to-toe here, 1-for-1. Okay. As Oldie, another Deadly Flourish will connect. Magical Journey does get Lehens out of dodge, but it's not feeling too good. Gideon is going to get spotted here by Sponge, as Steadfast Presence does come on through. Cosmic Binding is decent there as well.
Lehens
not going to get punished.
Enchanters / range supports. He either kill or he die.
Yes.
He has a proclivity to fall behind on these and then continue to just walk forward and see what he can find, and sometimes it is to his detriment. This game looks like it might be heading in that direction, but we're still early days here at 11 minutes.
Oh, you can see Gideon thinking about making his way down as Lehens steps on that captive audience. Q lands, and he dies again.
Oh boy, he die. He die, Atlas.
He die.
He do not kill. Taeyun is now in a bit of a dangerous position. As Scout, was rotating down, so they think better of this, but I think they're just happy to get a second dragon here instead.
Hold on. Casting gets a flash out of Kingen as well. So first it's the Dominus, then it's the flash. Thankfully, he will have the former available in 1 second's time, so that is back up.
Late contest here on this dragon.
Yeah, Ace in the hole does put Teddy down to half health as Namgung here alongside Gideon. Steadfast Presence, and then the ulti is just evicted, and that is going to be a free Drake over to Nongshim. Beautifully played there by Sponge.
That was pretty wild. Sponge clean with it, and he's just like, no, I don't think you can get this. I don't see the angle for you.
As it turns out, you are correct.
And no flash for Loki, so it was a close call there. Didn't have his ghost either, actually. Scout has been putting the pressure on this lane. Something I was going to mention before Lehens died there is that Scout knows there's no flash, and talking about that follow-up Emperor's Divide, he was setting up for it constantly. He's actually generated a significant lead himself, just like Game 1. And if he actually shows up to team fights and starts hitting the enemy champ and sets up for Emperor's Divides, I think this comp is super strong here for Nongshim. This is a bit of a gaping hole in the AD carry position, which is the first thing we said. We started talking about this matchup today is, that's where things could go wrong here for Nongshim if they're going to get upset, and Teddy is having a day, but I think Scout is the one who could save this game if there's going to be anyone to do it.
Yeah, and he will need to try and get on top of a Jhin, which could be difficult. Wants to be able to swoop on over and take him down, as Gideon is being frustrating, stealing away the enemy camps. Does get information that the other two are available as well, but not going to push his luck, as casting catching this wave as soon as it shows up, very close to his Iceborne Gauntlet. There is at least a Black Cleaver here, as Namgung is going to take Taeyun for a walk and gets his flash. My goodness. That is going to be Loki snared by this Tempered Fate, though, and the Emperor's Divide is so easy. There's the Poppy combo as they heroically charge him down. It also sets up the Cosmic Binding. My goodness, nothing Loki could do there.
At least, Taeyun, he had to flash, but he survives here, so they can actually try to collapse, maybe.
Loki could have ghosted out of the Tempered Fate, potentially. But that is a little bit hindsighting.
Yeah, it was on the edge.
Over once again, there's a Magical Journey held in place by the Deadly Flourish as well.
Now, Sponge is here. I don't think Namgung should push the issue too much further until Gideon arrives.
Yeah, is going to try and get Sponge here. Flashes to break another tether. That is 2 flashes in a row that Namgung's be able to pick up in the last few minutes' time, as Q is going to be there to try and zone, but Kingen makes his way in, and Gideon just gets destroyed.
Chain CC and then the Steadfast Presence to prevent him from getting out. He is just not getting away with that one. And
this is a lot of minions.
Yeah, that is a significant amount. In fact, it's Taeyun who's coming up here to try to clear those up with the commitment of the Renekton there bottom side. Let's watch this again. Yeah, I think he just thought he had enough and didn't want to use the Ghost. He miscalculated. Yeah, and then the shove into the wall here of the Emperor's Divide is beautiful to see. It's an interaction we see a lot with these two champions. And obviously didn't have flash from earlier. Then here, Sponge is forced to flash, but then they go too far. As Gideon is on a ward here. Yeah, and then Sponge is like, all right, I got ult, I got Steadfast Presence. Lehens is like, I'm happy to stun him. They just use everything to kill the Gideon.
Well, there's a little bit of a realm warp in live, as we can see. Kingin's walking the wrong direction. Casting going to catch the Crocodile, push him away from that brush, and Kingin will not be flashing here. Oh, it does manage to slice over, but there's a Q. Beautifully placed by Gideon, and he's able to lock down the kill.
Maybe they can make something happen on the cross map here. There's a little bit of time. Tempered Fate back available as well.
Yeah, the Bro bottom lane playing so respectfully here. They might just lose this turret regardless. The Scout is going to be moving up. Crystalline Overgrowth goes pop, and that is some more plate money going over. Lehens still looking pretty killable right now, but does manage to land a nice parting Cosmic Binding.
I think Casting is winning the race here for first brick on the bottom side, so this is not a really big win here for Nongshim at all. Casting should be able to secure this. That's going to be a lot of extra money going over to Bro, but at least Nongshim now have Herald control. Going back to this play here, not entirely sure how it started. Okay, we saw the Realm Warp in Pip, and he ran away from it, but was then just trying to buy time as they immediately ping topside. I think it's Lehens who's making those pings, like, we got to cross map now.
Yeah.
As you can see on the minimap, Scout's pretty far away for the punish, and did not commit his TP, so they get the push in, they get some damage done, he gets the Crystalline Overgrowth. They don't get the turret, but they will get some plates, and likely to get this Rift Herald. As you can see, Gideon's still in base. So Scout will eventually get this turret, and this is a very close game.
Yeah, it is. And with the Rift Herald going on over, I think we should have a bit of a swing back in Nongshim's favor alongside this turret as well that has just gone down.
Yeah, if they can get that mid-tournament, it's only one plate left on it. Yes. Might even use the Herald elsewhere.
So one apiece on dragons, one apiece on turrets, and the gold is basically even. The only advantage that Nongshim have right now is the 3 grubs that they have picked up.
Bros seem to have a rapid-fire cannon over Taeyun in the inventory.
Wow.
That's, I'm looking at that, I'm like, wow, that's pretty
just
wild.
The advantage.
I think, you know, 1,400 gold is a little less than the cost of that. I think maybe Taeyun hasn't bought any items in a little while, but he's got his Greaves online at least.
Yeah, it does certainly feel like he's due a reset.
The angle here for Scout, I think, is pretty predictable, so I don't think he should be able to punish Gideon, who has flash and easily Sin.
Ooh, teleport in from casting to start this one off early.
Bro are just proactive.
So proactive, exactly. Yeah. In all of the movements. I don't know whether it's necessarily going to work out quite as well this time, though, because Shelly is in the mix. They do just send her forward to try and knock down this outer turret in mid lane. Teleport in from Kingin. A little bit late, but better late than never, as the Dragon goes down to about 50%. The outer turret falls in that mid lane like we were talking about, as the Q connects onto Taeyun. That's dangerous, but there is the Keeper's verdict. Tempered Fate is going to connect here as Deadly Flourish lands onto Scout. That's a dangerous one as in goes Gideon, finds the knockup. It is going to be Sponge that locks down the Dragon, but can they keep themselves alive? Man, Algung is doing way more damage than he has any right to be honest, on this Karma, as now Lehens looking to try and turn it. The Flash Cosmic Binding is so good, and Sponge gets the follow-up. And Nongshim spring to life here, looking for even more as Scout swoops in with the Shifting Sands. The Cassante will be the resulting kill from that one. Teddy now having to leave this one immediately. And Loki, oh dear. I think
he's got Realm Warp. He's got Realm Warp.
He is going to warp the realms, and Nongshim just seemed to be okay with it.
Yeah, they're like, I'll take the turret, it's fine. Although,
wait, hang on a sec. Loki's just going to walk back. Deadly Flourish is going to connect. Scout taking a lot of damage, does eventually go down as Teddy with a curtain call. Lehens, oh dear, he's just dead. Teddy's inside Lehens' brain right now.
If I'm Lehens, I am like so angry this game with how things are going. Some self-inflicted, some other times just outplayed. Taeyun here gets caught by this Q3, but the rest of this fight is about the knockup here from Sponge. And then this ends up being a pretty close Dragon where Gideon wants to get access, wants to get in, but he's pushed into the wall by Sponge. He cannot get into smite range. And then Namgung, this Q is like actually almost won Bro the team fight. Like, it's crazy. But casting just takes too much damage, and Bro were a little bit indecisive on this one. And they committed in, but they did not have the tools to actually force this fight. If they had Realm Warp behind or something like that, I would have liked to play more. They're just a little bit too slow, cannot really get out. Snipe goes on to casting, and then I don't know what was going on here. Scout, just, you don't have to do this.
I think he probably just assumed that Loki would respect the fact that 4 people could have still been there.
And Teddy's flourish was the other big issue. Maybe he didn't expect that to come through because it was a Rune Prison into flourish and he just kind of got stuck. And then Lehens was just collateral damage. Wow, it's a gold graph.
Wow, the peak of Nongshim did pretty immediately get taken down. And now we are back to a very even game once again. And so Nongshim were able to find that very small, bit of value, as we just saw they represented in the gold graph, but it's now just done. And back to the drawing board.
We saw a big mistake well, let's say not mistake, but overextension, a good punish from Bro there, where Scout ended up dying, Lehens ended up dying. But beyond that, in straight up grouped fights, it's been Nongshim's game, as Casting is going to make this choice.
Yeah, Lehens is coming on over. And so Casting, let's see whether he can use this all out. Does do so in order to try and escape.
I guess he can. There's no teammates here for him, but some are coming down.
Yeah, it does use the mini wave in order to dash away. Sponge, oh dear. Remember, he does have steadfast presence, uses it very nicely, as the Poppycopter does try to take off, but will be cancelled.
Gonna get this turret in return. I mean, both solo laners are here, but there's no one responding in the top lane, so it's not really at a cost here to Nongshim. It's just a trade up, or a positive for them.
Depends if they can defend this outer turret, but man, it is very healthy right now.
I think they can. Ooh, Teddy, it's a big shot there.
That's, was that ace in the hole?
No, I think it was just a Q.
Just a headshot? My goodness.
Q and headshot, I think both, but I didn't actually see the beginning of it.
Well, that was a bit of boom boom. Loki going to move back towards this top lane. And as this game goes on, we have to remind everyone that Nongshim's composition gets more and more scary.
Yeah, this is the thing that I really like for them position-wise, because they've been winning team fights straight up. Sure, the lead for Bro was there, but most of it was just out of some big mistakes and great plays from Gideon early on in the bottom lane, where Teddy was given a 3-kill advantage. You know, he was up at, I think, at peak 1,700 gold over his opposition. He's 3-0-2 still. He's the only one on his squad who hasn't died yet this game, but he's Jhin. And, you know, I know we've said this a lot, but if the rest of the team isn't finding success, the Jhin doesn't carry by himself. And so even a player like Teddy struggles in these situations.
Why does Taeyeon have a bounty and Teddy doesn't?
You know what? Don't ask about the bounties. That's kind of like the unspoken rule. You didn't get the DM from Freak about that. He's like, look, we actually don't understand here either. So it's actually part of why he stepped away.
Well, I mean, they do have the IE done for Taeyeon, so it does make sense that he would be public enemy #1 for the Bros. But looks like Teddy's going for the Stormrazor 3rd build.
Isn't Jhin, you know, more of the outlaw type, and Caitlyn's also kind of like the sheriff? So why would there be a bounty on the police woman's head? You know,
that's a really good point.
Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
But you know, at this point in time, a lot of control here of this bottom lane for Nongshim. They're trying to collapse on the Casting again.
Yeah, does manage to just avoid the Tempered Fate very nicely, but the Cosmic Binding still lands. Heroic Charge, the follow-up, just too good. And Scout gets the Sand Soldier down to wipe out the Cassante.
It's so insane with this build.
Yeah, this is like big damage build.
At first, I'm like, well, it's Cassante. He avoided the Tempered Fate. He's out, I guess. He's got Flash. Doesn't get the Flash, and then Scout just like touches him twice and he explodes. I was a bit shocked at the damage, but it was enough. And Nongshim or not, they're actually going to take Cloud Soul Point here. And this is a very different look from game 1 and a very different look from the early game.
Oh, Lehen's going to interrupt Gideon here, but isn't going to do anything more than that. Kingin with some spare time towards this bottom inner turret. I'm feeling the tempo vibes shift away from the Bros though, Wolf.
Yeah, so he avoids the Tempered Fate, but Lehens is still able to get this done. I think Casting should have flashed this.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of disrespect.
Yeah, you know, if you lose your Flash here and you don't have it for the team fight, that can be annoying, but you're Cassante, you got a lot of mobility, you're super tanky. I think living there and maybe buying some time could have actually been the better play, but ultimately he decides not to, or perhaps thought he could get away, but I don't think so. At the end of the day, Lehens gets the catch on him, and down he goes. Still a lead here for Teddy, but everything else is kind of falling apart.
Problem is, that lead is just a Jhin.
Yeah.
And it's hard for him to carry on his own, right? Like you were saying, good at augmenting the rest of your team. But if he's the only one with money, it can be problematic. But now they're looking to overload this mid lane. Kingin taking a lot of damage from the aforementioned Jhin. As Loki unable to get that Rune Prison down, the rest of Nongshim looking to turn up. And the Tempered Fate will be avoided, as now it's the Bros' turn to try and turn this one around. There's a teleport in from casting. Immediately that shield is going to get wiped out as Namgung will be slowing up Sponge there momentarily. King gets into that backline. The kickback is immediate though, just to buy some space. And this Crocodile is getting cut to shreds. Nongshim are just going to back away, but the Sundisk does get put up.
Potential Baron angle here. They have a lot of control over this zone. They need some control vision in this pit, though.
Have they taken enough cooldowns, though? That's the question, as the curtain call is going to be put down. Lahen's very, not exactly adept at dodging these bullets, but Scout's going to take that last one. Nongshim looking well and truly softened up before this potential fight. So it looks like the Bros are just going to go for a reset, play it safe.
That's the right call, but they got a lot of tools out. Unfortunately for Nongshim, that doesn't necessarily mean they can do anything because there's no Dragon up right now. There's no outer turrets. There's no real objective to take, but they can just reset and take the vision away and see if they can force Bro into an uncomfortable spot. That kick from Gideon, though, on the Kingen flank was so huge. I think if he actually doesn't hit that almost exact angle there, they probably end up losing some members there, and the Baron is just for free. So that was an incredible play from him. Very difficult to execute and react in that moment, but he handled it perfectly.
Namgung now able to make his way away from the river. Sponge was lurking, because we have 2 minutes until this Cloud Soul point that you were talking about before. Nongshim with a lot of control of the map based on the fact that they're the ones that get so much of a benefit from this Dragon. As Lahen's just wandering around trying to get vision and does take half of his health bar, needs to magically journey his way out. As the trap line is set, and Nongshim have started off the Baron, they do give up on it very quickly, looking for a turn more than anything else.
Absolutely, and if Bro make a mistake on the approach, they just win the game. So they have to be very, very methodical, Bro, about how they want to come over here and check this vision. And they have, you know, this leapfrog set of control wards. It's very difficult to play around here. If you're Bro, Gideon's got to watch out, man. He's close to the wall with a Poppy on the other side.
Yeah, that was a scary position to be in. Namgung doesn't quite find the Mantra Q as Kingen on a flank angle once again. Let's see who we can actually find. As Casting's his target. I'm not sure about that one. Tempered Fate, though, is right on top of the Renekton to buy some space for Kingen. Meanwhile, Loki getting some damage down towards this Bard, and Nongshim will just back away once again. Not overly committing. These half commitments to fights have been happening over and over again.
And now Bro have all their ults back, so I feel like that was a net positive for them. The gold lead is still there, but it's very small, and it's really the Azir that's the big threat. That doesn't necessarily mean that Loki cannot do massive damage if given the right conditions, and Gideon's found some great angles. Almost felt like that Tempered Fate from Lahen's was like, kick this, man, you can't, it's untargetable. He's trying to shield Kingen from what happened last time, but now there's no Baron pressure. And in fact, there's vision for Bro in the pit.
So what does Nongshim do to try and fight back against that? I think the answer is...
Play for Dragon.
Yeah, play for Dragon. 30 seconds on that one. And they do have the shove in this mid lane. Sundisk is so good for buying that mid priority. That is what they're going to do. Kingen once again wrapping around from the side, slices, dices, gets on top of Namgung and gets his flash over the wall.
That was actually a pretty big angle there for Sponge, almost blocking Gideon's retreat there with a steadfast presence. That could have been a huge angle, could have gotten his flash, but he played it well. Gideon, that is.
Now a tiny choke point here with a bunch of traps in it at the same time. This turret does go down and they can take a long walk back towards this Dragon.
They got control vision on the way there. They have Sundisk. They have traps. I think this Dragon is just gone, so they're going to make the call to go for Baron.
Yeah,
and they have the Realm Orb.
Immediately on top of it, the rest of Nongshim booking it to get over here, and it looks like Bro just going to back away.
It's a beautiful call from Bro, though. Pulls Nongshim off of that Cloud Soul, but now they need to be able to defend.
They are pinging onto Scout. As Scout was walking back towards the Dragon, the Bros immediately started up because they see that, and then as soon as he starts walking back up, they are going to stop. So the Baron is going to reset once again.
They're playing this juggle game, but Scout has TP, so he can actually eventually come over to this Baron at any point. So Bro, not really in a commanding position right now. Not to mention, Lahen's has his ultimate, so he can pull off a lot of different plays here. It's just really tough for Bro.
They're doing their best to deny vision. Decent Cosmic Binding comes through there as well, as Nongshim do have decent amounts of poke. That is going to be the trade secured. There's the Tempered Fate. It's not onto the Baron, though, as now Sponge is going to get rid of the Rise, and in they go. Sponge locks down the Baron. Oh, Bros, this is not what you wanted to see, as the Caitlyn locks down the kill onto Namgung. Teddy gets hit by the ulti, and now Scout is looking to clean up. Nowhere for Loki and Teddy to go unless they go through, as they have a fair bit of damage, and Scout is just dead. Yeah, he does still have ult in the grave.
He might have wanted to use it, but I guess was looking for a more idealistic angle there. Either way, they end up getting the Baron. They got Cloud Soul. So
and they get a
really
bunch.
fast.
Like, look at this Red Bull Baron power play. It's already up to 2,000.
There's so much inner gold to take here. So watching this fight again, I think Bro were, you know, we talk about Rock and Hard Place a lot, but there isn't a great call to make here. The Tempered Fate also only hits the jungler, but it buys enough space here for Sponge to find this angle. And unfortunately for Gideon, he's so scared about the approach. He smites early and
went down to 25 health or something like that. Actually, a little bit unfortunate.
Scout here just trying to block the retreat. I think if he ults right away, he's actually fine, but did not do so. So ends up getting punished there. Good play from Teddy.
Yeah, wanted to buy time for the rest of the team to move over, but unfortunately just wasn't able to find some success there. But now, as the dust settles, Taeyun is almost at 4 items. So this Caitlyn, very scary, very soon.
It looks like the Curse of Atlas in at least 5 games. And it's on the cards here.
Yeah. Teddy is very close to his IE, though. Actually decided not to go for the Stormrazor. That is so cool. As all right, now I'm going to show up and make this 1v1 a little bit unfair, as Kingin going to get snared. Does have to flash as he goes back in. Not sure about that one. But was trying to maybe land a W.
Delay their backs.
Get a Q or something like that, and then win. Yeah. The
I
rest of Nongshim, though, are going to just take all of the structures. Taeyun is dead, though, as Gideon gets delivered. Doesn't even need to kick. And now casting goes all out. Sponge is moved away from that inhibitor turret as Gideon able to kick him back. The curtains are called and Sponge just stands in front of it. Not sure about that. That is going to give the kill over to Teddy.
There have been some questionable moves here from Nongshim in this pretty significant lead. It's kind of reminiscent of Bro making a few fumbles in game 1 despite ultimately winning. But Bro, I mean, they've got a wave here. There's a lot of bounty gold on the map. Nongshim, this is a quite costly set of mistakes. So here, Kingin's caught in the side lane, which is not the end of the world. As you can see in live, they are going to get that bounty gold on the mid-outer turret. See if they can get a second one. I mean, they have all 5 members here. And then here, Taeyun is greeting for this inhibitor. Could have let the minions do a lot more of the work and waited for his teammates to peel for him. I think this is just wholly unnecessary.
Oh, Tempered Fate. Yeah, connects onto Loki. As Cosmic Binding as well, doing a whole bunch of work. Casting down exceptionally low, and Nongshim, they want even more. Let's see whether the Lehens can find any angles as Namgung trying to slow them down. Taeyun very far away from this fight, and Sponge is only just making his way out of base. So the Bros, I think, will be successfully able to navigate their way out. But the problem is, they're going back to a basically broken base.
Yeah, this middle inhibitor is naked, but they finally do get this wave over. I think Nongshim should be able to siege this one up and take it out. Gideon just got his GA, and he is a big threat, but they do not want to fight outside of their Nexus turrets, so they're just going to lose it.
2 inhibitors down, 2 minutes on this Elder Dragon. Nongshim, if they keep up this pressure, they'll just be able to keep Bro in their base, and it's going to be so difficult to do anything. The Poppycopter does come on through and is reset. I think will be available relatively soon.
I think they could just back away and play for Elder, but they really want more here in this base, and they're doing a bunch of damage.
Well, the Realm Warp is going to come on through as Gideon's delivered once again. Emperor's Divide just comes out in trade for the Realm Warp, and now Kingin presses the Dominus and just dies. Now the curtains are being called. Maybe an overstay here for Nongshim as Taeyun wants to be able to do something, but the bullets will not land. The Caitlyn's able to make its way out. There is casting falling down though, and my goodness, the damage from Scout is just massive. Taeyun is able to come back in and lands the headshot to finish off the Lee Sin. Loki the last man standing, and I think, Wolf, we are going the distance in this series as it's going to be a 3-gamer for our first series of the day, as Nongshim will be able to clap back against the Bros.
Man, those last few minutes, you were on the edge of your seat because you're like, oh man, they may have made a mistake here. They might actually have tossed this game away. And Scout said, no. I am full health. I am almost full build. I am going to rip them a new one. But for a moment there, it did look a little bit eerie because they had the 2 inhibitors down. They were sieging the Nexus turrets, but they could have just backed away and, like you said, play through double inhib, play through the Elder. And Bro really making it look interesting there on the defense, but was ultimately too much of a gold lead, especially for Scout, who really turned it around. I mean, it's not that individually he was bad in game 1, but he just wasn't really there. The team plan didn't work out.
Yeah.
But in game 2, he was the main character. He was in every single team fight, just doing so much damage. Most of his ultimates were pretty impactful as well. He had a great laning phase, was given some resources there into Loki, and kind of ran away with things.
These gold graphs, by the way, are just a mess in both of these games so far. So maybe a little bit of a sign of how messy this series could get moving to game 3.
You know, he did enough work in this game to be relevant, despite being 1,500 gold down the whole game, and Nongshin bounced back in a huge way.
Yeah, well, let's see whether they can keep it together moving into the deciding game in this series. But I think a whole lot of us are just very happy that the series has gone the distance. We get maximum value here thanks to the Rose. And now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down. Then we'll have the final game of the series. We'll see you soon.
자, 이번에 만나볼 경기는 디플러스 기아와 젠지가 경기를 준비를 하고 있습니다.
과연 언제쯤 디플러스 기아가 이 젠지라는 벽을 극복할지에 대한 관심은 항상 쏟아지거든요.
이번엔 어떨까요? 양 팀의 2세트입니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
탑5 하고 애매하지.
나도 될 만한데 쇼 할래?
되게 한번 봐.
있지 스펠.
스펠은 거의.
탑5. 나 한번 빨아보긴 할게.
선생 형 어때?
가고 있긴 한데.
내가 잡을게.
쇼 이거 길게 하면 짜워.
괜찮아.
길게 하면 짜워.
아플까? 이거 좀 나 많이 잘 클만하니까.
이번 용 어때 보이? 50 노플이긴 한데 빡셀라나?
바로 칠 수 있지 않아? 나 선택 찍긴 해.
나 데려고 쳤다.
이거 싸움 나긴 하겠다.
슬슬 나가면 좋아. 나 08초, 07초, 05초.
아니면 이거 보자.
야 미안하다. 나 죽었어. 빼볼래? 야 싸볼게. 천천히. 야 할만해. 야 궁 다 없어.
야, 내 텔커 스컸어. 이거 싸움보자. 천천히.
천천히.
야, 그냥 빼도 되고.
빼도 돼. 칼리 공 빼자.
내 쪽. 해줄게. 뺐어. 나이스.
세라핀 궁풀 뚫렸다. 나비.
나 이번에 1차 들어가서 50도 팰게. 여기 위에 애니. 애니 위에 있고.
나 앞 띄우고 뺄게.
보자.
나 살짝 볼게.
야,
W. 야, 짜고.
내가 아래에서 레이터 오거든. 밀어 들어. 야, 50 노플.
50 노플.
좋아. 야, 여기 3번 맞아.
야, 보자. 타임부터.
맞아봐.
나 천천히 해야 돼. 야, 차이. 나 패시브 터치기 됐다. 야, 빼면서 가야 돼. 오케이. 바로 막을 생각하겠다.
지금 탑 노플.
7천. 쌈으로 보자, 쌈으로. 나 자인이랑 놀게. 야, 쌈을 봐야 돼, 얘들아.
야, 미드 쪽 싸움. 한 명 칠해봐.
야, 피했다. 갈게. 야, 갈게. 아래 갈게. 아래.
야, 50 노플, 50 노플.
네,
야, 50.
얘들아 뺄래? 뺄 수 있어.
앉아.
내가 미드 밀고
미드 깨고 바로 가자. 미드 이제 풀 돌았고 정글만 노플. 다음용에서 싸움 날 것 같은데.
계속 감는 사람 콜 빡세게 해주라.
야, 슬슬 나올게.
나 저거 밀어낼게. 야, 오라 킬파 넣었다.
나 이제부터 돼.
야, 차인 여기. 안보이 칠게. 얘들아, 유나라 안보이 좀.
야, 천천히 나와줘 이제.
야, 가볼게.
야, 50부터 패자.
때려줄게.
천천히.
한턴 뺐어. 앞라인부터.
야 차인 볼게 이러면.
얘들아, 그렇게 해주진 않아.
빼면서.
시야 빼야 돼.
야, 유나라.
밀어낼게.
유나라 봐줘.
야. 빼자.
칼리 봐줘.
이거 안 맞지 이게.
차인. 얘들아, 바텀웨이브 가면. 잡고. 야, 차인. 얘들아, 차인.
부활 또 있어. 야, 잡아 일단. 야, 용 먹고.
얘들아, 바텀웨이브 누가 먼저 가봐. 가봐. 가자. 이거 오로라 노공이야. 야호자야.
확인. 3차 주자. 나 궁 쌍타 때 줄 것 같거든. 3미드 노플.
야, 다 지어졌는데? 대포 빼고.
야, 오로라. 올라.
야 타워.
나 가는 중. 나 3초.
칼리 노플.
나도 평소에 할 거다.
수현이 노플. 바로 50초 남았어. 이거 나 아래로 돌 생각을. 야, 아래로 도는 거 좋다. 얘네 미드로 나와야 되거든. 야, 유나 보자 얘들아. 오케이. 야, 유나. 야, 노플. 야, 이거 애니 노플이거든.
애니 높을.
렌토 노플.
오로라.
오케이, 앞라인을 이겨. 야, 나 라이트 켜.
야, 오로라.
오라 높을.
야, 미드. 야, 바텀.
끝났다. 야, 제발.
안 죽어도 돼.
괜찮아. 일단 천천히 여기 가자. 바텀.
거기 이겼어.
어렵네.
나비.
막세네. 아까죠. 내가 아래로 가볼게.
야, 볼게. 와봐.
본대. 야, 오로라. 일단 오로라.
드디어 북벌 성공! 2021년 8월 8일 기억에도 사실 잘 남기가 어려운 승리입니다. 그런데 그 승리를 이렇게 새로운 승리로 갈아꼈습니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2 where Nongshim was able to get their revenge and give us a series on our hands here, making it 1-1. I'm still Valdez with Umti and Wadid. What do you guys think about that for our second game?
Well, I think this was probably one of the best Poppy gameplay I ever seen in LCK because I think nowadays you don't really want to pick Poppy even though it's against Lee Sin because of the stability of the champion. It's really risky, hard to clear the camps, and if you fail in the earlier phase of the game, then you're not in the game anymore. But I think Sponge, he literally just won behind the game here.
I agree. He made too many correct plays. I think the dragon stacks, it should be more easier to stack for the Brion, but he stopped one time, and then like he bring the king in and kill the like most fat Lee Sin ever. Like the game was quite fantastic for the Sponge.
Yeah, and it really all starts with Sponge as well. We want to take a look at a bunch of the plays that he was able to make early on in this game to really just make the game Nongshin's.
So it's like 3 minute 50 right now. He actually overturned to gank this. So Rice didn't expect that Poppy is going to come out from this side. So Loki actually tried to go forward and try to kill the Azir, but he failed. Now this starts to make Scott fat here. And then next time, at the second dragon timing, it was even he was like alone. Like Brion's teammates were coming, but he just like used skills well. Kicked Jin here with the Caitlyn ulti, and then like ulti just charging with the W ulti cancel. Now he got the free dragon stack here, and then this made the games very, very different.
Yeah, insane deny from Sponge right there. I think every single place from Sponge were like denying them to have an insane advantage, but also like playing with the teammate Lee Hans and Scout in the mid lane was phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, I will say this is why you're picking the Azir Poppy to like ruin enemy mid jungle's timing.
Yeah.
And then now this is the like cutting the most fat list in here. And then the game was quite behind, but now like Nongsu feels like, hey, we have the fattest Azir ever. We can win this.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that Nongshim are not at their best form today, but some heroics from Sponge early on really kept them in this one and actually allowed them to garner a pretty decent lead. And that did go on to the Drake team fight as well, where they were just able to secure a very nice lead in the mid game.
I mean, I think after those clips, they couldn't really have a chance to fight back. And even here, look at Sponge, like the way how he uses the ultimate to deny 2 players from the fight. And then like Lehans follows up, and there's nothing much you can do about it because you're not going to be able to get the Drake. And also again, stun into the wall. And yeah, you're literally not playing the game.
Yeah, so the ulti was perfect. He just marked that there, and then Scout, which is he make it grow. The damage is quite insane here. And then Lehans, with the stuns, they got the kills here.
I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, this is probably one of the best Poppy gameplay in LCK. Like, I never seen like this clean deny from Poppy, and I think it was Sponge. Like, he literally kind of like broke all the matchups because I feel like they had some rough time in the bot lane because of the matchup, and they had to play against Jin Karma. But I think at the end, Sponge managed to have the advantage for the team.
Yeah, really the only other Poppy performances that I can think from the jungle that were really maybe on the same level were, of course, Peanut. So many times he was just owning the early game. As Umpty's giving me a little bit of a death stare right now. Let's take a look at the final fight as well, which really led to the victory here for Nongshim.
Yeah, so I think the Bro actually played quite aggressively, and then it was quite smart when Azir was showing with that war. I think that what was really cracked. So Brion's like last hope was fighting it here with 5v4, and Azir is not here. So they actually like contained their main conditions. So Azir was coming really late, but they actually Sponge here his position with his ult.
Oh my
so
God.
Annoying.
Again, like denying the rise, probably the best member for the DPM on the Hanjin Brion side. But yeah, again, like they didn't even get to play the game. Again, getting ulted, and as you mentioned, I think it was really great macro. Even though they knew that Azir was spotted, I think it was kind of just mind game. Yeah, you're 4-5. Even though you don't have the great comp for the Nashor, you gotta do it. And they kind of baited out, and then it was like clean gameplay from Nongshim in general.
Yeah, generally the Poppy games we really remember are the ones where all the ults hit or you gank like 5 times super early on, and it kind of felt like Sponge did both, right? He was ganking a lot early on, got a lot of kills, and he also hit every important ult in this game to really bring it to the tie score here at 1-1. So let's see what happens in Game 3 as we go back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And here we are for the final game of the series. Has Nongshim effectively gotten back on the horse, or will the Bros be able to take them down with a full value series? That is the big question. Now I'm going, let's cook. It's Lamyeon.
This Lamyeon.
Sorry, let's cook this Lamyeon. I get it. It's okay. It can be an L or an R.
Yeah, no, I mean it's kind of an L.
It's up for interpretation.
Yeah, for me, like I'm on Team L on this one.
Really? You're taking the L for this one?
No, I mean I'm on Team L for an L or an R.
Ah, that makes sense. Okay,
which probably actually is for some people taking the L, but
yeah. That's absolutely fine. There's a bit of a Korean language lesson there is now over. As Bro are going to choose the blue side, so they will be back once again. And it means blue side second pick has won every game.
Yeah,
up until now.
We'll see what happens in this third game, but it's a different setup.
Did Nongshim choose second pick?
Classic. All right, the bottom lane did not win, but the mid lane did for the side of Nongshim Red Force in Game 2. And it didn't matter necessarily that Jin got ahead, so we're going to see a completely different third game here. I think some of these bans will be identical. The Varus, the Pantheon, the Rumble, the Orianna. You know, Karma's already gone through, Rise has gone through. Nocturne gone through. Jarvan also banned again.
I actually feel like because of the high value of all of the bans that we've had, every single game they've been exactly the same. Outside of the Karma that did sneak through, we're going to see very, very similar bans. There will be like one that's going to change. And
maybe a Vi ban?
Yeah, maybe the Nautilus isn't going to get banned this time around. I wonder what's going to slip in instead.
I'd like to see a Vi ban from Hanjin. Rumble has to go first, though.
Yeah, not going to see that one.
The other thing is Ashe Seraphine is still kind of lurking as
Annie.
a strong lane. Yeah, Annie's gone with no Bard, no Nico, no Lulu. I'm like, Ashe Seraphine stocks are way up. And if you're actually the one with second pick, you can run with that really well.
You better ban Pantheon. That's all I'm saying. Because that is the last one that's up and available.
I also thought that Nongshim had second pick, but that is not correct.
Oh, right. So they actually chose first pick, so never mind.
Yeah, I think it said second pick earlier, unless I'm crazy. But either way, they have first pick here as confirmed by this pick and ban. Vi first, but I think Ashe Seraphine will be the answer. Let's see what they can get with this.
They're probably staring down a Vi Ahri type situation.
Yeah, probably.
I would assume.
It just seems too good of a lane to pass up here for Namgung and Teddy, especially because Namgung likes those types of lanes.
All right. Taking their time, figuring out what they want to do here. But the Ashe Seraphine, I think, is kind of staring them in the face right now.
There's just no great answer to this, right? I mean, what are they going to do, Zeri-Yuumi?
Oh, God, maybe they do. I mean, it is Lehens. He does like himself some Yuumi.
That is true. Maybe Lehens has the Elise special or pulls out the Blitzcrank or something crazy, but this lane feels so free. I think you do need to get the Seraphine here, though. They already locked the jungle. You can get your jungle on 3 or wait and see if you want to counterpick for Loki. I think they're discussing other elements of this draft right now, because for me, the Seraphine is a must-pick here.
Oh, yeah. I think that that's probably what the discussion was about. It was more about what they were going to pick on 3. And so there is the Seraphine locked in.
So Ahri, very strong here. And the Ahri can circumvent the Seraphine pretty easily. So I think that's almost a guaranteed pick. Going for the Ambessa as well, though, would give you so much dive power in this draft. It would lock up all of your top side of the map.
Oh, okay. So Ziggs just so that they can dodge the lane. Instead of going for the Zeri-Yuumi, which is a lot more like, we need to kill you at level 6, otherwise we just continue to not do very much.
And Ziggs follows up on Vi pretty well.
Yeah. Does put them in a very weird position as far as what this draft is going to do later on, though. What does Scout play?
Because Scout, interestingly, we've seen a lot of Mel responses to this lane, but maybe Scout just plays Mel mid lane. It's a lot of AP damage, though. I'll have to wait and see what the matchup is. This is great for casting.
Yeah.
Really good matchup here on the top side with this Gnar, and it's great with Ashe Seraphine. Is empowered by the Seraphine quite heavily. Hanjin and Coach Song look really happy with the setup thus far, as the Nautilus will be taken away. Makes a lot of sense.
What are the bans going to be focused on here? Mid lane and jungle are what Brion are looking for. But whether it's going to be, I think focusing on the jungle would make some sense, but protecting your mid lane.
Mel is, I think, strong here for both squads, actually. It's a lot of magic damage for Nongshim, but works really well here for the side of Hanjin Brion as well. Gideon, in this case, doesn't have a jungle pick yet, but they're not going to target that. The Ahri, still a potential concern. They do ban away.
Yeah. Nefiri is a pretty common one into the Vi.
Yeah, and it works well with the Ashe Seraphine. The follow-up is pretty simple. Let's see what they do.
I wouldn't mind seeing it just taken away, just trying to avoid that sort of response. Because having a bit of extra damage out of the jungle could be a good thing too.
There's not a whole lot of picks you'd want to ban otherwise. Like, I had the Akali in mind, but it does feel like it's not necessary to play Akali in this draft here for Hanjin Brion, even though it's a strong tier list pick. Not in my mind, but in the LCK minds of a lot of these mid laners. So let's see what we get here. Probably just a jungle pick for Gideon first, and then they'll wait to see the full picture here. Because the Ziggs is also technically a flex, but they didn't ban the Mel. And it's going to be, maybe they were hoping to play it. Talia, I do not really prefer in this situation.
Wow, that is an odd choice. All right, it's been a while since we've seen Talia. She's kind of been on hiatus here in the LCK, but she will be back once again. can build some walls and things like that.
Technically a flex pick. Gideon might pull it out in the jungle.
True. It's been a while. Ooh, Yone for Scout.
Yone is actually
a lot of fun.
This is a really nice way to change this draft up, and the Ziggs Leona has always been a classic. When they banned the Nautilus, I was like, well, I like that ban. It makes a lot of sense, but Leona's still out there.
And it's Lehens. He loves Leona.
Yeah.
He loves Nautilus more, but he does really like Leona.
He's like the only one who plays this besides Life. Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
I don't...
Gideon looks pretty excited about it.
I like the Fury a lot more because there's a lot of CC to press W for. Kha'Zix might just go splat in most situations here, I think.
And the Nefiri is such a good pick into the Vi. We've seen it so many times. So an opportunity now for Gideon to get in there, cause a ruckus.
Taliyah pick is the one that really gives me the most pause because, yes, I think it follows up well onto
I have to say, I'm pretty sure Nefiri has more paws.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially if you include the other little doggos.
That's true. All right, good point.
So many paws, okay?
But this Nefiri, doesn't set up the Taliyah well, but the Taliyah can set up the Nefiri, I suppose. You're playing into Vi, which is a great matchup for the Nefiri. If you hit an arrow, the shove is automatic. If you hit a root from the Seraphine, the shove is automatic, so I get the idea. Plus, you can play through sides with an aggressive Nefiri pretty well. I like the Nefiri pick way more than the Kha'Zix, as we alluded to earlier, but this Ziggs dive comp feels pretty simple to execute here for Nongshim Red Force. They just kind of line up the dive, press the Ziggs buttons on top, press the R button on top, and it's pretty simple. Ash Seraphine in lane, though, incredibly oppressive, and I think trying to all in with the Leona could be a mistake here. I think they need to play defensively. Ziggs going to be on TP. He's going to have to farm it out till you get to those mid-game fights.
Looking forward to seeing how it goes, Wolf, as the Nongshim composition, I think, came together pretty nicely, but there are some answers for the bros as well. Let's do it. Let's jump into the rift for the third game of the series. Oh, Sponge, you got to toggle on your glasses. Toggle on your glasses. So important on that skin.
Yeah.
Still the best Vi skin. I know it was released with her, but still. Such a good skin. Big fan. We don't see enough of it. So much it's like either like Team Rocket Vi or one of the others, and I just don't like them nearly as much. Project Vi.
Project Vi. I'm a Project Vi.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular one as well. All right. The bros starting off this laning phase, and I have a feeling the bottom lane should be going just fine for Bro. I think they should be able to put on a fair bit of pressure down there, but I don't think Ziggs is going to care about it. That's going to be the big deal. How Taeyoon plays the lane, though, is going to be the big question. We don't have Orcs here today, so we won't be able to fully adjudicate how things are being played, but basically the thing you have to watch out for is how he is using his satchel.
Yeah, well, I think it's time to make a term for aggressive satchels, right? I've been thinking about this for a little while because you're trying to essentially grab the enemy when you go for an aggressive satchel. Sometimes it's for damage, but you're looking to knock them back in. I like to call it personally a snatchel. Because you're trying to snatch them. Yeah. So if you snatchel when you should satchel, then you're in a little bit of a dangerous position in a Fury Taliyah.
Because if you snatchel, you can't escaptual.
No, exactly. Oh my god, we got both of them. Boom.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Defensive satchel is the term we've been using, but it's just not that quick to say. It's not catchy.
Yeah, that's why we have to do a scapsule instead.
Yeah.
Which sounds like what a doctor would ask for, like when he's performing surgery, Pass me the escapsule.
I think it really encapsulates the abilities and what they are the same ability, but the usages of the ability and what they're capable of.
Some would even say it could insatulate.
Yes.
But I don't think they would, because it's not a real word. Taeyoon is going to be able to land that cannon, and that was very satisfying. I was going to do another.
Yeah, no, I thought about it too. I thought about it, but I thought better of it.
I think that we've probably done enough.
Yeah.
It is. It's turning into a bit of a bro series that has gone the distance, ladies and gentlemen.
Once we get a real snatchel/escapsule situation, that's when we'll bring it up.
Yeah. We'll try to just hold off for now.
That's a funny interaction.
Yeah, that was a bit of excitement there.
If you're Scout, it's maybe a little bit less funny.
Loki is actually, I mean, I do kind of like the Taliyah pick into the Yone specifically.
Yeah.
Just because you can just force him through rocks over and over again. But I just don't like Taliyah as a champion right now.
She does a lot of things, but none of them in a great way. Like,
and
she
also
can be
not
pick.
a lot of damage.
Yeah, she could be pick. She can do damage, but it's not a lot of damage. The pick isn't guaranteed in a draft like this. She can be global, but it's also a risk. You know, it's a little bit slow of a rotation, very predictable.
And Vitalia was, you know, a favorite for a lot of people, so that's understandable.
Maybe they thought, you know, it was going to be picked if they didn't grab it, I suppose is something you could consider.
Oh, Eclipse is going to come on down. The beat drop is not going to do as much because, of course, a bunch of extra resistances.
I also, as those who have been watching since LCK Cup knows, we're going to see a bit of a deny of the back.
Yeah, there's a Zenith Blade in. I don't know whether Lehens really wanted this, but does absorb a lot, as that is... What's that one again?
Snatchel.
That's a Snatchel.
Attempted Snatchel. Didn't actually snatch him.
But that was more of a Disengatchel.
I guess you could say that. But, I think he was hoping it was going to knock him into the turret.
Yeah.
So a bit of a, Snatchel, but also Disengatchel.
Yeah. Well, Gideon, they're going to need another one of those. Taeun in a bit of trouble. Namgung does get out of the turret range. Taeun takes a little bit of time to die as Teddy just barely survives. And the teleport coming in, but it's a turtle port here from Scout. Takes him about forever to get there. And it's just going to be running sadly back to the lane as the bros pick up first blood.
Yeah, Scout is like, oh, there's no way. Actually, no, yeah, it really happened. And now you don't have TP, and so Taeun's going to have to TP to cover your lane. As, yeah, this is just, Namgung, he's great, man. Is he actually the best up-and-coming Rise support? Maybe.
I think so.
Rookie of the Year candidate? He's, just making that into a great play. Obviously, not the most, mechanical play. He's at the exact right place at the right time. Sets up the turret aggro so they can go for the dive.
Yeah, the control is just really beautifully done. And getting an Euphoria head early is very, very important. The one unfortunate thing is that Namgung is the one that picks up the kill, but not the end of the world, as you can see. Leads across the board outside of the top side of the map here for the bros, as Nongshim are going to be able to pick up this first dragon. First one being an Ocean, second being Chemtech, does mean that we will have a guarantee of a pretty fantastic soul here as well. So you can imagine getting towards Double Dragon going to be a big priority here for Nongshim in this game.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty massive, and controlling it early is the name of the game, and they were able to get it into Ashe Seraphine because of the timing of that dive. So that ends up being the cost for Bro, although it is slight here, and the gold feels much better. They clear that ward, nothing crazy, although the observing zoom made me wonder if there was something else going on.
I was a little bit, I was enthralled by how Jonas Strong played that one.
They do have Sponge going to the top side of the map. He'll get level 6 off Krugs, and then he'll be a bit of a menace. Sponge that is on the top side there on Krugs on the Vi.
All right. Nongshim just going to pick up this wave. That'll be fine.
It's actually going to do red buff because Krugs weren't up yet.
Oh.
Yeah, that's... We kind of... We touched on it. I feel like your tone of voice picked it up when it was banned in the previous game. Kind of like, oh yeah, that's not necessarily a good pick right now. Hasn't been doing great, but I think it suits the comp. It's great for the composition. It follows up on the Vi really well, on the Yone really well, or sets up the Yone, etc.
As we watch it, it just gets slammed into the wall. It does trade back quite nicely.
It's not good into Gnar, you know? That part is definitely not what it has going for it.
Yeah. Good pick there by Casting. As Loki does have his Boots of Lucidity done, but doesn't really have very much damage to help him take down these minions. Still able to get away from Scout relatively well. As I say that, he takes a fair bit of damage as he unbinds. But still ahead in the wave as Beat Drop is going to snare Lehens for a few moments, but he does have the Eclipse. Ooh, Public Execution gets hopped there.
Yeah.
By Casting.
Good reaction there from Kaz. Look at his face on the player cam.
Yeah.
He's giggling. Thanks for the ultimate, my man.
Looks like they're having a good time over on the bro camp. And you can see why. Still, it is 1,000 gold. Not really the end of the world as the arrow is sent through the wall and connects onto Kingin. Casting wants to be able to find this, but he doesn't have the ulti. As Kingin wanted to get a few dashes in order, there is no one here to help out. So Casting needs to do this himself. And when Kingin gets some buttons back, he should be able to get himself out of the way. The Q is going to land, and Casting doesn't find that statue. I was going to say house, but it's the wrong skin. Throws a statue at him. There's the flash Zenith Blade in from Lehens, and there's Scout going forward with the ulti. Down will go Loki, and Nongshim answer that first blood finally here in this mid lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dive comp is alive.
It is indeed.
That was about as so many of these team fights are going to look as playable as it gets for Loki, if you get caught initially, you get caught by the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next, and the things are crowd control effects, which immobilize you.
And the things just keep lining up.
Loki ends up using both of his summoners as well in the death, so that's not great for him. And I believe Scout picked up an additional plate there in the mid lane before he backed. So he ends up picking up a pretty significant lead, and the gold has shifted into the favor here of Nongshim Red Force right now. About dead even, but they had a lead for a moment, whereas it was about 1,000 gold the advantage for Bro just moments before.
Yep.
So watch this again. Lehen's setting this up brilliantly. This is why he loves the Leona.
Oh,
Zenith Blade
flash as well.
Extends with the flash, and then the follow-up is just so easy. Vi presses R.
And he almost didn't need to be honest.
Honestly, I think you're right.
But sometimes you just want to guarantee it, and with that kill going over, Lehens picks it up. So both supports being a little naughty at the early stages of the game, but it is nothing to be too worried about as Scout goes back, gets his Berserker's Greaves.
Neither as naughty as Nautilus.
No,
was banned
true.
away. That was
exactly. He's so naughty he was banned multiple times in this series.
He stole the last part of your caster name.
Oh, he did too.
Now you're just at.
Oh no, I've been banned. I didn't know casters could get banned. Oh no. I guess casting can get banned, so I guess it makes sense. That's a little bit of a shame. Well, I'm commentating this row game. There's a lot of letters that have just been taken away from things in this current series. Well, that's okay. We'll just have to make do with what we have left.
We certainly will.
Do you know what at is in? Satchel. So I am at least still a part of the very frustrating Satchel conversation that we had earlier.
True.
We have seen a few extra Satchels as well. The Attachel was thrown out, and that is the one that Orcs really doesn't like.
Yes.
We're hoping that we never see any more of those. As Kingen bouncing around this lane, doesn't quite have his Eclipse done. You can see casting pretty happy to go toe-to-toe.
Top lane feels like such a knife's edge battle, but casting has had the winning side of it for most of it. Now Gideon does show up here, but guess what? Sponge on the counter.
Yep. Able to get over here. Still hasn't put his shades on, which is a little bit unfortunate. That is okay. Taeun, moving on over.
I guess he's trying to say I'm Team Leona because she's on my team.
Yeah, maybe.
So I enjoy the sunlight.
Yeah.
Although with this with this skin, it's a little bit darker.
All right. Well, we do just have a 2v2, but it's a little bit confusing. Now making his way over was just spotting to see where Sponge might be headed.
This setup for Lehens with his summoners with Unsealed is actually pretty terrifying when he can just cleanse the root from the Seraphine and just make sure the engage goes off no matter what. An actually really powerful moment here for him if he could set that up, especially with Sponge on this dragon. They could turn.
Yeah.
Instead, be a bit of an angle here for casting.
Now into the wall as Kingen might be in a little bit of trouble here. Another statue is going to connect and hits Mininar at exactly the right time. Flashes to pick up the hyper proc, and casting gets a solo kill here in the top lane.
The angle of the flash there, I think was what Kingen thought was going to save him, but
I mean, it didn't matter. The auto was in the air.
Yeah, I think he should have flashed earlier, is really what I mean. Like, it was a bit bizarre. He tried to ult as well, but died.
Yeah.
Or the cast went off. Bit of a funky one, but casting has been enjoying this matchup. We saw a few misses, the jungle attention. That's why I was saying it was on a nice edge, because both junglers were like, this actually could get blown wide open. And I think in this moment, as the transformation comes through, you got to flash like now. Otherwise, that auto is just going to go.
Yeah.
And he flashes first, so I think that can be done about that.
나이스.
What it is?
이거 지략하다.
Yeah, I'm not really entirely sure exactly how to explain what that sound that he made was, but
yeah, you don't need to. Maybe we just let it lie. I think that's
there
okay.
you
go. Still, Namgung said he did a good job, and he absolutely did.
크다 is what we can't.
He just said I'm huge.
Or that's big. Like, it's big that he got the kill, I think is what he means. Or maybe
honestly, it just sounded a bit more like a war cry rather than an actual word. As an arrow is going to connect onto Taeun for some... Oh, just to stop the back, I guess. Bit of an interruption arrow there.
Okay, well, this is really big, obviously, as Casting has pointed out, because
yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
Now it's about a 700 gold lead here for the Gnar that has the favorable matchup. And if Sponge has to give resources here to the top side, guess what? That's predictable. The whole team is coming up here. This is a Talia with Weaver's Wall available, can either wall off the Vi or just, oh my god, and they're committing.
There are so many bros up here. As Lehens, good footwork.
Taeyun's also showing up. He's got a big bomb.
Yeah, the doggos get aggressive here towards Lehens, who really wants to turn this into engage. You could really feel it. As Taeyun over to the side, Mega Inferno Bomb in hand. The follow-up damage is just gigantic.
Just do not Solar Flare the dogs.
And also just don't start a fight without Scout. We learnt this in game number 1. Scout is moving to the bottom lane. Just let him build pressure and play it safe. Yeah. I say that to Lehens. Like, obviously, it's deaf ears, 100%, but still. Oh, okay, here it is. Public Execution comes down, and there's an encore. And Nongshim say, yes, we'd be happy to do that again.
Press R together. And the three of them did, and Keegan was like, I don't miss these.
Nope. Oh, Scout eats some rocks as there's the Fate sealed. Loki in a bit of trouble here as he flashes to get himself out of the way. The flash cube from Scout just to close the distance. As Gideon comes over, the flash ulti comes on forward, and the seismic shove is there. Loki gets the shutdown. Beautifully played and great save there from Gideon.
You can see some unhappy Nongshim fans on that camera shot there with the near kill for the
But then some very happy Hanjin Breon fans.
That's right.
Awesome Ro fans today.
Yes. Or otherwise Rion.
Yes, indeed.
There's no R in Hanjin, so I couldn't take it further. But yeah, press R, press R, press R.
They did.
Namgoong's like, oh, I'm helping. Almost. And then here, it looked really good for Scout initially, because the wave has crashed, Loki can't get through. The timing, the ultimate here from Scout as well, perfect. Comes in, does a bunch of damage, and Loki flashes here at the right moment. As Lehens in live.
He is going to be hit by an arrow and will die. Okay.
Well, in the bro comp, it's like if the Teddy R button hits, press regular abilities together. As it is looking like Kingen will get that turret.
Yeah, it looks like first brick should be going over to Nongshim here towards the bottom side in trade for Shelly. And the bros certainly stamped their claim on that one by taking down Lehens. So there that goes, but the immediate answer is going to put Nongshim in the lead. 500 extra gold over their way. Teddy catches the wave in mid. And this is one of the things that the Nongshim composition is very good at, and that is playing side lanes. They have Yone and Mbessa for that, and then Ziggs to just endlessly clear waves as they're being shoved into the mid lane. So 1-3-1 is such a great strategy this time around. I actually kind of hope that they just hold on to their game plan from game 1 and do that this time. Do it a little bit better and don't opt in for fights, but definitely play for side lanes this time around.
30 seconds till this Mountain Dragon does spawn. It'll be Mountain Soul Point here for Nongshim if they do get it. TP in for Taeyun to control this mid wave. They have a lot of Dragon prio right now, and even though Hanjin have a strong pick comp and their team fighting is actually really powerful, even with this Ashe sitting on just 1.5 items, I don't think they can really afford to give this up, but they also are just not in a position to contest, you know? This is a really awkward moment here. They are going to group. Weaver's Wall is almost back here for Loki. If they can steal this away and win a team fight, they are golden in this game, but it is going to be so difficult. TP here for Casting as well as they try to set up for the contest, but it's so slow. It's like instead, they're going to try to trade it for a mid turret. And Nongshim actually dropped the Dragon for a moment. This is really awkward.
Yeah, Casting made his way in, does have that big old shield from the quest. The Dragon loses interest in the fight. Scout now looking to make his way over, doesn't find the knockoff from the Q, but Casting takes a lot of damage. The Encore goes wide. They found Namgoong and they just execute him. Hop over the wall there from Casting, but now Bro are completely out of the fight. And Nongshim gets straight back onto this Dragon. Soul Point and Mountain Soul in this game, so incredibly valuable here for Nongshim, makes them so durable. And Gideon, can he perform a miracle to try and lock this one down? Cease and desist comes in. They try and get rid of the Vi, but he's unstoppable, but still, they have enough damage. The Dragon is given up on, and Nongshim may have just thrown the game away.
I think they just
did. In an instant, Gideon dives on top of Taeyun. He's now a Ziggs with nowhere to go. No Escapsule is enough to save you in that situation, and Kingen is wondering where all of his friends went.
I legitimately think that was a...
that was one of the silliest things I've seen in a while.
It was a horror movie watching it happen. You're like, wait, whoa,
he's behind the door!
Like, look at this. Okay, so they have the full control over the dragon, right? And they, like, not here, but in a moment when the engage comes through on the Namgung. So Namgung's over here looking for the encore, it whiffs completely, then he dies. And now from this point on, Bro are like, let's get out. And Ongshimer, we have control. Gideon's like, do I make this heroic attempt? He does not have flash.
Yeah, but like,
and they're just like, you know what? Let's just go for it.
They see all of them!
And I just,
Why?
I don't understand. Teddy was not the target. By the way, Teddy gets over the wall, then he can come over here and apply damage. I have no idea. I just do not understand.
No, neither do I.
It's Mountain Soul Point. You got the pick. You have control. There's no flash on the Fury. Just take the W and roll with it. Now, this game might be over, right? I mean, this is a crazy throw of gold over to Bro. They get the Dragon as well because Nongshim dropped Dragon on the engage. Wow, yeah. That was a bit of a swing of momentum. The pendulum is weighted, I think, on this one.
Yeah. Good arm.
They stacked the pendulum.
Nongshim.
Yeah.
But if the Bro are anything, they are gentlemen. And you know what happens when something is thrown your way?
Well,
generally,
you toss it back.
You toss it back.
Yeah.
Exactly right. As the arrow is going to be sent towards Scout. Scout watches it fly by and then ults away, casting unable to get in front of him. And so Fate Sealed now on cooldown. But still, Scout is going to survive.
If the last dive was a disaster, why not just try again?
Well, they might also just try and take plates, maybe even a turret here. As
the mid turret is also about to get satcheled.
Yeah, the side laning and turret destruction is what they're looking for. Crystalline Overgrowth going to get eaten here, and there's the ult in from Gideon. Does get the knock up onto casting as he's looking to try and take down this Gnar and pulls himself back. Scout, beautiful play there on the top side of the map.
Huge Q3, there's the satchel. So they get 2 turrets, including an inner on this one, and end up getting the
and this
escape.
is what this comp's supposed to do, Wolf.
Yeah. Actually, no, I did not get an inner there. I don't know. I thought they it was covered by the Tilly. I was like, man, they got the inner down there. No, just both outers. Some plate gold there on the inner in the bottom lane. But yeah, this is exactly what you're saying. The comp is supposed to pick apart on the map Bro, and then Bro feel forced because they cannot answer the push to look for the pick on the Scout. He doesn't have to flash. He didn't have ultimate. I think that's why they were really excited about the notion of maybe we can get this Yone, as he's going to also get this turret. Does touch it to grab the gold.
And so now the gold is completely even again.
Yes. So like you said, you know, sometimes you toss it back. Although it's, I think, more of a map play than a Bro fail. They just were unlucky in that they could not make that topside dive work.
Yeah, Bro just caught the fastball and then just kind of rolled it back to them.
They like grabbed it and they're like, oh, it hurts my hands. And dropped it.
They're playing hot potato? Okay.
You know when you catch a really fast ball, like, it can hurt a little bit.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
A little painful.
I don't actually know. I don't come from a
baseball
place.
You know, it's pretty, it's hefty.
Oh, cricket though, those balls real hard. So yeah, I understand. Okay, Lehen's taking way too much damage. Solar Flare is going to connect onto Teddy, but even though it takes a while to kill him, the Leona has no friends. So Lehen's will be taken down.
All right, well, that's a significant pick here.
Yeah, they went up, picked up the ball, and said, "I didn't throw it far enough. Here, have it again."
Yes. All right, well, Lehens didn't have flash there. He decided to use his Solar Flare onto Teddy, I suppose, to make sure that they couldn't get chased down. Anyone else, you know, getting picked would have made it even worse. As we're going to see a potential pick on the casting now. Yeah. Press R together.
Cease and desist does come in, and casting's very, very dead. Okay. Catching them in a side lane, absolutely. Something that Nongshim's comp does very, very well. Oh dear, it's always the follow-up, isn't it? That's where Nongshim runs into trouble, as the map is very dark. Scout is not in too much trouble right now, though, as the Weaver's Wall does come on through. Lehen's wants to try and save Taeyoon, but he uses the Escapsule quite nicely. Gideon throws out the ulti here. There's the flash, but Taeyoon, I think, is still going to die. Mega Inferno Bomb from the grave does a bit of work, but it's still not going to be enough, and another ulti comes forward. Really nice Vault Breaker from Sponge just to get Gideon out of there, but still, they're able to come on over and get a decent amount of damage towards his turret with the Crystalline Overgrowth. And the Bros now looking to get position around this Drake. It's going to be spawning in about 35.
Kingen has teleport. His ultimate is coming back as well. Sponge, same story, so they got that pick. This game is super close. You know, when you look at the lead here for Teddy, feels familiar because of what we saw in the previous game. It's crazy the lead that Kingen has, though, because he had such a rough time in the early game, was bullied, and then the resources came through, and then suddenly he's like, I'm huge. I'm looking for a third item. And now, you know, if Nongshim get Imagine if they had gotten the last dragon that they
I know.
It's crazy what position they could be in right now.
They would have been winning.
Yeah, it would have been like almost unwinnable for Bro. Instead, it's incredibly close here, and they cannot hold the prio. Bro are actually going to push through. That was a choice.
Sometimes you just press R instead of ward. You know, I've done that. I've definitely done that. Oh, Blast Cone not going to be utilized here as there is a flank angle from Sponge.
Teddy is trying to stay as far back as possible.
Oh, the arrow actually gets dodged with a Blast Cone. That was crazy. There's the steal from Sponge. Encore gets flash. Mega Inferno Bomb needs to be W'd. The flash, the ulti comes on forward, but Scout immediately gets out. Nongshim, they can back away. At least that's what I'm told.
That was one of the best team fights from... Okay, hold on, Sponge.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, Gideon does have ulti. Now the Weaver's Wall comes in. Kingen looking for an angle, and Sponge is very dead. Cease and desist, public execution, and he survives! Nongshim can win fights!
And Kingen,
as they bait Bro to do exactly what they did.
Yeah.
It's the throwback!
Kingen's like, I remember this play the opposite way. I'm just going to wait. Surely they'll follow us. And guess what? They did. He had the angle held. He still had his ultimate. We're going to see TPs exchanged here from top and mid lane. Is Teddy, where you going?
Oh, God, they're dead. They're going into the Death Chamber, Wolf. That is where they're going. Casting might be following them as well, as that would be the ace for Nongshim. As there it is, in goes Lahens. He finds the Eclipse button as well to keep himself alive, and that is the ace that we were talking about. Casting, you can see, not exactly happy about that one on the player cam, but the Baron not going to be happy either because that one's going down. Let's have a look at this replay. So much better from Nongshim.
This is one of the best fights I've seen with utilizing Ziggs damage. Like, look at how well Taeyun plays this. He's layering damage in constantly. They play it slow. He drops in the ult for poke, and then they push 40 with Scout, and Scout disengages. He's like, all right, we still got these Ziggs abilities, right? We're going to still be able to layer this damage in. So Bro can't really turn this around and look for a fight. They don't have their arrow anymore. Weaver's Wall is utilized here so late. I think this is such a risky call at best here for Brion, you know?
My goodness, and the Vi shield as well.
And then Teddy doesn't have vision here. And he do be getting snatched.
Yeah. That was actually like perfect snatchel example.
Yes. So in Teddy's defense, you know, if they're on Baron as 5, maybe he can come in there and do something, but I think he thought this game is lost in almost every sense after that big throw he just had, and maybe I
wait for the hawk shot before you do that, or something like that.
I know, I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a rough one.
Understandable. We've now moved to a 5,000 gold lead as Kingen might be caught out of position here, as he does have the ulti available. He uses it to go in, because why not? Because he was definitely going to be dead. A lot of damage there with the Mega Inferno Bomb, but 4 versus 1. Not great odds there for Kingen.
Scout doesn't have TP, so he has to be careful, but he has empowered recall. I think he should be able to get this inhibitor turret, maybe even more if there's no response, and this threat is actually a problem for Bro. They need to respond. And instead, they're going to, eventually...
They steal a blue buff. They take some bounty gold here in the bottom lane. That's their first turret, Wolf, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, actually. They will eventually get this turret, as you say, and the inhibitor turret is going to survive. It is defended by Loki's back. And the pick onto Kingen was, I think, not that expensive in the realm of everything that's happened on the map, because they defend their inhibitor, they get the bounty gold, and there's no objective to fight for. So this ends up being, yes, some resources are expended here, but Teddy's just like, that's illegal, you can't back there. And obviously they don't know there's a ward there. I love how he scans it and he's like, damn. Guess that's what happened.
I think he knew that he couldn't get out of the Encore, so he's like, I don't care, I'm just going back in.
Yeah.
Maybe that was what it was.
I think that's why he re-engaged, buying time for Scout's push and stuff like that as well.
But it did look a little bit comical, because I don't think that he was going to be able to survive that.
I mean, Sponge was kind of nearby, you know, but...
Yeah. They did have Mega Inferno Bomb as well, so they did end up on half health, but that is only halfway to a positive maneuver. As Gideon clears up his Krug camp, he at least has access to his jungle for the moment. But a 2,000 gold lead here for Kingen that did just die. And everyone else is ahead outside of Gideon in the jungle, who does still have a bit of an advantage.
I really thought, I mean, we started this game with casting smirking. I really thought this was going to be like the casting Giga angle, where he was going to pop off in this game. He was going to be, you know, walloping people in big team fight setups.
Sometimes you pop off, sometimes you pop.
Yeah.
This time he be popping.
He do be, because he's 2,000 gold behind. and just got his Sterix. He's got some rogue cloths in his pocket as well. He eluded the enemies and picked up like cloth X1.
He dropped at one of the locations that doesn't have quite as many good things and just went to the bedroom and
he's like, I'll vendor these later. Okay, he got his Warden's Mail now. All right, we're step in the right direction. But this dragon for Nongshim, I mean, Leona is already annoying enough. She's got her locket, but she has Mountain Soul. I mean, Lehens can go wherever he wants with no rebuttal.
They don't have Mountain Soul yet.
If they get
maybe the Bros have a chance here to convince Nongshim to once again throw the game. It's their turn. We have to say,
just hold the dragon, Nongshim. Lehens, don't you dare.
Gideon is down very, very low. This minefield actually doing so much work. Mario Inferno Bomb forces Gideon to bounce out of the way, and that means that they take this dragon. The way they've utilized this Ziggs pick has just been fantastic, as Nongshim are now looking for an angle with these brand new shields built up. The Bros are now cornered. Weaver's Wall comes down. They're looking to try and close in onto Kingen, who just ulties to try and start the fight himself. Cease and desist into the backline from Sponge. Gets on top of Teddy, but Teddy's able to kite this one out. The GA is now procced, as the Bros are actually kiting relatively effectively. Gideon now relatively low, though, and Kingen looking to dive forward. There's the Zenith Blade, and that's going to allow the lockdown of casting once again. The Fate Seal comes out from Scout. He unbinds the soul to look for Teddy, and he will find him. Loki down as well, and now Gideon desperately trying to escape, and I don't think Sponge will allow him to, as he might be able to press W. Yes, he does. He calls the pack, and that might allow him to escape as the Doggos tank up the turret shots, as that last one goes really, really far.
The Doggos were like, I'm not going to let you get hit by the cone, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly.
The cone actually was just too far away. I think he's still dead, though.
Yeah, Sponge is still going to get over. He will have another W, though. So there it is. Let's see whether he can actually... He can't. He just has no health. So that is going to cause him to die. There's a lesson for you. If you run out of health, you do that.
I mean, it's it's lesser known fact, but this is Loki coming in here. The ultimate from Namgung really does not do anything, though. And I actually really love this call from Sponge to go onto Teddy, because yes, he's going into 4 people, and Teddy is going to burst him down, but he has GA. And that allows the rest of the team to follow up here and approach. And man, Taeyun, his Ziggs has been pretty good. He's been set up for success here with his dive cop, but he's just layering so much damage, and this from Scout gets it. Teddy's
like he used the seismic shove to like extend the range of his ultimate. It was kind of crazy.
It looked very funny, but he does ultimately take Teddy down. Teddy tried his best. His kiting was phenomenal, but now Nongshim, if they had Baron when that happened, they would have just won the game. They will have Baron now. Gideon did not die for a long time, so arguably bought some space for Bro to respawn, but they're still not going to be up in time for a contest here of this Baron whatsoever. Nope. And that Mountain Soul is permanent. But 2 Mountain Drakes here, on top of already like the healing that's going to come through for their first 2 Elemental Drakes, it's very tough to kill these champions.
And Scout now is not going to be worried about Teddy throwing an arrow at him, because he has unbound his soul, casting in a side lane, just trying to put on some pressure wherever he can, but the arrow is going to connect. Ulti is going to absorb it there, as Scout will have to go back to that soul that's in the middle of a wall. He is instead just going to die. Still, turret does go down.
The second time this game, Teddy has been like, nah, I'm not going to let him push mid. He cannot be there. This time he gets Scout, and he got Kingen last time. And this is going to be bounty gold here, so it's something.
Yeah.
I mean, this Red Bull Baron power play is a negative right now because of this.
Okay, Nongshim, it looked like they had enough money to just kind of waltz in and win the game. Apparently, absolutely not.
So Scout buffers the arrow really well. The problem is that there's a Talia there. So he's like, oh, okay, got out, and then follow-up comes through from Loki, and then here he's like trying to do some fancy stuff, but there's just too many things to avoid, and there's just 4 champions killing him. Yeah. He played it well, but there was ultimately no way out. Cool trickery, but...
Yeah, it was cute, but in the end, it didn't quite work. Still, he is building towards a GA. It's going to make picking him a lot more difficult, and especially dealing with it in a team fight, as Bro do like to press R together, but if you press R together and then you just get them down to a GA, everyone else is there, and then that guy comes back to life as well. So yeah, it's just not exactly the greatest.
In that bottom side fight, Sponge showcased just why this can be a problem. As the siege is still real here, as that top inhibitor survives. They're looking for bottom sides. Teddy again.
Arrow connects onto Taeyun. He actually walked into it. There it is. Beautiful shove. And another Another pickup for the Bros.
I mean,
minus 2,000.
We talked about how the first CC being the Ash arrow can layer into so many other CCs, but like that's 3 for 3 for Teddy being like,
Did
I
he
don't like that
satchel
pushing.
the wave?
I do not know the answer to that.
Oh,
I do not want to know the answer.
Satcheled the wave.
I do not want to know the answer to that.
That's a whoopatchel.
Oh,
boy. Not a good one. Okay, well, this has been one of the most poorly utilized Barons
Good Baron
we've seen in a while.
for Breon. Hanjin Breon.
Phenomenal
3,000
Rebel Baron power play for Hanjin Breon. You're exactly right.
Look at this.
Huh.
We came in a bit late on it, but either way, he did not have flash, and I think...
Where was Taeyun going prior to the arrow?
Yeah, don't...
He just didn't use Satchel.
It's hard to react to use Satchel there in that situation, but I think he kind of panicked. He has flash now. As Teddy, like, legitimately 1, 2, and 8 on this Ash. He's 2,500 gold behind, but his impact has been felt. And the Nongshim crowd has been unhappy with how his arrows have been landing.
Taeyun only has one more item slot to fill as well. Right now has a couple of control wards. There is that GA that we were talking about.
Finished here right before Elder, perfectly timed.
Kingen very close to his as well.
I think he's getting it right now.
If they have triple GAs, it's going to be so hard for Bro. And there it is.
He has it. So 3 GAs for this Elder fight. This is going to be incredibly difficult. They're fighting into Mountain Soul as well.
Does Taeyun have a Zhonya's?
I don't think so.
Well, casting. Nabar at a decent spot. As Nongshim will just push them away. 10 seconds on this Elder. And casting's angle is so good. Sponge also trying to one-up him as far as the flank angles are concerned. The arrow is going to sail by. And now Nongshim feeling like they can just walk into this river. Create some darkness here for the Bros to be able to fight around.
Sponge really
he's
flanking.
Committed to this.
He's on the phone with Pool Bay right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is some Pool Bay flanking, as he will be able to Volt Break himself in there. But let's see, Solar Flare is just going to slow a few of them down. Not too much more is going to come of it. The bouncing bombs aren't exactly landing right now.
So much patience here for Nongshim, but like you said, the poke is not landing. Sponge is looking like he's going to commit. Ball breaker out.
Yeah, he gets on in there as Loki goes forward as well. There's the cease and desist Mega Inferno Bomb. Everyone's health bar gets wiped out, but Teddy, he flashes and Kingen gets on top of him. That'll lock down the Ash. And Kingen does get charmed for a few moments, but now Loki's just trying to throw these rocks around it. It is not enough to win the fight against Nongshim. Sponge's grand flank ends up working out as he does try and Volt Break around. Does have to play around these rocks, which is kind of frustrating as Loki's health bar is just like one hit away, but he seals his fate. And that is Scout that helps lock him down.
9,000 damage for Taeyun in this game. In this fight, rather. In this fight. Just one fight. He did a lot, even though not all of the poke landed. Enough of it did, and the engage was crisp. And that's the end of it. Nongshim will narrowly defeat Hanjin Breon here. It looked like it might have been Bro's night here. They had so many ins, but ultimately just could not find the consistency.
Oh, it's such a shame, but there it goes. Nongshim will be able to narrowly take down the Bros. It almost looked like they were going to lose to both KRX and Hanjin Breon this round robin, but they barely get themselves in order. And honestly, like, sometimes you can narrowly beat an opponent that you should be able to take down and you'd be really disappointed, but the way Nongshim were playing, and most importantly, the way the Bros were playing, this was a good series.
It was a good series, yeah, it was really
Even
fun.
though there were some throws, things like this here and there, I feel like the quality of team fights, especially in Game 1 for Hanjin Breon, really forced Nongshim to give it everything in order to win this in the end.
Yeah, there were some really high-level calls from Nongshim in this game in terms of turns and the fights, and the one backfired, obviously, on the third Mountain Drake for them. That was possibly game-losing. It didn't end up being that way, though, because they showed their tenacity. They were able to force these pushes and just nullify all of the different teamfight engages. The only trouble they had after that one was just Teddy catching people in the mid lane, which was a bit of a slowdown for them, but it wasn't ultimately enough to get the win for Hanjin. Final fight was just incredibly patient. I think we saw so many different sides of Nongshim. Their attempted 1-3-1 macro game didn't really hit, but they showed that Game 2, a little bit more aggressive, and then Game 3, ultimately looking for the dive composition, which worked incredibly well for them. But they showed patience as well. They showed both the aggressive dive, but the slow play with the zigs.
I think like updating the draft and like how they were playing around that certainly good, but the way they updated how they were playing is, I think, the most important part. And POM, kind of difficult one. I think Taeyeon had a great series, but I think that Sponge, for me, was probably the main character.
I think people will be pretty shocked by mine based on what I said during Game 1. Maybe I just gave it away, but I think that there's an argument. Yeah, I voted for Scout. Yeah, I'll give it away.
I think Scout was actually very, very good this series. I would agree.
Even though the LeBlanc game, he wasn't there, he had that great moment on Baron. Game 2 was huge, and then in Game 3, obviously had a huge role to play with this Yone. Taeyeon is a great shout, though. He'd probably be my number 2, and then Sponge is there. Kingen, he did his job. I wasn't flashy. Lehen's same story. Like, his Bard was pretty good. He had some really nice bindings. This fight here was really, I think, it felt like, to me, the final nail in the coffin, even though Teddy had some arrows to try to slow down the game after this. This is when the first GA fight happened, and then the next one on Elder where they had 3 GAs. Eventually they were like, kill Teddy, and Teddy lived for so long, it kind of looked for a second like, wait, can Teddy actually kite this back and get... No, he can't. There's too many GAs, but...
He tried.
He tried really hard. Teddy had a phenomenal series.
He's actually had a phenomenal week, to be honest. The past couple of weeks, in fact, have been pretty good for Teddy. But this is probably what gets the POM for me, for Sponge. Just because finding this angle, Teddy started the fight off with 5% health. That's not enough health to win a team fight.
Yeah, Kingan's like, I got a lot of dashes for you, my friend. And it was funny Scout also, like, after they killed Teddy, he's like, I'll do Elder, and he was like, oh wait, okay, maybe let's kill the bad guys and go.
Let's just go win the game. As it takes a while for them to take down Loki here, as Talia is annoying, flinging rocks around.
Taeyeon is prepping the bottom wave. They've got that mid push. And it's a pretty easy finish from there. Take a look at Taeyeon's damage here. 38,000.
Big number.
Yeah, he did a lot of boom boom, quite literally, with the Ziggs bombs in this one.
Yep, and I was about to vote for, if it was me that had a vote, I do not, but I would have voted for Sponge, who did 0 in the early game and not very much damage. But the way he was utilizing his ultimate in those late game team fights, I think was absolutely fantastic, despite the lack of damage that he did. And they did apparently have Taeyeon. Scout going to pick it up though, and so Wolf, you were joined by many, or the majority, as his Azir was fantastic, his Yone pretty good, and his LeBlanc did have a lot of money.
Also, I have often picked Scout, even back in the LNG days, to then get owned by my choice. But today, looks like most people, at least the majority of Palm voters, did agree. But again, I wouldn't be upset really if anybody got votes. Like, if there's a few Kingen votes in there, I'm even okay with it.
Yeah, fine. I think probably a smattering at this point in time, as I believe we are going to go to the interview right away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Scout on the side of Nongshim Red Force. You went the full distance for this win, and this is your first POM this year. How do you feel? Well, getting the POM feels great. I can say that it's amazing. I just felt like lately our performance hasn't really been great. So I feel like there's a lot more to improve on currently for us. So after dropping game 1, what was the feedback like that got you the next 2 wins? We didn't do a lot of feedback in regards to in-game aspects, but I feel like we were just thinking about what kind of mistakes we had made. Just wanted to take it slow, because in game 1 we had a good early game, so we just knew that we would actually be able to fix our mistakes up quickly. And the heart of game 2 win was your Azir. Calling the Poppy and Bard mid to take the Ryze down back-to-back was great. So who made that call? I think everyone really made the call collectively. For game 3, you built Kraken on Yone, so can you walk us through this build? Well, Kraken isn't very strong in the laning phase, But before the upgrade, you don't really get a very good scaling. So I think it's a little bit unstable. But against something like Talia, I just feel like if your laning opponent is somewhat doable and winnable, I think it has a really high ceiling when it comes to later game. And game 3 was quite intense. Which point did you feel like you were confident about the win? I feel like we had the edge throughout the game. But I think when we were able to build Guardian Angel on mid to top lane, I think that's when we knew that we were actually pretty confident that we would win. And from interviews with Coach Dandy and other players, you seem to be a great source of inspiration for the team. And even Taeyeon mentioned that you motivate him to improve. So what advice do you normally give? In every moment, I always share my opinion whenever it's time for feedback. And because I am backed by a lot of experience, every feedback session, I feel like I'm actually really good. I come from a great place to provide good answers. So I actually do tend to express my feelings and my opinions a lot. And on the flip side, what kind of influence do you draw from your team? I think everyone has their own temperament and personality, so it's very different. But I think everyone is quite outgoing, and I just really get a good feedback from their positive influence. What would you like to say to your teammates then? Let's do well, you guys. And after today, you have Hana Life Esports, Genji, and T1 in a row. Some tough matches lined up. So how will you prepare? I feel like with our current performance level, I feel like it's going to be pretty difficult. So we're just going to have to keep on improving our synergy and performance. And I'm sure that we are definitely able to win against them. And that's all from Scout, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. As we're here after what seemed like the inevitable at the beginning of the day, Nongshim with the victory here. This time, though, 2-1, as Bro did put on a good performance tonight. But it wasn't quite good enough at the end. I feel like especially mid to late game, Nongshim's teamwork just was a little bit better than Bro's.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the game 1, it was really shaky, and like I didn't expect Kingen to getting solo killed by casting. I mean, so on, like it doesn't matter. I mean, I think at the end, Nongshim finally just showed up with the performance that they had a few weeks ago, and I think again they're slowly like trying to have more consistency, and I think this is just like one of the steps that Nongshim wants to take.
I think it's actually a huge improvement because Nongshim was actually leaning to the Lians a lot, but today Lians was like still like playing proactively, but he had some mistakes, a lot of like
a little bit of hinting.
Okay, a
little bit.
You know,
yeah,
just a little bit.
Okay, that's we can say. But Sponge was not doing it or joining at that party, and he was quite playing very, very well. I think he was very proactively, but he didn't die like weirdly. So I think this is a big improvement from Nongshim.
Yes, absolutely. And we do have to get into the score of the comment. I don't know why I said it like that, but you guys did go for Sponge alongside of Media. So we got you guys and Media together, and everybody else did go for Scout.
I have an opinion about this.
All right. I mean, you are the jungle 50 minutes.
I am
right?
so sad here right now, and being a little bit of rage is coming up from here.
Yeah, you're feeling your.
Yeah, the Mr. Poppy just made every game to make this scout get a free kills, free golds, and to the damage and the team fights too. So, but there goes the mid POM.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why we prepare POM clips from now on. So we kind of prove that this is the reason why we vote for a POM.
Here's the proof.
Yeah, here's the proof. You know, like he denied all the like crucial moment. You know, he ulted the main damage, ulted the jungler to secure the objective. And he was solid, he was consistent. And also, like, him flanking here at the end of the fight was the main point of the team fight. I think the game was really close, by the way. But I think him closing the gap for the flanking is like such a great idea for the team fight, and I think he deserves to get some votes.
I agree. So I think he was the very, what should I say, solid player today. And then like he even didn't like give up his ceiling. So, and then he kept the Nongshim winning streak. So which is Bro's kryptonite today.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Maybe it's because I was watching with you guys, but I do agree. I do think Sponge was kind of the obvious vote tonight, but Scout also did play quite well as one of LCK's Azir greats with a strong return. Also, Helios with Scout. That was an eye-popping performance.
Cool.
Cool. The soup powder that Nongshim's comp needed. I'd like to call him Soup Cow. I wouldn't like to call him that, actually.
Oh, man.
I'm not going to call him
That sounds so bad, but like I can see the angle because they are like, they're noodle boys, you know? So, yeah, it's fine, I think.
Okay. Well, we have one more comment. Let's hope it's better. A strong contender to break into the LCK's top 5 mids.
Oh, that's true. Like I think we've been talking about like LCK top laners. Let's say Faker, Chovy, BDD, Showmaker, and yeah, Zeka, right? So we have 5. But maybe Scout wants to break that the giant wall of the LCK mid laners.
Maybe it can be just added at the 6 mids or 7 mids there.
I mean, he's playing better and better, you know, so I like that he does at least get some recognition tonight, maybe a little bit too much recognition, but regardless, he does win the player of the match this time around. Nongshim now 4-2 after this victory, but a rough schedule ahead, as was talked about in the interview and by our casters. Bro now 1-5.
I mean, I think Nongshim still, they're kind of sussy, like in terms of the like in-game plays, but I think, again, win is a win, and I think like as long as you keep the momentum, I think it's fine. But Bros, man, I don't know. Like I wore a green jacket for them today, but I think it didn't work out. So I will never wear a green jacket once again. Maybe like, only Digon allows to wear those like green shirts. I don't know.
So sad as a
yeah. How do you feel? Like
I feel like it's so sad because I uploaded something that I thought that I had above.
Oh yeah.
Rion. So I thought they could like have some good games, but at game 2 and 3 it was quite
next time.
Sadly, but we have a next time.
Next time.
I hope you guys can come back soon.
I'm just glad that Bro did not get absolutely giga smashed.
Oh yeah.
All of our
definitely.
other teams nowadays are just getting destroyed, but actually they put up a decent fight. They gave us a 3-game series.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think every game has been like 2-0s only, but I think at least they showed up some hope for the bro fans.
And then the draft. I really liked Bro's draft today.
Yeah. Possibilities here.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's more to go.
Maybe some potential for Bro, for Hunj and Breon in the future, but in the future we do have Kium DRX up against T1, so stay tuned for that great match, and we'll see you in a bit.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just when I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just when I lift my mark into the stone.
자, 이번에 만나볼 경기는 디플러스 기아와 젠지가 경기를 준비를 하고 있습니다.
과연 언제쯤 디플러스 기아가 이 젠지라는 벽을 극복할지에 대한 관심은 항상 쏟아지거든요.
이번엔 어떨까요? 양 팀의 2세트입니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
탑5 하고 애매하지.
나 될만한데 슈 할래?
되게 한번 봐.
다 있지 스페.
스펠은 더 있어.
탑5. 나 한번 빨아보긴 할게.
선생 형. 네.
가고 있긴 한데.
내가 잡을게.
슈야 이거 길게 하면 짜워.
괜찮아.
길게 하면 짜워.
아플까? 이거 좀 나 많이 잘 클만하니까.
이번 용 어때 보이? 50 노플이긴 한데 빡셀라나?
바로 칠 수 있지 않아? 나 선택 찍긴 해.
대놓고 꽂혔다.
이거 싸움 나긴 하겠다.
슬슬 나가면 좋아. 나 08초, 07초, 05초.
아니면 이거 보자.
야 미안하다, 나 죽었어. 빼볼래?
싸볼게 천천히. 할만해.
야 궁 다 없어.
야, 레 텔커 썼어. 이거 싸움보다 해. 천천히. 야, 그냥 빼도 되고. 빼도 돼. 칼리 공 빼자. 내 쪽. 해줄게. 뺐어. 나이스.
세라핀 궁풀 돌렸다.
나비.
나 이번에 1차 들어가서 50도 팰게. 여기 위에 애니. 애니 위에 있고.
나 앞 띄우고 뺄게.
보자. 가는 중.
살짝 볼게.
야, 이거 나
W. 야, 짜고.
내가 아래에서 레드 오거든? 밀어 들어. 야, 50 노플.
50 노플.
좋아. 야, 이거 3보자. 야, 보자.
타임부터.
맞아.
나 천천히 해야 돼.
야,
타임. 나 패시브 터치기 됐다.
야 빼면서 갈게.
오케이.
바로 막을 생각하겠다.
지금 탑 노플.
7천. 쌈으로 보자. 쌈으로. 나 자인이랑 놀게.
야, 싸움을 봐야 돼, 얘들아.
야, 미드 쪽 싸움. 한 명 쭉 해봐.
야, 피했다. 갈게. 야, 갈게. 아래 갈게. 아래.
야, 50 노플. 야, 50.
얘들아, 뺄 수 있어.
안 좋아. 내가 미드 밀고 미드 깨고 바로 가자. 미드 이제 풀 돌았고 정글만 노플. 다음 용에서 싸움 날 것 같은데?
계속 감는 사람 콜 빡세게 해주라.
야, 슬슬 나올게.
나 저거 밀어낼게. 야, 킵하다.
야, 나 이제부터 해.
야 자인 여기.
안 보이실게. 얘들아, 유나라 안 보이는 쪽.
야, 천천히 넣어줘 이제.
야, 가볼게.
야, 50부터 패자.
때려줄게.
천천히.
안톤 뺐어. 앞라인부터.
야 자인 볼게 이러면.
얘들아, 그렇게
자인
좋진 않아.
빼면서. 쉬어 빼야 돼.
야,
유나라.
밀어댈게.
유나라 맞아. 야. 빼자.
칼리 봐줘.
이거 앞라인 치는 게.
자인. 얘들아, 바텀 입으로 가면. 잡고. 야, 자인. 얘들아, 자인.
부활 또 있어. 야, 잡아봐 일단. 야, 용 먹고.
얘들아, 바텀 입으로 누가 먼저 가봐. 가봐. 가자. 이거 오로락 노공이야, 허수야.
확인. 3차 주자. 나 궁 쌍타 때 돌 것 같거든. 3미드 노플.
야다 지어졌는데? 대포 빼고.
야, 오로라.
야 타워.
형 잡았어?
나 가는 중. 나 3초.
칼리 노플. 누나랑 너도.
나도 평소야 돼, 할 거면.
수현이 노플. 바로 50초 남았어. 이거 나 아래로 돌 생각도 했고. 야, 아래로 도는 거 좋다. 얘네 미드로 나와야 되거든. 야, 유나로 보자, 얘들아. 오케이. 야, 유나. 야, 노플. 야, 이거 애니 노플이거든.
애니 노플.
렌토 노플.
오로라.
오케이, 앞라인을 이겨. 야, 나 라이트 켜.
야, 오로라.
야 오라 노플.
야, 미드. 야, 바텀.
끝났다.
야 잡아.
제발.
안 죽어도 돼.
괜찮아, 얘들아. 천천히 여기 가지 마자.
바텀 가자. 거기 이겼어.
어렵네.
까비.
빡세네 한타죠. 내가 아래로 가볼게.
야 볼게. 와봐.
본대. 야 오로라 일단 오로라.
까비.
드디어 북벌 성공! 2021년 8월 8일 기억에도 사실 잘 남기가 어려운 승리입니다. 그런데 그 승리를 이렇게 새로운 승리로 갈아꼈습니다.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. nowhere to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
KRX 화이팅!
KRX 파이팅! KRX 파이팅!
T1 화이팅! T1 화이팅! T1 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time for the final series of the week. KRX taking on T1. A series that hasn't been DRX favored for quite some time.
Maybe this record is also another potential record to be broken.
True. And they already broke it this year, actually, as Faker hadn't lost a game to DRX or KRX since he lost Worlds to them in 2022. Until the LCK Cup, where he did one game.
Yeah.
But they
did not drop the series. Yeah.
DRX were able to take them down when it was Poby on the roster, but that was obviously the dark times. Then Faker came back and they won Worlds, and it was fine.
It's crazy how up and down the performance of DRX has been. The crazy thing is they're at 2 and 3, but they had the easiest strength of schedule of any team. The remaining teams they face in round 1 are T1 today, then KT Rolster, then Hanwha Life Esports, and then Genji.
Huh.
They got D+ out of the way.
Kind of weird that if
it's kind of like all the teams above them except D+.
Yeah, and if this was like last year, we'd be like, it'd be an ascending order of strength. But actually, it's in descending order of strength, as it turns out from right now. But let's have a look at Faker here on the verge of LCK's first ever 6,000 assists.
Look at the other players who are in here. None of them are solo laners, obviously. You know, the supports usually gets the most assists, and then jungles are mixed in there. Peanut had a really long career, so he's in 4th, but obviously Faker has the longest career of any player, but it's when you look at stats like this, it just reminds you of that in such a crazy way that I don't know how long down the line you'd have to get for another mid laner to actually be in the list. Might not even be another mid laner in like top 8.
Yeah, and this is crazy because we also had, I believe it was Keen's 2,000 kills, and he was also like 200 ahead of everyone else. I think Faker is in an even larger position when it comes to all of these records, just because he's been playing and winning for so incredibly long. It is just kind of ridiculous. But let's have a listen to what the coaches have said here. Their teamwork was better than ours, says Joker. Even up until we walked into the arena, we couldn't get onto the same page on topics we were unsure about. Unfortunate. And Tom says, we were good up to game number 2, had the edge in game 3, but things fell apart and our team fighting broke down. As a team, our mid-game communication isn't clicking the way it should. And I think that that is an exact diagnosis as to what's been going wrong with T1.
I do think that there are a few things missed there in that I don't know if game 1 they were good, but in game 2 they were great. And then in game 3, things fell apart, but also the Pyke is so weak late, and KRX could not have done more. Like, he did such a good job in that final game, but compositionally, they make just one mistake, and that can be the difference maker. I know I've seen a lot of comments online. I know there's a lot of sentiment that because T1 has not been as dominant as, again, their back-to-back-to-back world titles do kind of lead to, that maybe Kiwoom DRX are actually the favorites. Maybe they could do it. I think there's a lot of over-exaggerations that are happening because D+ is an incredibly strong team.
Yeah.
I know I was the only one to predict them, and I wasn't that confident about it, but I felt like, you know, D+ are actually so good, I think they'll do it, and they barely did, but T1, I mean, they're an incredibly strong team, and Kiwoom DRX need to fix a lot of problems here.
And we are getting deeper into the season as well, and we know that T1 only gets better with age when the season is concerned. So maybe it's late enough for Kiwoom DRX to not stand a chance, or maybe it is just early enough for them to sneak in a victory. And they absolutely need to, because as you were saying, they are running the gauntlet after this. In fact, during this, to be perfectly honest. But I think that T1 probably aren't going to pull any punches in this particular series because they are probably annoyed at what happened to them on Friday up against DK. That series was brilliant to watch, to be perfectly honest. Like, I think that DK are playing way better than I think a lot of people were expecting after a disappointing exit from the LCK Cup, and just the fact that as a team they are quite inconsistent. But this guy on your screen and Rich, they're the ones that really need to step up.
Yeah. My other concern is that Pays has had some problems being consistent and pushing his leads forward. And also Lazyfield has had tough laning phases. So the bottom lane's also a little bit of a sore spot. But I do favor Keria, right? I wouldn't say, like, I think Pays crushes Lazyfield. I think Keria is the one who wins the bottom lane, and we'll see what happens after that. But Faker versus Yukao could be an angle for Kiwoom DRX here as well, because Faker has been up and down, frankly, and I think the playstyle of T1 is just not hitting as hard in this meta, where they like to push incredibly aggressively and then rotate quickly and punish those who are trying to catch, you know, Faker or, you know, while pushing Doran. They've been so good at that, but this meta just doesn't allow for that a lot of the time, and so they end up getting caught with their greed. You know, it's like, oh, we can get there in time. Faker's not too far up, and then Faker dies too fast, and then the rest of the team is there, and then they also die, and you could see it on display in a lot of ways in that Game 3 against D+, where they were really walking a tightrope, and I think they slipped a little bit.
Yeah, they did. And obviously a Pyke composition is going to lead to that, but still, I think a lot of the credit should go to D+ and how they played it out, and we'll have to see whether KRX can actually rise to that occasion as well, because they're going to need to play very, very well if they're going to challenge T1 here and take them down. Even though they are coming off a loss, I think this is still going to be a very difficult one. That guy on your screen right there, though, may force a Bard ban against him as well, as he has been very, very good at the pick. And I'm hoping that, I think that if Andor is able to step up, if him and Lazyfield are actually able to deliver some punches in the bottom lane, that is going to really make this series interesting up against T1. But if it's just Pays and Keria running the show, and then Keria once again gets out of lane and kills everyone, I think it could be over pretty quickly.
It could be. I would predict a 2-0 here, as the fan sign behind interim head coach Tom also
I would agree as well.
But we've seen crazier upsets. We've seen big collapses from teams. We've seen some shaky ones. I mean, Nongshim lost to Kiwoom DRX in a pretty shocking loss to most, and Rich got POM. Even in the next series struggled a lot, but
he did.
It's those inconsistencies are both top laners that has left both of these teams worried. And we'll see how the performance looks today. I don't know if topside's where the attention's going to go, though.
I'm kind of hoping not, and maybe Doran doesn't need it, as I think the record to beat is 4 solo kills in a row in that top side of the map. We'll see whether he can actually get that, or whether Rich has built up some form. But this is what we're talking about. The Bard is going to be banned, and this time it's going to be Kiwoom DRX that are taking it away. Understandable against Keria. as there is the Karma leaving as well. T1 did that thing where they left up their good champions and gave them to the enemy.
It was not good for them to have that.
Yeah, I'm hoping they don't do that again.
They took away the Varus. So if KRX do not ban the Pantheon here, it could be a Rumble Pantheon trade, but see what they do, because it ends up being kind of interesting. If they ban Pantheon, then T1 will ban Rumble, and we'll go down that line.
Or T1 will ban Jarvan.
Well, the Jarvan...
They just don't like banning
you only do this against T1, by the way, the banning the Azir. And pretty much everybody's doing it, as we're going to trade the mid laners, so both the Rumble and the Pantheon are up, but T1 get 2 picks here, so they can get, you know, Rumble Vi, for example, or... oh my god.
Oh my lord.
Well, this is the weight of lazy feel.
But also, T1 just don't like picking Rumble, I guess, because they let it go all the way through to like B5 in their series against DK. So, will they pick it here?
What if you just go Rise Pantheon and call it a day?
You could definitely do that. Or you could just go Rumble Pantheon and also call it a day. And then the Anivia's up, and Faker picks that into the Rise that turns up.
I think
and
the
then
Rumble
win for free
is the right call. And I think Vi is great into Ezreal, and Rumble Vi is very...
No, Pantheon. Pantheon's still up, Wolf.
I mean, both are fine. Rumble Vi is...
It is a classic.
It's a longer engage range if you charge your Q and then, you know, press R and hit the Ezreal, but the Pantheon ultimate is like the longest engage range, technically, so both are great. Or... owner's just like, I picked my favorite. I like this one.
He is pretty good.
It's also a better matchup into the potential Jarvan that we could still see here.
It also wins 1v1s against Pantheon as well if you find him in the jungle, as there is a Rise to be picked up here by Yukal. Do we lock in a bottom lane? I guess theoretically you do, as the Anivia is the pickup.
Ezreal Anivia blind.
Yeah, and I mean, Anivia could be going top lane.
That's true. There's no Karma, there's no Bard, there's no Nico. I actually think this is a pretty
Lulu.
good... I mean, they could, but I do think this is a nice setup for an Ezreal and Anivia lane, because there's just not a lot of answers that just dunk on it. You know, we saw a lot of attempts, including from Keria, to win into said lanes. That did not work, as Faker's going to pull out TF.
It's kind of cute. You can follow the Rise very effectively, and it now gives you a pretty clear 1v1 opportunity. And Twisted Fate has found a fair bit of success here. Obviously, we've been seeing Showmaker play it a lot, and he is kind of the Twisted Fate guy. But Faker was playing it before him. Kind of like he was playing everything before everyone.
I really love when you play Twisted Fate into squishy supports, because, again, assuming this Anivia is going to support.
But even squishy top lane is kind of fine as well.
You're just like, okay, well, he's trying to ward. Sorry, it's not allowed, you're dead. And the Pantheon ban makes a lot of sense. Not going to allow the Rise Pantheon to go through. The priority in this draft has been wild, but they are still respecting later some of these stronger picks.
And they can ban Pantheon Jarvan, and then Willa has to go to the second rung of the tier list junglers. And Ona kind of gets away with this Xin Zhao scot-free, unless he gets Kha'Zix'd, which is a thing.
Doesn't Kiwom need to ban Ashe, I would say? Ashe Seraphine's still a good lane into Ezreal Anivia.
It's true.
Or Ezreal plus question mark, but...
I haven't seen question mark very often, but Yunara is going to be the man instead.
They're more concerned about Yunara Lulu.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think if there's an answer, like if they just flex this Anivia into the Rumble matchup topside to Ashe Seraphine that we're not thinking about, like Ezreal Yuumi? I don't think so.
You're a little bit worried about seeing that one. Still wouldn't mind a Lulu lock-in, to be honest.
I think those are the real options, right? Seraphine or Lulu.
What does Pays do?
He's like, Lucian Nami, lock it in.
Well, Jhin. That makes me feel sad.
I don't really like that much here, but there is a lot of upfront between the Xin Zhao and the Twisted Fate that's going to get on top of somebody and stun them. And Jarvan made it all the way through.
Yeah, so J4 over to Willa. And then we decide where the Anivia is going. Obviously, they kept the support pick up in the air, and it's KRX, so he can kind of play everything. It's not going to be Lulu, though. Lulu Jhin is just not very good.
There's no way it's like the ego pike game, right? They're just like, yeah, no, we
run it back.
No, we can run it back. I don't think so. But there's not any ranged supports. Is it Jin Seraphine?
Jin Sona. Jin Janna.
Jin Janna. I'm kind of with that one, actually. That one I'm kind of a little bit interested in, but
that'd be fun.
Keria going to do something weird.
I hope so.
Or just play Blitzcrank, which is also kind of weird.
Ooh, but kind of fun. It's Camille. Oh, sometimes you just pick Camille. So I guess we're in that arc. The arc of Keria where he just wants to play strange things.
I remember when Camille support was
Rumble
going around.
support!
Do you remember that game?
Rumble support? Rumble support.
Nah.
Dude, fire beats ice. Have you not played Pokemon before?
Yeah, I did.
So you can just burn the ice bird.
Yeah, it's kind of melted.
Yeah.
But then stay away from the water that's going to appear. And
I remember that like 2 patches where Rumble support was a thing.
Do you remember like the one patch where it was going around Camille support and then Delight was like, I'm gonna lock it. And we were all like, oh! And then he went like 0 and 4. We were like, never again.
Yeah, never. And then I feel like we didn't see it again. It was just patched out and done. And Delight's like, I'm glad everyone forgot about that. Keria did find a little bit of success, I believe, in the small amount of time that we did have the Camille support. And I believe we've seen it already this season as well.
It's very good into Ezreal. I really like this pick into Ezreal. It's got a lot of lane power. I can trade aggressively. You have the Jin, so it's a powerful 2v2. But if you mess it up, you know, I mean, you can do some funky stuff with hookshot around the Anivia, but you mess up the lane, you get caught, you lose it. I don't know if this comp actually walks out alive.
Yeah. You were talking about T1 walking a tightrope in their last matchup. Well, they're back at it again. Let's see how their balance is as we get into the rift for game number 1. All right. No one knew what to call KRX in that fan chant, and I like it. It was just chaos.
Is, if I'm reading this correctly, okay, it is Keria's 4th game of Camille support. He's 1 and 2.
Okay. We can even up the scoreline. 4th game, and he's playing with a Jin? Coincidence? Probably.
Yeah, I think just a coincidence.
Yeah. He probably does.
This is a good lane. It's a good 2v2 here.
Yeah.
If you can find the right hookshot angles. There's number 1.
Hey, he's certainly found an angle, as the Ignite is already down as well.
That's a way to burn the ice. There you go.
Yeah. What would you like it, poached or scrambled, Wolf?
Well, he's got that Halo Blades, which lets him attack quickly and then press the D button to light the enemy on fire.
Well, he does go for another one, as Andel's almost down to his egg already. This, okay, the Camille support, I guess, is just Pyke support with a few extra steps.
Or a few fewer
steps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something about steps.
Camille is like, I'm not stepping, I'm flying. And Pyke's kind of doing a little floating.
Yeah.
Neither of them are really stepping, actually, on second thought.
That was weird.
Couldn't quite reach this time. Now, level 2 is here. Rondo walls at the right time and sets up a stun. It's a lot of damage in this Ezreal, but Owner is coming down. That ward is down.
The Demacians are going to meet, as Willer is discovered immediately. I think KRX probably wanted to use this as a bit of a respite gain on this bottom side, but it's unable to happen as Owner and Willer are just going to fight one another. Flag and Drag does come in order to get Willer out of there, but that is Owner winning the territorial engage.
He does indeed do that. And it looks like it's just going to be a back here for Keria. And he'll head straight back to the lane. I say that. He's heading mid, actually. Ooh. With Owner coming up as well.
And it's going to be a late back here for Andel as well, so he's going to get there earlier. There's the gold card connecting, but Yukal does have Ghost, so he will be able to get himself out. Still, he's going to have to back. And now that he doesn't have, you know, his Ghost available, does have Home Guard in order to get back to this lane, but you can see Faker just trying to push this one out as quickly as possible. He'd already teleported after he got that refillable, but he's going to be in even better standing now. And he's a Twisted Fate, right? So you just naturally are going to be ahead.
I kind of feel like the way this draft has gone is Kiwoom are like, we know what we like to play. We know some of our strengths and weaknesses. We put Rich on Cassante as a... I'm going to hold my tongue on this for a moment, as Keria is lurking with hookshot at the ready.
They are not allowed to face check that brush. And it looks like they're not going to, as Rich. On the Cassante, this has been okay. There is the hookshot. Deadly Flourish will be avoided. as Andil does find the stun at least. Still, T1 are having a very good time here in this
But what I
bottom
was
lane.
going to say about the draft is it feels like Lazy feels like, all right, give him my favorite. You know, I want to play Ezreal. We're going to first pick that. It's a fairly safe pick. UCal's on the rise. They got the Jarvan. Rich is like, I'm going to be stable up here, I promise, on Cassante. It's a tough matchup in a Rumble. And we got the basics down, whereas they actually did this advanced tutorial where it's like, oh, you got to play against Twisted Fate, Jin Camille, they got Rumble. So it is, it's a little bit tougher than the basic, you know, we're going to play what we like to play kind of draft here. And T1 has the finesse comp. They have the comp that really only they play. You know, you could argue D+ plays this style a little bit, but this is very much a T1 playing both comfort but also unusual picks in this meta, and it can sometimes be something that catches you off guard. Like Andil, relatively younger player here in terms of age in the LCK, has been around for a while now but hasn't seen the same success, nowhere near Keria. In fact, most supports could wish they were like half as close to the success of Keria, but my point is, he's probably like, all right, let me learn Anivia for this season. I can master that, and then it's like, oh, by the way, Camille Jin lane. Maybe played that one before. He's like, oh, I mean, maybe once or twice.
Yeah, let me have a look at my notebook, shall I?
It's a little rough.
Well, UCal trying to sidestep some of these wildcards, does a decent job. As I think just in a general scrap with UCal being in range, you're probably going to be able to win that DPS race. But Faker should be able to start clearing out waves pretty comfortably. Just sitting on a Sapphire Crystal right now on top of his Doran's Ring, so not going to be doing crazy amounts of damage. Zandil not going to get caught by that Deadly Flourish. Pays has missed a couple of those. No harm, no foul. Keria will get himself out of there. And Pays looking for a target for this fourth bullet. It's going to be a cannon.
Always worth. As Owner once again going to make a pass down here at the bottom lane. Willer is not here this time.
There's the hook shot. Does manage to find the stun onto Lazyfield, but immediately they look for Andil, who has to flash.
Yeah, does not want to get egged right there.
Yeah.
There is no way out, so a good flash there. Even though he had his passive, it was not going to do him a whole lot of good. And they may just go for a second setup here with the wave crashing. Andil is super low. Even just getting the egg would be massive. As Pays got his fourth shot.
Yep, they're looking for the angle here. As, yeah, there it is. Faker now making his way down as well as the Destiny Gate does come on through. The egg lasted about 0.2 of a second, and they just dropped the turret aggro so comfortably.
And Willer just can't really make a play here to try to save this. I mean, Lazyfield has Flash, but there's 4 T1 members here, and UCal, even if he Realm Warps in, it's just too much of a risk because they could just turn on him and kill him because Lazyfield can't join. He's going to come over here with Willer, though, and start this Dragon up while T1 are backing after the dive. Owner very well aware of this. Does have a ward in the Drake pit, but I don't think he can stop this. So the exchange is, got egg, got a kill, but we'll lose Dragon, as we'll watch this again. Andil, watch this egg. You mentioned he dies basically instantly. Pays is holding his shot, holding his shot, holding his shot. Bam. Goodbye. That was crazy.
It was. And the turret really wasn't interested in killing T1 players that dive as well. Really beautifully juggled by T1. So Mountain Dragon does go over to KRX. That is a good thing, as Faker is a little susceptible to the Anivia. And Keria is looking for the flash stun, does not get it. Still, Andil is looking a little worse for wear. Willer will turn up, though. And in the meantime, Owner is taking the enemy red buff. Rune Prison does come down. Keria is very, very dead. Just doesn't have a lot of ways out.
Owner could try to look for a Crescent Guard angle.
Oh, wait a second.
And
if they had vision, they would kill him.
I don't think they realize, and Owner is not going to try to see if he can get lucky, because he might have been able to, you know, maybe catch Andil there, but limited information, so
yep,
just as the end of that. He does not help his support in the mid lane, but this is actually just Faker greeting a little bit for this plate, gets walled. Great sidestep from Faker on the Q. And then Keria actually utilizes the wall here in such a great way to close the gap, but he just doesn't have the damage yet. And Willer shows up, and Faker is like, all I got's one card for you, Keria. There's too much CC. Yeah. There's nothing else Faker can do.
Yeah, Willer in the right place at the right time, and that stun missing on Andil was problematic there for T1, but I think regardless of whether that hit or not, I think that with the man advantage, things were going to be good for KRX, so that's going to even out the kill score. Unfortunately, it doesn't really help as far as the gold advantage is concerned. Having a look here, it is Doran having a pretty good time on that top side, but as Rich builds towards his Rook Urn, he's going to be feeling better and better. As soon as that Spectre's Cowl comes in, that's when the Cassante really starts to have a better time. I wouldn't say good time, but a better time in lane.
Is the Camille just the counter pick? Because if the wall goes up, she's just like, see ya, and just jumps over it and stuns you.
You also just get to put Ezreal in a cage that he cannot get out of.
That's the main thing, but I'm thinking about the Anivia more after watching that mid play. Like, actually, Keria might have some.
You can just use it as a hookshot.
Exactly.
Thingy. Yeah, it's pretty nice. You can leapfrog it, no worries.
He's Spider-Man. Machine thing.
Yeah.
That is woman.
Spider-Man scissor legs. Is kind of how it goes. Owner is going to be able to take down this blue buff though, and continuing to steal everything away as that stun's going to land. And Andil, yeah, he's really dead. No egg, no chance. Destiny comes on through, and the gate going to come down onto UCal. The rest of T1 not quite there for the follow-up though, as we can see. LazyFeel looking to try and get a few cheeky Mystic shots off, but I don't think that is going to happen as Owner will let the Gromp reset.
Anivia
pick goes back.
Is just not working at Atlas, and this Camille pick is not only affecting the bottom lane, but just kind of, he's everywhere. It did end up dying for the mid attempt moments ago, but it's constantly just pressuring and setting up Owner in this situation to zone them away from the turret. And because everyone had to come down, UCal had to realm warp in. Even though they have 4 members here, it's not like they're losing plates in mid, because everyone on QMDRX has to show up to try to save this play. And Andal just doesn't have egg. There's too much damage here, and they're like, we gotta stay, otherwise maybe they also kill LazyFeel. So you see the realm warp come through from UCal as he's trying to defend, but they lose nothing, T1, in this exchange and get the free bird.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
And I do think that the Anivia is kind of doing a little bit more than just like being a decent pick in lane. It is good to pick it when you're going to pick Ryze as well, right? Because they pick them at the same time, try and deny that counter pick. But then Faker just picks Twisted Fate and is just going to kind of nullify the lane. Yes, UCal is going to have a better time, but I don't know whether this is going to be a game that gets to the point where Ryze can kind of take over. If things go the way T1 want it to, they kind of win in mid-game anyway.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing about this draft where, obviously I'm being a bit facetious, but it almost feels like QMDRX like, wait, they can do that? Like, is that a... That's not in the list of champions that we see in this meta.
Yeah, you're supposed to play Cassiopeia.
Yeah, exactly.
But honestly, Cassiopeia would have gone hard.
The Prima guide said. He's just going to pick Cassiopeia. We know we can handle this. But ultimately, Twisted Fate pick here is working a treat. It works well into Ryze, but it is also just working incredibly well with Camille. Because Camille Twisted Fate is a mid-top synergy we've seen for years. Yeah. Works well in support. It's like Camille Galio. Sorry, Ezreal, you're just not going to play the game unless you get ahead, and he's currently 440 behind.
Would have been really cool if this Jhin was a Galio instead.
Imagine.
Oh, would have been so cool. Just need a Nocturne, and then you just have all of them.
I want to say I don't think it would do well in lane, but I've seen crazier things. Yeah. Maybe it actually would.
I mean, it only has to do better than a Jhin. Actually, no, he's fine in lane. Xin goes Carrier, finds the Hextech ultimatum as LazyFeel. That's a decent Captain Jack, but the curtains have been called. And unfortunately for Pays, he kind of misses most of the buttons until Willa stands in front of LazyFeel to keep him alive. Flash Frost not quite working here as Andal is still incredibly squishy. And by still, I mean he's just going to be incredibly squishy throughout this whole game.
He's got his catalyst.
Hey, there we go.
Give him some time. He'll heal up.
He will have that Rod of Ages, so time is kind of what he wants.
I watched these skirmishes, these fights, especially this one here, even though it didn't lead to a kill and really only got LazyFeel's cleanse, and you're like, okay, T1 we're cooking with this draft way early. The synergy is real, as we're going to see a UCal Realm Warp.
Well, that is just going to be enough. They do just jump on top of the Camille, and she is just dead. The rest of T1 not able to do too much. Crescent Guard here from Owner, who is fighting against Willer and actually taking matters into his own hands. That is a Chem Soul, which is a little unfortunate as Pays is in a really weird spot. Not entirely sure what he's trying to do there as Faker. He's going to have to flash out, but in goes Owner. I don't know about that. It's all right. Doran is going to come on through to try and save the day. Faker's like, well, now it's my turn as he finds the gold card. And UCal is on the wrong side of the map. Doran makes sure that his death is swift as he flashes in for the kill.
And it's a 5-4 kill score, so if you're a Kiwoom fan, you're like, okay, it was pretty even, right? Not really, actually, with the exchange here. And this is, by the way, if you've heard the term T1 Circus, like that was it right there. That is quintessential T1 Circus, because this is what we're talking about when we talk about T1 kind of walking the fine line, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Keria sacrifices himself here, right, so they can get the dragon. And for a lot of teams, it's like, okay, is this salvageable? Sorry, Owner, you're dead. We'll probably just leave. Baker and crew are like, hold on, let's play this. Watch Pays try to make an insane outplay here, by the way. Trying to get on top of Willer. Messes it up. Willer gets away with his flash. It's actually really clean from Willer. He's super low. And then Owner's like, you know what? I've watched a few Kanavi VODs. I think I can pull this off.
They get a lot of flashes.
And then, like, he survives for so long. Doran gets the snipe with the equalizer, and Faker's like, I still have ult. And Doran just shows up to collect money. Rumble's just printing money, I swear, every single game. And now he has a 300 gold lead and 2 kills to his name.
How does Pays now have a 950 gold lead? I think it's probably because he's taken a bunch of plate money and things like that, but he's got his scoped weaponry and is now looking to do some work. I kind of like this new Jhin build that people are doing that doesn't have a Ghost Blade. It's really been making me feel a bit better about the champion.
I like it when Jhin stays away and doesn't like press a button to walk towards the enemies. When he stays away and shoots from far, that is the good Jhin.
And shooting from far is the benefit for this
Hex
item.
optics?
Yeah, the Hex optics is quite good.
Oh my god, I remembered it. Oh, that's my first time.
Yeah, I just call it the scope. That's generally how I do it.
I don't know the number. It's C55 or something, but it's Hex optics.
It's okay. It didn't need the number. It was already a unique name.
When are we going to get Chem optics?
Ooh, that is a really good point. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't think we're going to get it.
Yeah.
It'll probably be Canic optics.
Canic optics. It's C44, by the way.
Oh, whatever.
I remembered that myself. I didn't actually. It was written down for me. I would never lie to you guys.
Well, I mean, they'll re-release it as 55 in the future, no doubt.
I hope so.
Luden's Companion, you know.
That might be like in the 2027 version as the C55.
Could be.
Oh, it sounds like it'd go fast, doesn't it? C55?
Yeah.
I don't know why. You know, 55 was my basketball jersey number.
Really?
When I was a kid. Yeah.
What was the meaning?
Fun fact. There wasn't one.
Oh,
it was just the one that they pulled out of the jersey bucket for me. Jersey bucket? Not entirely sure about that one. Saved by a team fight here as Ona goes in. There is the Destiny one more time as well as there's a decent amount of poke here from T1. They're into a choke point, and it looks like KRX are going to at least push them away for now.
You know the T1 Circus thing? I feel like this is partially why Owner is so good at Xinjiao, because Xinjiao allows you to kind of cheat. They're like, oh, this didn't quite work out, but they can't hurt me, so we're just going to walk away. And he is so good, by the way, at turning those into... They tried to set something up into me, and then my team showed up, and we smashed them because we have the best macro, the best rotations. In this case, he just walked away, and it's fine. As they're now going to turn this into... Okay, they also walked away, and we have Prio on Herald. Keria has Flash and ult, and there's no Ezreal for him to ult yet, but he could be
equalizes up in
else.
3 seconds. I think T1 are ready to go. Rich going to need to do some work here, as there's the Flash Hextech ultimatum to come through from Keria. The equalizer does go down. They will lose the Camille, but what more can they gain from the situation? The answer is nothing, as it turns out. Some wildcards do fly on through as Anvil's taking so much damage. I think does have his egg back and available again, but there it goes. Down once more as Rich flashes forward. I don't know about that one, though. He's just going to go down. Still, Owner is able to take down the Rift Herald. Not entirely sure how that even happened, as Owner flashes on in, but didn't have the ulti available. Does use it there. Comet kills another person here today, and Pays is at full health, just shooting where he can.
Yeah. Lehen's right now was like, I feel you.
Yep.
He flashed it, but, you know, he died to the Jhin afterwards. The Jhin in this game not at securing the kill. The Comet actually doing the work.
Comet value, man.
This setup here initially looks like it's going to be abysmal for T1 because they didn't do enough damage to the carries. LazyFeel and UCal are untouched by the equalizer. Willer gets away, and it's like, uh-oh, can T1 fight their way out of this? They're trying to hold aggro on this Herald. And then actually, I think QM do a disservice here by holding the Herald. And then Rich goes in for no reason. Like, frankly, I don't think there was any follow-up here. They could have just kited back with the Ezreal, and then the Herald goes over to Owner, then for a second time, Blast Cone engages, and it's Chemtech Soul, so he gets to go really far.
I was trying to work out what he was doing there. I think he thought that he still had ult, or he had ult back up, because it was about to come back. If that was a Flash ulti, right, to like split up the team, they could have killed so many people.
Yeah,
just didn't quite figure it out.
He wasn't healthy really either, as Pays, by the way, is also printing money.
He's got some Swifties, as Faker is going to turn up right on top of the bird, and she will be absolutely destroyed. Rich teleporting in, but may regret it. True Shot Barrage, though, is going to dissuade them from hanging around in the area. T1 are playing some fast and loose League of Legends, and it's working.
Yeah, Keria was the one who struggled with the Anivia pick early this year. I believe it was into Ashe Seraphine, but it might have been Karma. It's been a while. Okay.
Well, Shelly
get this.
is not going to charge.
But the time that he plays into the Anivia with the Camille pick, he's also died 3 times, but he's having a good time. Anvil's not having a good time. You remember how we haven't really seen Camille rumble because they're both top lane champions? You know, there was an era where Camille was jungle and it was scary and it was actually broken and it was bad.
Yeah.
But now we're watching Camille rumble because Camille is a support in this game, so that's also a problem. The Ezreal has only died 1 time so far, but is 1,400 gold behind. It was really hard for LazyField to team fight. I want to reiterate that for both him and UCal, you see in all of these skirmishes, they've been like a million miles away from everything because they have to be. Otherwise, they just die instantly. The engage is unreal. Gold card, Xin Zhao getting on top of you. You know, Camille ults, Rumble ults. Jin is blowing you up from safety as well. Like, Ezreal is just not going to have a good time if something doesn't change soon. It's already a 4,000 gold lead, so I'm not holding my breath here for LazyField, but he's trying to make something happen. Again, positioning has been good, but I mean, sometimes your positioning being good means you're not doing damage, so you're not winning.
Yeah, he does at least have that 2-item spike that we like to talk about on the Ezreal, as Andal is going to very rudely be told to leave. Does find a nice stun as LazyField is looking to try and get some damage down. Red buff in hand, so kind of frustrating. But T1 are just all going to walk up to this outer turret.
This turret is not long for this world. I mean, QM, they have Anivia wave clear, so they're going to be fine. But I was so concerned. I'm like, oh, that Camille is ready to use that turret. They get away.
Yep, it's okay for the moment. UCal is now here to back up Rich. Wanted to try and find Doran, who is going to go back home.
Deathless game for Doran, by the way.
Yeah, kind of crazy. As he may have turned it around. Paze and LazyField fighting here. Paze feeling pretty good about that one. And now the curtains are being called. In goes Keria, and down goes the Ezreal. And Keria just hanging out underneath this turret, living his best life, as it turns out. Willer is going to be the one to collect that kill. Faker takes down a turret. And I feel like this is Keria's plan, is
he's just
die as
sacrificing
many
himself.
times as possible and take as many people with him as he can.
That's exactly the type of play I was describing about, what, 20 seconds before, where I was like, he's going to use that turret to kill you. And then
himself.
He did do that. And he died, but it was worth. So we'll watch it again. He does end up using the wall here, but gets on top of the turret and then says, get away, Anivia. Stop annoying me while I'm killing the Ezreal.
And he gets the
And then
double as
the
well.
Jarvan gets the kill and not the Ezreal.
Okay. What happened here, I wonder? Good flag and drag, but that is the flash. Wind becomes lightning. Willa knows that he's dead, wants to try and save his mid laner, and will be able to do that by buying a little bit of time.
Keeping Faker away from UCal.
Yeah. I'm looking at the money difference,
It
and I'm
seems to
feeling
be
like the
large.
money difference is problematic here for KRX.
Rich is making it a little bit less problematic in the top lane matchup.
Yeah.
Slowly over time.
The least gold advantage as in goes Ona. Just audaciously charges in. He's tanking this turret, and it will go down. It'll keep him alive.
Okay, there's a bit of a flank here from Rich. I don't know if it's good for him, though. He's immediately canceling it.
I was going to say, is this the Hail Mary? And it's not. It's Rich trying to go back home. Doran has teleport himself, so he can come down whenever they need him, but he doesn't have Equalizer, so he's not a massive amount of value. Okay, let's have a look at what happened here.
Okay, so Doran is Realm Warped on. He drops Equalizer. Willer loses most of his health.
And then they have to leave.
Faker.
Because of Destiny.
It was their destiny to die here.
Yeah.
And Doran remains deathless.
Kind of insane.
It doesn't necessarily mean anything. He's playing Rumble into Cassante, and he has shown up to finish fights most of the time, but he's had some impressive plays. And Rumble is really good. It's crazy that they got their hands on that, and then the rest got a little bit silly, but it's incredibly strong, and only T1 really knows how to play like this. And only T1 chooses to play like this. I mean, I'm sure, you know, Genji, KT might be able to pull this one off, but they just choose to play a little bit more standard.
Yeah, like you said, I think it's only D+ that also plays like
D+
this.
actually will pick these champions. Barrel 100% in the old days. Like, give me that Camille.
The spirit of Barrel. As Doran and Rich just fighting one another. You can see Doran very, very happy to continue going toe-to-toe, but Adaptive Helm is done here, or Jack shows, depending on which game you're playing. And he is doing all right. still.
Owner is really feeling himself in this game. And
He's
he
flashing whenever it's off cooldown.
Yeah. He's blast coning whenever there's one nearby. He's really just trying to annoy anyone who's near him so then the rest of the team can collapse from 5,000 miles away with the Camille and the Twisted Fate and the Jhin, who's not going to collapse. He's just going to shoot far, which is a good thing. That's what Jhin does. This is a good Jhin comp. You know, like the Hanwha comp yesterday with Guma, you pin people down and Jhin shoots far.
Okay, so the equalizer was just used, but Carrier is just going to look for this top lane, and they get full information, decide that they would not like to go up there and try and take down Rich. They will instead allow Owner to take this dragon. Faker will move towards this inner turret in the bottom lane, grab himself a plate before he leaves, and they let Rich live.
Faker is definitely doing the high rolling in this game with his passive 2,500.
Yep. Better players make more money from your passive. That's just how it goes.
When you're the greatest of all time, you're getting a lot of sixes.
And he's like 20 CS, over 20 CS down, almost the same scoreline. Like, Twisted Fate, man. He really does cheat.
He's got Rod of Ages, so he's level experience, or rather his experience is even with, or level with, Yukal here. And he has 8 Dark Seal stacks.
Yeah, Twisted Fate is large.
He do also shoot far with the rapid fire cannon.
And it hurts when he does so because he's got a Lich Bane. So it's looking a little bit frightening here for KRX. They are 8,000 gold behind at 25 minutes into the game. Obviously, it's not over until your Nexus explodes, but it's feeling a little bit like things may be skewing in T1's favor. 4 minutes until the Chemtech Soul is available for T1. And honestly, oh no, Chemtech Soul's not exactly great. I mean, Zinzao kind of likes it, but otherwise it is not fantastic.
Camille's support is all about that.
Okay, that's a good point. He has spent a lot of time at sub 50%.
Yeah, he's spending most of the time at like sub 1% health.
Yeah, or sub health, as it turns out. For good reason, though.
I do think T1 are in a position to where, like, even though they have TF, Jhin, they can actually make a realistic take on the Baron, or rather an attempt to take Baron.
Yeah, I mean, if Doran's there, I mean, he melts it.
But also, like, their turn is incredible. So they just slowly take it, it doesn't matter. Q are like, oh, they're doing Baron, and then T1 are like, you can't be here or we kill you. And then we take Baron anyways.
Yep, and one of them is not allowed to leave if they do show up, because Carrier can just isolate his chosen target. As Owner is just going to walk up and take the enemy Krugs.
He seems to like killing Andil this game.
Yeah, Andil has been doing a bit of dying as Realm Warp is going to come on forward. They're looking for Paze, who flashes away. And there is the destiny. Carrier is going to sacrifice himself for the good of his AD carry as Willa goes in and still going to be able to get the knock-up onto Paze. Meanwhile, the fight erupts elsewhere as Doran goes in, goes gold, and Flamethrower gets the rest of the work done as Faker finds enough cards to throw into this Ezreal to take him down. And yes, Paze is going to die, but I think in exchange, they will probably kill everyone if they decide to stick around. And it looks like wisely, KRX are going to back away. At least the two that are left alive.
They almost have enough damage here. And actually, they're going to send the Rumble home. He doesn't have TP. I don't know about this
I think
T1.
If Rumble
this is a real T1 Baron.
Yeah, if Doran was... Yeah, he is going to go back and see what he can do. Owner is alive and very fed. He is a very scary boy right now. But
okay, this is crazy. This is too much for me.
This is not what you should do.
It's not safe. It's not safe.
Do not do this at home. As Carrier is going to make his way in, looks to try and dissuade Andal from being here. They both just blast going to Narnia. There's the steal that was obviously going to happen. And T1 will now just back away.
Sometimes the circus gets mixed reviews.
Yeah.
They ultimately kill the enemy champion, and they almost, I mean, they were in smite range of the Baron.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is Willer was like, you guys don't have any secure here. Yeah. Sometimes just sit on your 8,000 gold lead and don't give Kiwum a free Baron.
Mean, Owner was,
with bounty.
He was there, wasn't he? He was there, so it was 50-50.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can look back at this, but first...
It just didn't have to be.
Watch Paze just be like, nope. Nope, 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 nope. And Faker's like, okay, all right, I'll go handle this. Carrier's like, oh, I'm going to hold him in position.
Yep.
And then Doran drops the equalizer, which is somewhat problematic for the rest of this fight, but Faker is so big. Watch how much damage Faker does to Lazy Field. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm the real 80 carry with AP items.
Oh, and like insta-locks a gold card as well? Damn. He must
and
have
then he gets
those
another
cards
one.
kicking in the back of his brain.
He's stacked the deck.
Oh,
Rich
yeah.
is just dead here. But then they're like, Xinjiao and TF can do the Baron. And Doran's like, I'm really low, but I guess I'll help you guys. He just steals it. For those who remember the old Live Sandbox Willer Elise days, he's pretty good at stealing Barons.
Okay, we are into some action here as Doran has gone golden once again, but I believe he's going to take a visit to the Death Chamber. That will indeed happen. Curtain Call does come in as you can just follow the smallest bit of the cone and you can hit pays with it.
If I hadn't just watched that D+ series, I'd be like, nah, there's nothing to worry about here for T1. They still got a 7,000 gold lead, but it is, I don't know exactly what happened there, but it's not looking good at this fight.
Oh, that's a really nice wall. Somehow Carrier manages to walk around it, but maybe he didn't want to as he hook shots away.
That's not top lane, Camille. I think they should just let this dragon go. It's just
By the way,
Chemtech.
Owner is definitely going to be blast coning in there. Win doesn't become lightning, actually, and they are just going to secure it.
Good choice, T1.
Yes, they elect not to go in for the first time this game.
I was very concerned, but
rightly so, Wolf.
Let's see what happened to Doran. I think he just gets isolated here. Realm Warp comes in. He's on the wrong side of this. Willer engages first. There's no peel. Faker has his gold card out, but he's too far away. Doran buys time, but just dies. And then from here on out, you know, the Jhin ultimate is also down. The effective damage is all onto Rich, and the carries are still alive. So T1 make the call to back away. Although for a few moments there, it looked like Carrier and crew were like, no, we will not back away.
Faker as well has gone Death Cap instead of Azonia's or something like that. Very aggressive choice. What he needs to do now is build Void Staff and finish the Magi's for the most, you know, egotistical, you could say, item build. Obviously, Azonia's can be very effective on TF, as Messiah taught us 15 years ago. As Yukal is now going to get Destinied on, and Faker, with all of this money that he has, would be doing a lot of damage to Yukal if Yukal didn't have an arm guard to break.
Okay, this is a very awkward spot here for T1. No equalizer, and, you know, KRX should just be able to break this mid-turret. I just don't think there's any defending it.
Yeah, Owner is actually going to go in, but Willer is going to say thank you for the engage.
There's not going to take the bait.
From Andal as well, as Pays has moved in. I'm not sure about that Realm Warp. That was
What in the world was that?
I have no idea. It was a lot of fun. Pays is finding some decent damage on this Jhin, though, as Rich. He's a paperweight and will get popped by Owner in the end. Willer just going to get melted by Doran. Doran may get melted himself, but he's got Azonia's. There's the curtain call value, and he lines up the next kill at the same time. Andal's in a bunch of trouble, and yes, scrambled once again, please, sir. Down that will go. And Doran going to help with that.
That would be my
really
face.
Got his eye.
That was my face when I saw the Realm Warp as well, QM fans.
Oh, gosh.
Like, when I saw he was Realm Warping, I'm like, oh, I guess he goes straight on the turret and tries to push Pays. Nope. That's not where he... That's, like, I think that's what LazyFeel thought as well. He's like, here we go. He's like, whoa, 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 where am I?
Yeah, I was a bit confused also.
He met Aslan on the other side.
Oh, dear. Well, they're going to go in. They grab the knock up there onto the Rise. And that is going to complete the ace. T1, the circus will take a brief interval before it does come back once again. Man, that was a lot of fun. And it was a fun draft out of T1.
I do think that they probably still win the game no matter what. I mean, unless they made like a few more errors, but I thought there was kind of an angle there for KRX. Like if they get that mid turret, it's really hard for Owner to get back in. But they sent their carries to like the Shadow Realm between turrets, and like T1 are like, well, you guys don't have damage. I guess we'll kill the other side. Meanwhile, Pays and Yukal are taking turns taking turret shots, like, and they can't hit anybody. Like, what was that? That was a disaster.
Yeah, it was very, very strange.
For like a split second, I was thinking, you know, maybe Kiwum actually has kind of a way back in here. If they win this team fight, maybe they can get a Baron. Maybe they can take some turrets off the map. There's a lot of bounties, but Yukal, he had a different plan in mind, and I still don't know if I'm ever going to understand it, but it's okay.
No, maybe the space is going to be able to tell us exactly what happened there and why it happened. Perhaps that is why we have
You're asking a lot of them.
A dedicated analysis zone where we find out the truth behind every play that has happened. That is going to be their challenge. Please riddle me. Solve the riddle. as to why that realm warp happened. Maybe there's an answer out there somewhere, but we don't know it. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will have all the answers that we seek, and then we will have game number 2. We'll see you there.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of T1 up against KRX, and it was a very silly and chaotic game, but T1 ended out on top at the end of the day regardless, as they looked pretty good in the win at the end of the day with the 1-0. What do you guys think about that game?
T1 Circus, so it's a T1 Classic. From the draft as well, we didn't know till the end where Camille and Rumble goes. We were kind of expecting Rumble support as well, like with the Kalista on. But yeah, at the end, we saw Camille into Anivia because they could have the R5. So I think it worked really well in the early game in terms of how they want to play aggressively with Xin Zhao pick, and I think they neutralized it really well.
Yeah, and the Xin Zhao pick with the TF, and when the Camille was moving, they were actually trying to invading the enemy jungle side to the dive continuing. Like, it was really a lot of time they tried to offense it. Yeah, I think it was really good.
Yeah, and at the same time, I didn't feel like Andil was aware of Camille's support enough because he was getting traded so much in laning phase, but also outside of the lane, you should be aware of like this kind of opportunity from Camille and Jin because they have some damage in the early games.
I mean, they can do so much, right? It's kind of insane. It's kind of like Jin and Bard, except the Camille goes in and actually makes the plays happen. It just feels like, you know, Anivia support and Anivia in general has been getting stronger and stronger, so it's nice to see that Keria has something prepared for it with the Camille support. As T1 were looking strong from then on out, but we did get into a very chaotic mid-team fight as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is one of the moments where we see Camille TF combination, but it's not the top mid, it's a mid support. I think it was really great, the team fight positioning by Faker here especially.
Yeah, and then the Rumble was waiting the TF's red card timing, and then he just went in to kill the Ryze and Ezreal side, and then finishing the Ezreal here and then pushing them out here. So I think TF's ult timer and then like targeting to Ezreal and the Ryze.
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah, and after that they had some shaky moment with the Nashor. So Faker had the smite with the spellbook. So in fact they called it out to smite at 2.4k. But in fact you can't really do it because it's too high number, right?
Yes, it is. The smite, if you change with the spellbook, it's after the 10 minutes, it's like it's a 1,000 only.
Yeah.
So you should be the 2.2k, but I think that if they were including the TFQ, that's quite true. But this time, the Baron actually go to the 1.8, but they miss smite.
So I think having 2 smites were like good idea, but I think the number they were looking for was wrong because as he mentioned, the TF can only have the 1k smite, so in total it should be like 2.4k, but it's like kind of close. So I think be safe. I think you should have to talk about it on the 2k so they can actually secure it. But anyways, it was really great play by Wheeler to steal that Nashor right there.
It could be the game-winning moment, so I was quite ready to write it.
There was a little bit of other stuff that happened in between that team fight and the next one we're going to look at, where it actually looked like KRX were maybe going to come back. But,
no.
T1 were at least able to put the cap on it.
I mean, I think the start of the fight were fine, but the Ryze ultimate, where are they going? What is happening? That was disaster for KRX, and after that, I think there was no chance at all for the team.
Yeah, I mean, the first time what happened is Rumble is no ulti, TF is no ulti to make the Ryze's Jonas down, and then they lost the flash. But next time, Owner was at the... I would say Owner was not at the good position to fight, but he was getting free hit. But Ryze and Ezreal just went to the Narnia, and then we couldn't see them at our Nexus.
Yeah, that was just one of the disappointing moment. Like I don't know, you can never expect those kind of accident, and then if it happens, I think it hits really hard for the team to like keep the mentality of like positive mindset, you know.
If I try to like cover them, I would say the Ryze was trying to push the button
I think it's
to the Xin Zhao, but it just clicked the minimap with his mouse pointer.
Yeah,
so it went to the second turret, I think.
For sure. I think that was just clearly misplay. I mean, I think even though they had such a some unlucky moment, I would say, but I think still KRX managed to have some good moments though still. So I feel like
apparently we do have an update on why they did that. Apparently he tried to collapse on Jin because he was isolated based on the player comps.
Between the turrets?
That was the idea. The execution.
All right. So then I can literally say that was horrible idea. I mean, between the turret is not going to work. And I think they were finding a position where they could actually hit the front line. And he's got shot, man.
Oh, no.
He's stunned.
On yesterday.
Beep, beep. Oh, man. That was a shocking moment, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, anyways, they got the second chance now. And yeah, no more Rise ulti between the turrets because of the Phillies. Thank God.
I don't remember now. What happened?
It's okay, Umti. You can go back to sleep. T1 are up 1-0, and a very strange game, but still a win for T1. We'll see what Atlas and Wolf have in store for us for game number 2.
Oh, we got plenty of things cooked up for you, Val.
We're the script writers. We already planned it. They're going to do everything that we have laid out for them.
You should see what Kerry is going to play this game. It's going to be out of control.
Big twist incoming.
Oh, yeah. No, this is probably some of our best work. I don't think we've done better than this. So I hope you guys strap yourselves in and get ready for some fun to enjoy the circus. Hope you guys enjoyed the interval, and I'm really sad that the outcome of the Realm Warp was just a mistake.
Well, I mean, when they said that, I was like, well, yeah, they definitely wanted to kill Pays. It's just that Pays wasn't right there. He was on the turret that they could have also just killed and then pushed. Anyway,
I think
you pushed the exit location to a different place than what he should have done. Maybe he did by accident, or maybe he did because it was
maybe
chaotic.
It was overly enthusiastic.
Yeah.
That could be another option there, as they are going to choose first pick once again. T1 probably blue side, and there they are. So we are going to have exactly the same draft layout as what we had in the last game.
This happens a lot.
Let's see whether KRX are able to get back on the horse and make this one happen. It was an odd draft in game number 1, largely on the T1 side, but also on the KRX side. But they are still going to ban the bud.
They will. I think that should continue. Jace will be banned here. And though Doran has... there were some shaky moments.
Yeah.
Varus against Lazy Feel, that's fair. It's one of his best picks alongside the Ezreal, and Varus is just kind of... He's too flexible, he does too many things. So Jace and Gnar. So they're saying,
First pick Renekton.
Rich, here you go. Good luck. It's going to be you. You're the guy.
Well, let's see whether he can be the guy. As one last ban, Orianna, Azir, both of them still up and available.
Pantheon.
Ooh, Pantheon of the big one.
Nocturne.
Oh, Nocturne is going to be the ban. So now they have to choose.
First pick Pantheon?
Orianna is up, though. And Yukao can never resist the call of the orb.
Not to mention that giving Orianna to Faker never seems like a good idea.
True.
But giving Pantheon to Owner also bad.
Yeah.
Also not ideal. Ooh, and they get Azir this time too because they didn't ban it in game 2.
So Azir Pantheon.
Wow.
That is some big champions.
That's okay. Orianna still has Jarvan as a ball carrier.
Oh, wait. Yeah, sometimes
you and I are the script writers, so we gotta
that.
pretend like we, know what's
yeah.
going on.
That was actually really cute.
Yeah,
doing the strategic forget of the fact that Fearless exists.
But we did kind of let the Renekton slip a little bit earlier, but it's fine.
No, we just wanted to sound smart, and I don't know whether it's even smart, to be honest.
Well, it is protected, but there's still a cannon.
There are some champions you can pick into it.
Zeus 100% plays Kennen here, but he's not on T1 anymore, and
no,
not sure what they are going to run with this. The Vi makes a lot of sense to, be not the greatest ball carrier, but she's pretty up there. And also Renekton, similar story. They've got a lot of engage. They have a lot of explosive damage. We'll see what Lazyfield gets his hands on. As here, Kennen, are you playing? You're playing Vayne.
Playing Vayne. The Doran Vayne.
That makes me very nervous.
I am so anxious At least I'm pretending to be, because we wrote the script to this game.
Yeah, you know when
we told you it was going to be some fun.
When you watch a young child like run to jump on a skateboard, you have that like,
oh god, yep. Yeah,
but then like usually they wouldn't do it if they'd never done before. They'll be fine. Maybe that's what what's going on here for me in my brain for watching Doran pick Vayne.
Yeah, this was rude of us, wasn't it?
It'll probably be fine, but I'm very nervous about it.
Let's see what these bans are going to look like as Pyke, Nautilus, both going to be taken away from Andal. The Pyke, something that Kerry has found a lot of success on, but not going to be playing it this game because they decided to ban it away. And there is the Caitlyn ban as well for Pays. So what we're going to be doing here towards the bottom side, it looks like an Ashe Seraphine angle might be on the cards.
Gone, Bard's gone, and I mean, Karma obviously gone, but
well, they can play Yunara.
Lulu with Vi is pretty good, but it's a tough lane. It's a tough lane. It is playable, but it is very tough.
Does Keria actually want to play Seraphine? That's the question. Because my gut says no. My gut says he wants to play something else, but he is going to lock in Seraphine.
That was very
anyway.
crafty of you.
Thank you.
I really like how you were trying to pretend like
yeah. I'd like to, keep the element of suspense.
You did kind of tease it before we got into the draft. You can't wait to see what Keria is going to play in this game.
Yeah, apparently I could wait, as it turns out. It's just Seraphine. But this is a pretty strong draft outside of the Vayne situation.
I kind of feel like if you took away the bottom lane matchup, if it was almost anything else, like Lucian Nami or something like that, I'd be like, wow, Kiwoom's draft's sick. It's actually so good. You've got, a great lockdown for any target. Like, even the Lucian tries to go and you blow him up, it doesn't matter what AD carry it is. Even the Azir is not necessarily safe. You gotta deal with the shockwaves. You gotta deal with the Vi engage with Lulu follow-up. But the bottom lane is a bit lopsided. The Renekton may struggle into the Vi. We'll see with Vayne. Your mileage may vary. Your success rate may depend on the individual performance on the day and/or condition of both players.
Yeah, terms and conditions apply. Let's just say that. And if you are playing some Vayne spotting, just make sure that you do it responsibly. Okay, everyone? Feel free to substitute water if things are going dire. And we'll keep you up to date as to whether or not we do need to get some water in there. Instead, stay hydrated. Let's go into game number 2 here between T1, Kiwoom KRX. All right, a little bit better coordination on the fan chant there for Kiwoom KRX. I respect it. And here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. This could be a game that Rich hard carries.
It could be.
Oh, it's also Doran going for Ghost instead of Exhaust. We've seen a lot of Exhaust for our 80 carry top lanes, be it Varus or the Vayne. But this time going a bit of a ghosty route instead.
It's really good into, or with rather, I think Ashe Seraphine to follow up.
Oh, that's true.
Really strong, and you're going to get empowered. But I kind of like Exhaust because it's both good into the Renekton and lane, but also really good for just exhausting Nara in team fights. But either way, we'll see how it works out.
Nice avoidance of the high note there. Keria is unable to hit all of the damage. Misses that one as well. High value.
Keria did do all of the P shooter damage though with the little passive where the stars are like
yeah, that's true. Is that the high note? Is that the passive?
I don't know actually what the name of it is.
I know the W is called surround sound. You press that button, there's the beat drop. Know that one as well. And that is going to cause Lazyfield to go down to about 50%. Andal is going to suffer the same treatment here.
It's so annoying playing this lane. There's roots, there's slows. Keria's doing the annoying, like, pixie dust flies at you. Also, he's got Airy. It's just like, bam, 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 bam. You're like, oh, God, I'm just trying to kill the minions. Just want to play the lane. I got a Lulu lane. It wins, right? It's fine, right? It's the ranged one. It's a little tough.
Yeah.
A little hard.
T1 having a good time, we could say. Right now, Willer is sort of nowhere near this bottom lane, but could come down there and instead is just going to be pathing top. You've got Ona pathing towards the bottom side as Doran has shoved this wave in. I think landing on the top side of the map as the Vi seems like a good idea. Some Condemn just thrown out there by Doran for fun. And
a lot of lost minions here for Rich. Lost the cannon as well.
Yeah, it's not going to be a very good time, is it, for this Renekton?
If by very you mean a good time at all, then yes.
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Something. We mean something. He's going to have feelings about the lane.
Let's just say the
probably
number
going to be negative.
The number in the middle of the scoreboard between the Vayne and the Renekton is probably blue colored for a while.
Yeah, maybe even forever. As Paze gets slurkled.
He's kind of low.
There is a potential angle there, but there is no Vi in the vicinity. And here is a dive. Let's
Here we
see.
go.
Pace's health bar is very low, but Ona goes in. They look to take down Lazyfield. That is going to be the first one. Flash out from Ona. And T1 really do want to kill Andal as well. That is going to be Carrier immediately dead. And the spear is going to miss. Willa's going to come over and kill Ona. And yep, just doesn't really need to do much of anything at all.
Yeah, I like the part where they get the first kill. And then I was kind of expecting they leave.
Yeah.
However, because, you know, Seraphine does a lot of things. But tanking turrets, not generally one of her strongest points.
So you say that. However, I saw her very efficiently tank the turret to the point where she managed to tank it with all of her health bar in one shot.
Yeah.
That was, I'd say, very good tanking of the turret.
I guess it's like fairly efficient.
Yeah, see?
The turret ammunition usage. I mean, turrets don't have ammo, but if they did.
Yeah.
All right, so this part, great. Owner flashes out. And Carrier's like, the Pantheon couldn't handle it. I'm actually the next level. And obviously the idea is...
It was a great flash from Andal.
Andal plays it well. The idea is that he'll sacrifice for Paze to get a second kill.
Yeah.
Instead, he dies, and then Owner also dies because Willer comes here to clean up the pieces. So, bit of a backfire there.
And now you can see all of the numbers outside of the one that you said was going to be perpetually blue are red. Which is certainly good news. Pace has to use a barrier here as well, but Lazyfield does go down very, very low. Does manage to charge up that Q, though, as we can see. Speaking of charged Qs, Pace has one of those as well as the beat drops, and Lazyfield is just dead. Pace very, very close to dead himself and will go down. Now some supportal combat to finish it off, and Carrier this time gets his revenge.
That's unfortunate. Got caught by the root. If he gets out there, I mean, he wasn't that far behind. He has a call, but...
And both of the kills went to Andal.
Yeah.
That's the really unfortunate part. Does mean that Paze now has a decent advantage, and Carrier gets to stick around and crash this wave. Let's have a look at how it all happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's just root here with the slow coming through, but it's not enough damage. Paze is forced to barrier, but unfortunately, you don't have the same sort of sustained damage here when you run out of Q. Lazyfield is running out of Q and also ends up getting caught. So Andal here at least trades it back. Not sure if Paze had to play it exactly like that. He could have tried to back off and might have lived there, but just wanted to guarantee the kill. And he was just like, I'm not going to have any hesitation. Is nice. Knock
very
wall.
Nice. Condemn.
Rich hits level 6, but it's not going to be good news for a while.
Yeah.
This is what people talk about when they say, I hate it when I play against ranged top laners.
I feel like playing Renekton into Vayne is like doing a dopamine detox. There is the beat drop kind of missing entirely.
Punish me, Blade Hunter Lady.
Yeah.
Like, at least with Quinn, you can go for cleanse and be like, all right, or sorry, you know, she goes for cleanse and tries to kill you, and they can't even W. But the Vayne is just like, I'm trying to get towards the Vayne. Oh, I got condemned.
Yeah,
I got condemned into my turret.
And I will never hit a W on this champion.
Yeah, you can't actually W Vayne. Like, he doesn't need cleanse.
Yeah. It's just a bad
Those
time.
are the ones, you know, Renekton hates those two.
Yep. And normally you're like really happy about like,
MR.
I'm hitting my item spike. I'm hitting my ultimate. Things are great. But then you don't feel good because you remember you're in a Vayne lane. And that's just how it is. Rich is able to get 43 CS, so that's better than 0. But he's
better
still
than like 30
behind.
That we have seen some players get stuck in. But yeah, there has not been any jungle intervention because they know that Rich is detoxing.
Yeah.
And so they don't want to interfere.
Well, you know, proud of him for making that choice.
They don't want to enable him to get kills or be happy.
Yeah, exactly. You don't be that guy. You know, if they make that decision, you have to respect it.
Wheeler's like, call on me if you need me. I'm up here. Just like, I'm only going to come if you say.
Yeah.
And then Rich like eats that damage and doesn't have Fury anymore. And he's like, actually, like, I don't think you can even make me happy if you try.
No.
No dopamine allowed.
Well, he is blue number go up on the Doran side of things. And Carrier and Pays continuing to shove things in. I think they're feeling pretty good. Things very even as far as the mid lane is concerned. The jungle as well. Nothing really to write home about, as Willa does have a few extra camps because he didn't spend any time dead. And KRX, I mean, they're behind, but I think it's kind of okay. It all depends about how these team fights are going to look. Obviously, we talk about this with Vayne compositions all the time. How do you then transition it into playing a late game? And that is what I'm very intrigued about.
Well,
it's also Doran playing the champion.
He does like to go from far away to get on top of you, stun you, become undamageable, and then press Q and kill you.
Well, that is precisely what he's going to look for here. That's a high-value flash from Willa, as he does get a Vault Breaker, decent polymorph there, as Ona has to flash away. Lazy Phil has ulted, does find that Arc of Judgment as well, as Ona, without a flash, is he's just walking to his doom. So that was never going to be a good thing.
That was a really good response there from QMDRX, and also the formula I was talking about for Pantheon, he skipped the first step, which was to ult from far away on top of somebody who didn't have friends.
He wanted to skip that step.
Yeah, he did. And it's okay because the thought process was a little bit different there, and he was challenging for a buff, and they were invading the jungle, and it wasn't a I'm just going to go kill Yunara now. He was fighting here for this blue buff. However, going in here, I get it. There's the ult follow-up, but Willer just broke his ankles. And then also Keria did not get his ultimate to extend there, and so now he's just stuck because he flashed for that, and so now dead.
Yep. Nothing that Ona was going to be able to do there. Sometimes you walk into a pit and then realize that, hang on, I don't have any way of getting over walls.
I don't know if it was necessary for them to commit that much for the blue buff, but they wanted to play through Prio, and it's a trap you can find yourselves in when you have an Ashe Seraphine lane and a Pantheon. You're like, nah, there's no way they can contest this. But if you outplay, then suddenly the Pantheon is like, oh, I used my buttons.
And there's some skirmishing power on this, this KRX composition too. You can see, I mean, Pays is ahead by only by a very small amount, despite the CS gap between him and Lazyfield. And Keria still trying to do what he can, but I do feel like the value of the Lulu Yunara later on in the game is going to be higher. Obviously, it depends how things are played, but
yes.
Still, in theory, the wild growth is very powerful, and Rich is going to be very strong because of it.
I mean, with 500 gold deficit, that means a lot right now. But in 20 minutes, if that has remained the same, it means very little.
Yeah.
And he obviously can follow up on so many of these CCs. Like, even Polymorph, he's like, I'm in there, And Pays needs to be very careful as a result. Or very aggressive in this case.
Yeah. Lazyfield is just going to have to ult and dash away. Tries to get some damage down, but there's the beat drop. Gets the arc, and that is going to at least deter them from going any further forward. But Pays still had barrier. They were still ready to fight. And Lazyfield and Andal are not looking so hard. Double flash is still available for this bottom lane, but the barrier heal advantage here for T1 means that they will have a lot of control as Willa moves down towards his bottom side. Ball breakers into vision, though.
Okay, this is a very tense situation.
There is a Pantheon.
Yeah, Pantheon has ult, but I think even trying to fight this into Ashe Seraphine with the Encore available is risky in itself, even in a 3v2. And knowing that Pantheon is nearby, I don't think they should force this. Although Wither has other ideas. He is still lurking. He is looking for the charged Q engage. Doesn't have flash. Like, I think just walk away. They want to defend this turret, but it's just going to be more plates over, and they will ultimately have to back.
Yeah. Lazyfield was doing a great job baiting.
Yes.
They did discover that if they had have successfully baited, he would have just died anyway. As Willer is going to move on over and look to take down this Cloud Drake, which is going to be the second of the game. Double Dragon would be very nice here for QMDRX.
Unfortunately, Keria and Pays are away, so not a lot of control here for T1 on this Dragon. I think QM are just going to have this one on lock. Let's see what the soul is going to be. Oh, that's really important.
Chemtech, that it is.
Oh, come on.
Fox, please, man.
Actually pretty good for both comps.
Honestly, yeah, with a Lulu and a Seraphine.
When you have an Enchanter, not only are the individual dragons fantastic, but when your carry goes sub 50% health and then is doing damage while getting healed, you get a ton of value. So as long as you're remaining under 50, which happens a lot of the time. And now Vayne's got Hexplate. T1 are kind of firing on all cylinders here. It has not been the most dominant early game that we've ever seen from an Ashe Seraphine, but they are still in prime position. Maybe a caster curse. I was not aware that Willer was getting his flashback here in this alcove. But look at the patience. Look at the respect.
There it is. Just going to go back home. And so it is just a 2v2. No Pantheon in the area either.
He may have been spotted there by T1. I'm not 100% sure about why Pays and Carryover is so incredibly safe there, but
just not enough information.
Yeah.
They do get the ping out onto the Vi as he gets back towards his red buff, and now they go aggressive. Arrow is going to connect. There's the encore as Lazy Field takes a lot of damage. Still he gets the heal. Might actually, as he survived the opening salvo, be able to do something, but instead he just dashes in. The wild growth to get the knock up onto Pays, who flashes out of the way, and Carrier might be able to get it. Never mind. It's just a volley to pick up the kill. I loved the idea from Lazy Field and Andal there. Unfortunately, it just didn't work.
If Lazy Field had barrier, maybe. He's a few seconds away.
Oh, man.
He was 0 and 2. I mean, they had item parity. It's a Kraken Slayer between them.
It would have been so cool if it had worked.
It just didn't, you know, it was so close to working out. Unfortunately, Owner was also coming down. But, man, it looked really cool. But it backfires in a big way.
We're going to see Owner find a bit of a stun onto Willer here. He's able to get a bit of damage back himself. Still, just a battle for the Raptor camp. As Rich has decided to leave his top lane, understandable. Teleport towards the bottom lane for Doran, though, so it is going to be an Azir versus Renekton matchup. Let's check this one out one more time.
It's so unfortunate for Lazy Field. He loses so much health here because he almost avoids the CC. But that scenario that's created is why he looks for the flash in here with the wild growth. Dash flash in, gets on top of Pays, and again, his barrier is just a few seconds away.
Oh, just needed that one extra order.
One more would have done it.
But good flows.
If he had taken just a little bit less damage there from Carrier right before.
But I mean, even in that exchange, like he avoided volley damage by standing behind his Lulu. Like he did a lot in order to like maximize the amount of surviving that he did. Just unfortunately wasn't enough. As Yukal, he's looking to come over and kill Doran here, get some revenge for Rich. As Doran is just going to clear out these minions. And we've got relentless pings here on this bottom side. Still 2 minutes away from the Dragon. Not a whole lot to fight for down there.
Yeah, 2 minutes away. I think just making sure that there wasn't going to be a collapse. Pantheon's ult's not up just yet. And we do have Rift Herald being pretty heavily ignored at the moment. And Faker is actually not able to get a ton of control topside right now. So it's going to be a bit of a slow take on this one.
Yeah, it's going to be Willer going back, so they don't decide to start it up.
Yeah, they get the residual scuttle vision, or not residual, but just straight up scuttle vision here. They secure the crab, and so Owner is seen by it, is what I'm really getting at.
But Willer didn't have time to actually cancel his back. It was kind of very awkward as he comes into vision to start off this Rift Herald as Willer hits the shop.
And I guess instead of, going for this, they're going to try to maybe dive this TPing Azir. I don't think so. He's also got vision. Faker's like, no, you're not going to get a cross-map turret, and in fact, they will not, I don't think.
Well, they're going to look for it. There's the shockwave. The arrow, though, to interrupt, and Faker will just sweep them away. Flashes out of the way of Willer there as well, and Owner from the sky will execute his opposite number. Oh, God, the T1 outplay under the turret. Ganking Faker has always been a mistake in a side lane, and that is a perfect example as to why.
I just thought, okay, he's got flash, he's got ult, but then I was like, okay, well, there's a Vi there. I don't know how much that's going to matter necessarily, but Pays has got the goats back. That angle was crazy. And then Faker is able to get the freebie.
Yeah. The way that Faker plated it, like the from the outset as well, just beautifully done.
Everything about that was just like it makes you want to type /FF, you know? Okay. Like he flashes for the Q extension. Then the stun comes through, he goes on the Orianna, maxes out the damage there, then is able to flash away at the last possible second while layering damage in. The Pantheon is actually what does it, which is kind of funny.
I mean, I think that he would have done it with just Pays' help, but the fact that Owner comes down and shares in that money as well means that the Pantheon has a slight advantage as the dust settles as T1 look to start stacking their Chemtech Dragons. Rich, though, does get some plates.
Yeah, he's keeping it around 500, like I was saying.
There we go.
The problem is the Ashe on the bottom lane. or in the mid lane in this case, but that's where the real gold problem is here for QMDRX, is dealing with this empowered Ashe right now, who just made an incredible play to save the mid laner in the bottom lane sides. And we're looking at Chemtech Dragon here, so Kiwoom's 2-trick lead feels less valuable. Again, we mentioned how it's pretty good for these comps, but it's not leading to a soul that's game-breaking, like a Hextech or an Infernal or a Mountain is often. I don't think this is the best Mountain example, but you know what I mean. In this case, Chemtech valuable. We're going to fight for it probably, but you're not going to force T1 into an uncomfortable position with the vision they have right now, for example, with this, if they had it when the Drake is up, because it's not, but you get my point.
Yeah. There is, on the other hand, though, like a quad Chemtech Soul with this comp, kind of revolting. Carrier will be doing a lot of healing.
That's actually kind of nasty to think about.
Yeah.
I don't like that you put that into my head.
And look, that's where the tempo vibes are taking us, towards T1 being able to lock down whatever they would like. However, LazyFeel trying to do something about that, as now Pei's getting flashed on once again, but there's the encore. They were waiting for the over-aggression, and Carrier's able to put him down. In the meantime, though, it's the final hour here in this top lane, and Doran is dead, ladies and gentlemen. That was just a little bit of a bridge too far. The rest of T1 looking for an angle, but it is just going to be this outer turret that they focus on.
Yeah, I mean, that type of play has a small chance of working. The execution was, again, great for LazyFeel. Last time he didn't have his barrier, barely didn't have the damage, took a lot before. This time, there's just an encore waiting. There are limits to what you can do in this situation. Only one Mikhail's.
Oh, well, Pei's doesn't have any buttons to press to get out of this one. Rich is angry as Carrier wants to take the Shelly exit. And does have 11 health on the Shelly, and then it is going to die, and now he is going to follow suit. LazyFeel wants to grab that kill as they look to set it up for him, and Yukal's like, that's my money. And he takes it. Ariana getting paid, certainly going to be a good thing here, as well as Faker just splitting on the top side.
So watch LazyFeel go in here onto Pei's. Barriers traded, does a ton of damage. A lot of this is front-loaded, gets the W, but then this encore comes through. And there's just no answer. Even with Wild Growth, he's just CC'd to death. Well, CC'd and shot to death. And then here, things looking a little bit messy on the side of T1, but they are able to get Doran on the other side here. Yukal has a lot of damage, though, and a lot of assistance. And then the mid lane with Carrier, I'll watch this again. I guess he just decides if he runs left there, he's going to die anyways, so he gets Polymorph, goes for the Herald, and then this Blast Cone, imagine a world where Carrier actually gets the root here after the Blast Cone on, and then gets out. Imagine he gets over their heads.
So crazy.
It would have been crazy.
All right, well, now we're setting up for a Dragon in 2 minutes. Carrier throws out the ulti. That is going to at least keep the rest of his teammates safe. Shockwave going to get flashed. That was really cute by Yukal to put it in front of where he could have flashed towards. Carrier outplays it and will be able to keep himself alive. Still, does have to flash in order to get out.
So had to use his ultimate to try to peel for the rest of his team. I think that's one of the symptoms of what's becoming quickly a bigger problem here for T1 in this game, is just not able to kind of group and use their team comp to its utmost power. And QMDRX are picking them apart a little bit. They're still 2,500 gold behind, but
it's
a few more of these moments. Yeah, a few more of these moments, and suddenly you're back in the game. So we need to be very cautious. Showcasing our ultimates here for a potential dragon fight. All going to be up. All 3 of those missing ones. Obviously, the Ashe arrow comes up super fast.
Sometimes it's good to check in on the cooldowns, but looks like there's not a whole lot to fight for at the minute. The Baron is up, and in a minute's time, there is going to be potential soul point once again for QMDRX.
One thing to mention too is that, Carrier lost his flash. Pei's also traded flash with LazyFeel, and I think that favors LazyFeel because he has the dive set up, and he has a pretty huge dash to get on top of this Ashe, so the burst damage is absolutely there. So that's another cooldown that was being showcased there that I think could be really impactful when we go into this next Dragon fight if T1 go for a full contest here. They may simply just see what they can get in terms of prio. They don't like the fight, they can walk away without these critical flashes. But again, right now, they have a lot of control. 13 seconds until spawn here. But if they lose this fight, if they mess this up, if they botch this, if Pei's dies first in the fight, or Faker isn't able to find an angle, KRX, I think, take the lead if they win this fight. It's a pretty crazy potential turning point here.
Yeah, especially if Rich is able to get a lot done. He teleports in now as T1 are looking to engage. Beatrop not doing too much of anything at all, as LazyField will get a bit of a whimsy shield. Willa on a flank angle. UCal here towards the bottom lane, just trying to get some tempo where they can. LazyField down to 50% against Faker, though, and that is not a great trade here for KRX. T1 might be able to use that in order to take this dragon. So it would be their second Chemtech of this game.
This is before IE. I don't know if T1 need a hard force here, but if they can find the right angle with that Emperor's Divide, it's absolutely a winnable fight.
Well, there's the flash cease and desist. Shockwave comes in as well. The Encore does absolutely nothing as in goes Ona just to rejoin the rest of his team. As out they will go. There's a Condemn onto Willa just to push him back towards T1. And they are pushing forward. Still, no one dead on either side, but so many buttons now on cooldown as Faker says, I've got the Emperor's Divide, picks off the 80 carry, and down goes the Yunara. KRX without their machine gun are not going to be able to do anything here in this fight, and that should be Dragon number 2 to T1.
The target selection was decisive, but the target was too far away. They got Pays there. They could not follow up enough, and so many tools were used. And then KRX just ran away. Like, they were like, oh, we almost got him. Guess we'll leave. And they concede all control to T1. So look at this. Follow-up, where is it? See the knock-up here from the Wild Growth still. LazyField's at half health, cannot actually do the follow-up damage. And now you have a Wild Growth Vi, so you're not going to be able to empower LazyField for the turn. And then this follow-up here, LazyField's like, all right, let's see if we can layer damage on the door. And oops. A little bit too far forward, get caught by Faker's Flash Shuffle Divide.
And he would have killed UCal as well if UCal hadn't flashed it.
And like, that's exactly what I was saying with Faker in this fight, you know, if he just Emperor's Divides the Yunara, that's probably just all she wrote for the fight, but the way he did it was stylish, to say the least.
Pretty slick. That's why he's the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. As Doran here just cleans up some minions towards the bottom side. Rich is down there once again, probably wishes he wasn't, but still that number is 500. As Wolf said, if it stays that way, then Rich is going to be much happier.
It's getting better for him. It's not getting better for LazyField, is the concern I have. As LazyField has tried for a lot of all-ins, and they have all failed. Now IE is done for Pays, by the way. Well, it didn't happen in the last fight, which is why that was such a critical timing for KRX. And as you can see with LazyField, he is significantly further behind in his build of said item and may not actually see the light of day in any relevant team fight in this game.
Oh, Rich actually moving down here. Does have Willa backing him up. Ona and Doran moving on over. That is going to be some vision placed down. Next Dragon, 3.5 minutes. The Baron's still up and available. Has been for 5 minutes. Looks like no one's really concerned about heading towards that one just yet. As finally Rich does hit that level 16. He's actually not too far behind as far as experience is concerned. Sort of lurking around the minions as they die.
Not too bad. He does not have his second item, which is really painful. But again, he's just kind of a W button. And ideally with empowered W.
Yeah, and a flash, I think, is probably what he's going to require.
So let's see if they can get the follow-up on the Pays this time. Last time, the engage was great. Wild Growth follow-up was great. But LazyField wasn't able to press their right-click, basically, on Pays. Maybe this time around, with this Hail Mary, 4,000 gold behind, the dream of keeping this series alive and having our first 6-game day of LCK 2026 could happen, but right now I've got to get my telescope out to see the angle. I'm looking at through my telescope with binoculars and I have a magnifying glass on top of the binoculars, but I can see a faint angle here for KRX.
I think a man with a protractor would also struggle to find an angle on this one, Wolf. This is a difficulty. Even though, as I say that, 3,500 gold, not exactly crazy at 26 minutes, so maybe all you need is a protractor, and hopefully KRX have one in order to deliver us the longest day of the season so far. Pays will be clearing out these minions, and T1 still just trying to get their ducks in a row. 2 minutes on this Drake.
A pretty risky Baron from T1 in game 1. You know, KRX definitely keeping on the cards that something like that could be something that causes T1 to make a mistake. Speaking of mistakes, is Doran overextended?
Assist does come on through there. Wild Growth as well is going to capitalize as the arrow is going to sail through Doran. He flashes the shockwave though. He was really waiting for that one.
He used
get some value out of that button.
3 ultimates to almost kill Doran.
Yeah.
That's not efficient, but there's 90 seconds until the Dragon's up, but T1 might see an opportunity here as Vayne's flash is less valuable than all of those buttons if they could do the Baron right now before the Dragon spawns. Doran doesn't have TP, but he's going to back and head back over. Instead of starting the Baron, though, T1 are just going to clear these waves out, try to maintain prio on the top side of the map as then they rotate in to challenge for this Dragon. Crazy how it still feels like there is that one angle, that one chance for Kiwoom in this game.
I mean, their composition should be able to teamfight pretty effectively.
Yeah.
Like, Rich going in, having a wild growth as well as his stun would be a lot of value. As Hex Optics done here for Lazy Feel.
Yeah,
would have liked to see an Infinity Edge, but
going for that instead of IE.
Probably just because he could afford it.
Yeah.
Might be like, let's get whatever item spike we can find, see whether we can fight for this Dragon.
I mean, if he wins the team fight, he can get an IE right afterwards, because he's going to be cleaning it up and getting a multi-kill.
That's true. And if he kills Fakey, you know, that's a whole bunch of extra money.
That's a lot of money.
He's shut down. Shutdowns could actually go a long way if KRX. Still, Rich blast cones his way towards Doran.
Lazy Feel 3,000 gold behind nearly. Oh, that's not true. That tricked me, that total gold graph. It's 2.2 thousand behind.
2.2 is still a decently large number, as this turret just completely goes out entirely, and the flash not being up is a big deal, as it turns out, because Rich is able to grab himself his first kill of the game. Shockwave is flashed there by Ono, tries to blast cone his way out. The Encore does nothing at all, as Lazy Feel should be able to pick up the kill onto Ono. That's his first kill, as T1, they were trying to do a sneaky Baron at the same time with 2 dead. They can't do that anymore. It's an absolute disaster, and KRX might be able to get soul point.
I don't think T1 were on the same page. Maybe they weren't on the same book as to what everyone was trying to do at that moment as Doran's dying. They're trying to do Baron. Ono doesn't have ult.
They were all playing 3 different games at once.
I don't know what the thought process there was. A 3-ring circus, I suppose.
Well, Rich is going to be delivered to the turret. Slices in order to get his way out and just stride breaks for fun. Was a little bit cute. Still, Faker is going to be able to tidy up this minion wave and at least stop that push. But
I mean,
KRX just take down this turret. They should be able to move over towards the Baron as well, right?
Yeah, I think they have the damage.
Ground Starfall is not available just yet.
I'm surprised they didn't actually stick the Baron. I think the Baron's more valuable than that turret because you could just get the turret afterwards, but they were concerned about T1's Baron team fight. So Owner ults in here, but it's way too late, and now he's stuck, right? And he cannot really do anything. So they decide to make the call to start Baron. He flashes this, but Keria cannot actually keep him alive. Then he goes in here to try to extend the Encore, I guess because Keria's kind of kiting, but I don't really know. He flashed. Like, he doesn't have flash now.
Yeah.
Going to try to defend Doran with limited information, I think that part's fine. Everything else got a little bit weird for me.
Well, you can see that gold lead absolutely torn apart. And so now they're going to try and find a few angles. Willa has his GA done, though. He has an item advantage. He's 600 gold up over Ona right now. And the arrow is just going to, once again, pollute the skies of Runeterra.
Yeah, just looking like maybe a dragon check. That was a weird angle if they were trying to get rich with that.
Yeah, it was just a... Sometimes you throw an arrow and just hope.
Like, what? There's no dragon to check, so I guess it was... Maybe you thought Renekton was going to go in at that moment. That just looked strange.
Yeah.
Keria and crew do clear this vision up, and they have control over the Baron now. They'll control that, or clear that control ward in the pit very quickly. And now QMDRX, their worst fears are realized, right? You know, T1 is wrestling Baron control away. Pantheon's ult's back up. The Unara still doesn't have that coveted 4th item going straight into LDR here.
There is double GA, though, on KMDRX.
That's the double GA or triple GA we saw in our previous series dive that can be the scariest. Pays is going to have to deal with a lot here.
What? Rich is 1,000 gold ahead now.
Yeah, he's just kind of been chilling over there.
And he's also, like, he's even on farm. Like, Renekton's fine.
Yeah, he's
completely fine. He tried to dopamine detox and he failed.
Yeah, he
started scrolling again, Wolf.
Yeah, he did. He's after the red dots.
Oh, he really is.
It's really common to relapse after a tough time locked in the lane with Vayne.
And it's, you know, for our generation, his generation, it is, you know, it's something that we grew up with. We didn't understand that we were supposed to be careful of it, you know?
Yeah, the Vayne lane, you know, it's not everyone can walk out with as a changed person.
Yeah, and so they tried, you know, it's normally pretty good, but Rich's ability to feel good about doing things on Summoner's Rift was just too strong.
there's not a whole lot of gold in this in terms of items here. Fourth item is actually done for LazyFeel. He was actually going for the
Mortal Reminder.
Mortal Reminder fourth, so
pretty good against the Seraphine.
Yeah, frankly, pretty massive spike here for him. And he doesn't necessarily need to be doing all the big boom boom crit damage if they can kill the prio targets with their engage.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Rich and Willa will be doing a fair bit of work themselves. The team fight just looks kind of nice for KRX if they get their ducks in a row. If they're able to get it done,
I think the thing they need to be willing to do, which they've had a few chances to do, but they've kind of chickened out every time, is when they clear Baron Vision like they just did one time, they need to start it and commit, like Rich is TPing in if T1 come for the contest and look for a turn off of it. Because otherwise T1 is just like calling you on your bluff every time. Yeah, you guys got vision, but we got wave clear and we're coming in and you guys didn't use it, so we go again.
Oh god, okay, LazyFeel is hit by an arrow, and if there wasn't a turret there and it's now gone, he would just be dead. He now has to go back to base. T1 just build as much space as they would like.
T1, they have Faker's TP. They might look to start the Baron off of this pressure. There's a little bit of vision they need to clear. And they had the Sundisc turret. I kind of thought they would have just ran straight towards it.
I think with the soul available for KRX, you would, if you lost a fight around the Baron, really go very far into losing the game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
At that point. So 40 seconds. T1 will be able to set up vision around this dragon, as Owner is over there already. Going to be fighting Willa momentarily. Finds that Aegis just to mitigate some of it, but the trade is very even between himself and the Vi.
Yeah, if he stayed around longer, it would have started to be good for QM because UCal is there. They need to be careful about stacking up for a Shockwave, as UCal is huge at this point. We're 34 minutes into this game. A Shockwave onto multiple people might just be team fight winning in itself.
Yep. Rich also lying in wait. The level 19 Renekton. Level advantage over Doran.
Starting to get a little bit split here, though, and Rich might have to TP to the other side.
The arrow goes wide. Possible opportunity here as Faker goes in, then goes out. These Sand Soldiers are doing so much work. Mega Blast Cone gets Rich out of there, but
they're split.
Half of his health bar is also gone. He has Teleport and can use that to get a big old shield to get back into this fight, but doesn't have Dominus.
They might just have to give this dragon up. They are in no position to fight for this.
6 Elemental Drakes killed in this game as we tick over to 35 minutes in. Level 19 done for Doran.
Rich's flank was ambitious, and Doran was just like, I found you, and now you can't do anything. And so he had to leave, and that was the end of it. Because LazyFeel was also getting pushed by Faker. Both solo laners here for T1 just won the fight before it started, and QM at least did not opt in, because like you're saying, you opt into a fight like this against T1 this late into the game. I think the game is just done if you do not control it, and they just did not have the angle to set up their CC.
Yep, and also the northern angle of the fight, I think Faker managed to get the ult out of LazyFeel.
Yes.
Which is why KRX couldn't actually commit to anything.
Yeah,
after
no
that,
way.
They did not have enough damage.
Absolutely. 8 seconds and he'll be back up. He's level 16 now.
Well, UCal might not be back up at all, as Emperor's Divide is going to go through the Zonya'd up Orianna, but he's still going to go down. The Encore isn't going to find the mark here as LazyFeel trying to kite as best he can. Willa, he can't really do that though, as he does have a GA, but that is going to go down immediately. Doran going in. These Silver Bolts really starting to hurt as Faker is going to swoop on top of this Yanara to take him down. Willa is also dead. Andel's running the wrong direction, and Owner, I think, should be able to utilize the passive or just a flash in order to take him down. T1 now just looking to clean up the rest of the kills.
Yeah, T1, I mean, at this point, to choose your own adventure game, looking to just win the game off of this play. They end up getting 4 kills. They can just push towards this inhibitor and kite back to Baron afterwards. They can take this inner. They have really, whatever they want to do. We're super long death timers here. Looks like they're going to do inhibitor first, maybe look for a reset and or Baron.
Yeah, UCal will be up for the defense of these Nexus turrets.
Yeah, I don't think they can
know whether it's going to be enough.
You may be right. Like, maybe the damage is just too much here on this Ashe at this point.
They have double AD carry as well, as in goes Rich to clear up the wave. He might actually have been able to do that as he goes down to his GA. UCal goes golden once again. Faker swoops in though, looks for the angle and he finds it. Rich gonna go down as well. It's a double for Doran. Owner tanks up everything, but the rest of KRX are respawning. Do they have the wave clear though? That's the real question. Condemn back onto Willa. He cease and desists to get back on top of Owner and gets back onto his fountain as well. Owner going down very low. They take 1 Nexus turret, but the wave is now gone. As these minions are spawning, T1 really just want to finish this
There's
series
no
here.
way they can defend without UCal. They need to defend for 35 seconds. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, Carrier taking a lot of damage, though, as there's a condemn on the lazy field. Willa taking so much from Doran, and they dive on through. The Nexus is now exposed. He finds the last silver bullet to take down his mark, and there goes the Nexus. T1 with a 2-0, but KRX made them work for it.
They really did, and this was a very eclectic series for T1, but they got it done in the end. I think for Game 2, there was a lot to say about the patience for KRX. You know, they were just scaling up, looking for their opportunity, never made the all-in call to go in and lose a team fight that will lose them the game. Sure, there were a lot of all-in calls from Mr. Lazyfield to try to take out their opposition there in Carrier and Pays that just did not work, but a game that I think, with a few more mistakes from T1 or perhaps a little bit more passive play from Lazyfield early, looked like it could have been anyone's game to take. And at moments you wondered, is the team fighting power of Kiwum's comp just too much? But it was not in the end. And that last fight on Baron, it was just too split up, and they just called to go in anyways, and they went straight onto the Encore. And then the Wild Growth on the Lazyfield didn't knock anybody up, and it was just a disaster in the end. Right?
Yeah.
I feel like a disappointing end to what could have been both of the games. Like, you know, in Game 1, they almost had that Realm Warp angle to maybe bring the game back even. They failed that, and then in Game 2, couldn't stick the landing. And T1, it's not as dominant, perhaps, T1 fans would have liked for a bounce-back win over D+, but it's still a 2-0.
Yeah, and honestly, that's all that really matters. T1 really starting to hit their stride in this first round robin of LCK 2026. Obviously, they're slow starters in general, and that is sort of continuing here this year. But it's good to see Doran have a bit of a better time. Obviously, we're not super enthralled about the whole Vayne scenario, but he made things happen towards the later stages of the game, and his Rumble performance was fantastic.
This was the first moment where Lazyfield was like, I think I have a bit of an angle here.
And he almost did.
He was so close, because the Wild Growth is so good here.
I also think that maybe he didn't need to flash. I think he was in Wild Growth range just before it, but maybe just wanted to flash a potential volley that could have been coming through.
God.
Yeah, insanity.
It might not come to as a surprise to anyone that I voted for Faker. But yeah, Game 2 was really solidifying that for me. Had a great Twisted Fate performance in Game 1.
I liked the Camille support, personally.
Yeah, Carrier was one that I was thinking about for a second, and I know his KDA wasn't great in Game 1, but he made a huge impact. Doran also, honorable mention. Pretty big bounce back to form for him in this series. This poor Lazyfield in this fight is just not able to get it done. Andal's like, well, I guess I'll try to save you. There's no Wild Growth value here. He just dies, and everyone's so split.
And this is the last ditch effort. Obviously, they could have gone back and got Baron to help out with this one. But with the man advantage.
This Faker shuffle is just one of many this game.
Yeah.
He didn't even get to Shockwave.
Nope, no opportunity to it all, as we are waiting for the interview.
Who will be Palm?
Yeah, waiting for the interview with someone. We assume it's going to be Faker.
I think there's an argument for Pays. Great Jin performance in Game 1. I mean, you really could go with anyone. Maybe not Owner, I guess, but I wouldn't even hate it.
Yeah, Owner was okay. He made a couple of weird errors, especially in that game number 2, that blast cone scenario. But Doran here, diving the fountain and dying, just living his best life. As he actually did the most damage in the game. That is because Rich had a horrible time and was just shot by the Vayne forever.
Yeah, he had a lot of arrows all over his body that we censor here on the broadcast. You can't see them, but they were there. Yeah, the gold took a bit of a dip, and then T1 won the game.
Let's have a look. Who picks up the POM for this one? Will it be the GOAT himself?
I think so.
Given an opportunity to vote for Faker, people will take it.
By the
there
way,
it is. Didn't die the whole series.
14 assists. Did he hit 6,000? I think he's just a little off.
Oh, man.
Was he? I think he needed 16. I think he was 2 assists away from his 6K.
Well, there it is. Next week, we will be blessed by a 2,000 assist Faker. Right now, 1998. I can't quite remember what I was doing. I was
trying
10
to check
1998.
To confirm, I don't have the number on this paper for some reason.
Probably my second favorite version of Windows. 98.
98?
Wasn't bad.
Behind XP?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. 98 was actually, yeah, that's what I was running for a really long time as well. And when I first moved to Korea, I had this really old laptop. I was running Windows 98 because like Windows ME was Anyway, great performance
operating
from T1.
systems.
By the way, I just want to say one moment.
Okay.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
That's all.
Okay, well, let's throw it over to the interview with Faker.
Thank you very much for the handoff, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by POM Faker on the side of T1. Congratulations. Thank you. First of all, how do you feel? Against Kium DRX, it was a very crucial match, and I'm just really satisfied and happy that we were able to win. And after the defeat in your last match, head coach Tom mentioned some mid-game miscommunication as the cause, so what approach did you take to recover from that? I think we just tried to communicate even more as a team, and just from the feedback, I think we just tried to share each other's thinking and thought process a little bit better. And in Game 1, KRX support Camille made an appearance. So was this a pick specifically prepared for Anivia? Camille is actually something that KRX has been utilizing in the past, and I feel like he was feeling quite confident with this pick overall. And from today's match, I just felt like a great pick just based on the comp during the draft. So I think it was just a good match overall. And for Game 1, it looks like you guys went with the Twisted Fate, and he has only shown up in the LCK once, so what was his role in the team? I think it was just really to support and supplement the top and bottom of our team, so I think it was just a very well-rounded pick overall. And Game 2, the way you held your ground with Azir really paid off. And that Ashe arrow timing was actually really good. So what was the call like with Pace? And Pace actually just notified me that he was going to ult here, and I just really wanted to defend the tower, and it would actually give us a big advantage if we were able to pull this play off. And in Game 2, it was so close to the point where it extended to 7 Drakes. So what was the win con here? Since we had top Vayne, and I feel like we had a really good comfort late game. So I knew that as long as I'm able to set up for my team, we would be able to win. We're just trying to create that good opening. And Faker, you have a big milestone coming up, which is the first ever LCK 6,000 assists, and you're only 4 assists away. So how does that feel? Yeah, that's a really good, big milestone. I just feel like I want to try even harder and do better in order to go ahead and reach that milestone. And I feel like just looking at the assist standings, there are a lot of other players that are reaching huge milestones, and it just feels great that we're all achieving such great heights. And your next opponent is Hanjin Brian, so what is your mindset? Against Brian, it's going to be the same. I feel like we definitely need more wins. And in order to take those wins, we'll try our best, and we want to show you guys our best as well. And any message for your fans? It looks like in that fan sign, Dumbo says, please win, T1. In order for us to take more wins, we will all try our best. It will be a team collaborative effort. Thank you so much for your support. And that's all from Faker, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, as always, dear, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Faker, his first palm of the season so far. We'll have to wait and see if he can put up some big performances like that in the future. So, we did have a bunch of votes for Faker, obviously. You guys did go for it. We see some other votes out there as well.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that Doran didn't get any single vote here because I think he's the main reason why T1 had such a smooth game today. And I think every T1 fans could remember like when T1 got insane moment last year. I think it was from a road to MSI. But yeah, I mean, I think with the Doran's confidence is the key for the T1. For this time though, I picked Faker because like he had such a consistent performance in general, and also I think like especially for this bot play, him saving the day again with it, and the detail, he kind of knew that the Ashe ulti was quite far, so he kind of didn't panic and just uses the CC duration maximum so that he can secure the kill. So that was the small detail from the GOAT, and yeah, it was really clean game by Azir with the Azir and also the TF.
Yeah, and then so I think I am with the Faker here too. And then Faker always leads T1 to the fountain, which is winning the game like there. The Azir game, I mean, the bottom play was when we saw what we saw was quite insane because they knew that they're gonna just play to both sides. So enemy team just gave up the Herald, and then just Bane just used a small map to the top side to run away from there, and then Faker just decided, actually, I think I can tank this. And getting this, like defending this turret is gonna be a huge advantage, what he said in the interview. So I think it was a really super play, and then the game was quite over there.
And also that was really great chip in from Pace as well, that he can actually shoot the Ashe arrow on the bot lane. So it was great, the pair deal right there on the bot lane.
Absolutely. I think it really showcases kind of, you know, what Faker brings to the table and just the deep understanding that a lot of these T1 members do have. As Wolf did also go for Faker, he says 10 out of 10 performance, 100% accuracy, full marks, no misreads, very predictive. A little bit foreshadowing there from Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, he was literally the textbook of the mid lane, and I think there's no doubt. Kill me if you can.
Kill me if you can.
He was deathless in this game. A literally unkillable Demon King right there. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Wow. There you go.
Unkillable Demon King Faker.
What a great comment there from Goko. Very nice. A master of clutch engages from Helios. And, I mean, Owner did have some good moments, yeah. As Prince did go for Keria, a support like this, you can leave lane to roam whenever you want.
I mean, I think that's the point for like T1 bot lane as well, because like Pace was like struggling a little bit, but yeah, I mean, look at him now.
Whoa!
Flash over the wall.
So this is what he meant by 10 out of 10 and very predictive in his comment.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know, absolutely great stuff from Wolf here. It's very rare to get a 10 out of 10 actually, and this was a week where I personally, and a lot of us I know, even Fox was talking about it, like our predictions were kind of in the toilet, but Wolf was on point.
I mean, I think especially he got the match 26 and 27 correctly. That is kind of like clutch, you know? So I think he deserves to get the shout out from here. And I think it was really great analyze from Wolf here.
Yeah, and the match 21 was quite hard too. It's Nongxin versus KRX. I think I voted KRX, so my prediction was raining, I guess. It is quite raining.
Yeah, well, you know, we can't all be as good as Wolf Stradamus as he is the GOAT sometimes. Let's take a look at the best ceremony of the week, as we did have a lot of good ones this time around. And we'll see which one is the best one. Here's Zeka.
Oh, the Giga Chad chair shot. Right into your face. Boomba. And Guma. Always. He brings...
I really like the moment that Guma was shaking his hand, but still, like, he's...
One more? Boomba!
Shout out to the cameraman on that one. Oh! The light. Oh,
easy. Not even close.
Yeah. I love the smirk at the end, too. He's like, I just crushed you guys. Like, get out of here.
He was like...
down.
Like, Delight was so polite to bring all the water bottles and then, like...
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Good.
I mean, perfect. Big shout out to him. Definitely on a huge tear as...
He did so many things! Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
He did like 3 different things. But I thought Guma had like 2 moments or so. Like I would actually vote for Guma, but I mean after seeing that perfect montage of the ceremony, I mean I think I don't know. It's really close for this one.
It's really hard to vote, but I will give the vote to Delight because he was quite polite to bring the water bottle, and then he just saw the camera and then he just turned like a pro, So it's like easy.
That is actually a pro, like somebody who like gets it. He's doing all the little things, and he's also like doing the ceremony at the same time. Really cool stuff from Delight. I'd probably go for him or maybe Perfect.
Maybe.
Very aggressive ceremony. Feels pretty good. As T1, you'll probably be surprised to see them at 3-3. They haven't had the cleanest start to the LCK, but a win's a win, and they're back on the left side of the bracket.
Yeah, such a great day for T1 fans. I mean, I think especially for me, again, Doran having such a huge confidence, especially with the Rumble and the top Vayne pick, kind of helps T1 a lot. And also, I mean, like the bot lane as well, like Pace helping the team with the Ashe ulti was quite an insane moment. And now on the other side, we have KRX. I mean, I'm still stuck at the Ryze ulti, by the way. So like, it's kind of shocking.
Thinking about
shocking. I don't know. I can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
What's that?
So like, I don't know. Like, I think after that disaster, I think they were also mental boomed. So I think again, there's another day. They just played only 6 games, so I think you're gonna be be aware of what you want to do, and then you can probably bounce back after all.
So we are going to have a bunch of matchups next week as well. The Saturday Showdown.
Oh man.
T1 up against Hanjin Brion. And what else do we got here?
No, I mean, I literally said you can bounce back, and look at KRX's matchup. They literally have to play against KT and HLE next week.
Well, I think it could be different because since you're a challenger and you think like you're not gonna lose anything anyway, then you can just headbutt them, and then something can be changed. Like an underdogs.
And I mean, for me, I kind of want to see HLE versus Nongshim as well, because HLE looking like unstoppable, and Nongshim kind of shaky, but they always bring some fresh ideas coming into the matchup. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm very curious about being KRX up against KT to see if KRX can actually bounce back and maybe get the win there, as we very briefly got to see the challenger schedule as well. If you're interested in that, go back and pause. It was a good day of games here and a good week of LCK. Anything that stood out to you guys?
Oh, I mean, I'm literally checking every single top Vayne build, and I found out the new build today as well. So I gotta go play Vayne top. Such a great day.
I keep like hearing that what it is saying about the Ryze ulti, but I don't understand what is he saying. Was there something?
No, Umpty, don't worry.
And then I'm curious,
Nothing
guys.
happened.
Yeah.
No,
but
you just
wait. Pause.
You don't need to see it.
We need to do the game too. No, wasn't this the game?
No. They canceled that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
sad.
We just gave the win over to T.
I see.
It's okay.
Sad.
You don't need to see it. It's okay.
I see. I wanted to see one more game.
On that note, you guys don't get to see any more as we are done here at the LCK for today. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
when I lift my mic into the stars.